what's up? Big Shity here. Been 2 years since my arrest, and I can finally release my evidence from my arrest in Goodyear, Arizona with Arizona Auditor. This video is the video from the post office audit, the arrest, the investigation, and the trial. You don't get to see many of these follow-up videos because many activists take pleas. This video shows a rare glimpse into why they take those pleas. In the long run, they can't handle taking a hit to expose the justice system for the oath-violating, constitutional disrespecting tyrants that they are. Not even kidding, you will hear the arresting officer fantasizing about someone justifiably killing Arizona Auditor and myself, and the prosecutor comparing auditing to Oklahoma City bombing and 9/11. This video addresses the auditor misconception of being allowed to remain in a public space if an unidentified man asks you to leave, or do we have equal access to monopolize government services? Do we need to first be violating the law to be asked to leave a public building? Does the post office have the right to discriminate against auditors and trespass them? It also addresses the extent of our rights to film in public if someone does not want to be filmed. If you are taking pictures, does someone have the right to tell you to stop? If so, do we have the same rights to tell officers to turn their body cameras off? If not, it would be harassment if this judge's ruling was established law. The Constitution was written for the people, not the government. This video is very educational and a must-watch for all involved in the auditing community. Also, anyone who is unlawfully arrested, this will help you prepare for trial if you have the guts to take all the way. Let me know in the comments what your understanding of the law is, and if you have any questions. This documentary is no mystery. Everything is documented.
It's just really scary.
You could totally be like, I was in fear of my life.
In this post-Oklahoma City bombing, post-9/11 world, seeing two strangers filming the inside of a federal building would be alarming enough.
I asked you guys to not film me. That's clearly within my right to ask you to stop. You should have stopped.
Well, unfortunately, it's not against the law to film.
In Arizona, at the post office, I don't know if you can see that, but it's April 8th, 9/29.
What's up, guys? Arizona Auditor checking in the city of Goodyear. We're at United States Post Office located at Hadley and Estrella Parkway, here with Big Shity out of South Dakota, and we're going to do a First Amendment audit here at the post office, see if they're respected on our rights to record out in public. The reason I'm doing a lot of these post offices is they actually received an internal memo stating how to react and how to conduct themselves around the photographer, as there's been a lot of photographers going in and doing the post offices. So they got an internal memo just explaining to them how to react. And it clearly states, the best course of action to take is to leave them alone. And we're gonna see if these guys got that memo. Well, this is the parking lot out front. It's 75. This is a really busy post office here, as you'll see. Yep. Old Glory.
Always gotta get the flag.
Yeah, I do too. I gotta show Old Glory in the picture. Let's go check it out. These are their hours here. Shit is pushed. So these are the self-service one we saw at the Sun City one. I've ran into some that don't have this yet. So I'm not sure if they're updating them all with this, but this is self-service. They have all your packaging needs. 1922. Here's a big post office. They got a lot of P.O. boxes. That's a ton of P.O. boxes.
I seen a lady in line, kind of mad dogging me when I walked in the door. I don't know why she would attract attention and show my camera. But she might have a reaction.
They will then at some point in the near future. In the meantime,
Just because we can.
all the mail that's inside the mailbox.
First Amendment audit.
What?
First Amendment audit.
All your mail.
First Amendment audit?
Yeah.
You'll be coming in here.
Where are you from?
South Dakota.
And to see if the keys are
Oh, you know what I'm asking. What company are you from?
There's no keys.
Oh, just me, myself.
Oh, hand you the keys.
I don't answer too many questions
You
though.
are.
I'm a shyster?
Yeah, you're shaky.
What are you talking about?
You can't even tell people what you're doing?
It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
It does.
That comes at $16.70.
You don't watch the news?
I can do what I want.
The world affairs?
I'm in public like you are, ma'am. That's the one I thought I was going to get a reaction out of. She was mad dogging me when I walked in the door. Got poster 7 right here though. At least the staff didn't care, you know. She seemed, everybody else seemed nice.
That door over there.
I'm not sure, I think that's passports. Hello. Hello. Yeah, this is him. Sure, is this about the hernia? Okay. Yeah, I was in 2004, but actually this is kind of a bad time. Can you call me back in maybe like 10 minutes? About 10 minutes, I'll be fine. Alright, thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
This is for our passports only.
Oh, okay. I didn't see any sign that said I couldn't come back here. Are these public posters here?
No.
That's not for the public to read?
No.
Is these employee-only posters?
Sir? No step over here.
What for?
Huh?
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No? Why not?
Sorry, what's your name?
I ran into this problem once.
This is only for passports.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. Are you requesting a passport?
No.
Okay, then you need to come on the other side of the door.
Okay.
What
Alright.
if I am getting a passport? Okay. Am I allowed to? Here's the question. I'm calling the police. You're trespassing right now. Awesome. So she called the cops as well. That is awesome. Hi. So they have a door here with no sign, no trespassing sign.
Here's a sign right here. This is a no entry right here. I don't understand what the big deal is. You know, it's just a camera.
Sir,
Yes.
I'm requesting you to leave right now.
But you don't have the right to tell me to leave.
You're trespassing me.
Okay. Alright. You don't understand the law. I don't see any signs that says I can't be here. I don't know why you want to just pick on us because we.
Entry.
Look, yeah, that's for this room right here. That's not here.
That's the door, man.
Look at this door right here. There's no sign that says no entry.
This guy's saying that this sign at this door right here, it allows them for us not to go inside. So look at this is a service they're offering here for passport. This is the office where I would come in and get a passport. So it's completely legal for me to walk in here. That's the best thing you can do right there, man. Block your doors where you're not allowed people in. If you don't want us in here, close that door. There's no sign in there. There's no sign in there that says you can't be in there.
I've already got one of these, but I'm heading outside. If the cops are coming, I'll be out there.
Okay, they're waiting for you.
Are you gonna stick around? What was your name? Since you're giving me orders, what's your name?
My name's Larry. I'm the postmaster here.
Postmaster. Awesome.
And your name?
Awesome. Thank you. You have a good day.
And your name,
I didn't
sir?
give it, sir.
They don't give names.
Yep. So, hey, make sure you stick around, okay?
Don't worry, Jason. Hello, this is 911. What's your emergency?
Hi, I'm at the Goodyear post office in Goodyear, Arizona, and there are two gentlemen that are inside the post office causing a lot of ruckus with cameras, filming everyone, going behind doors, filming everyone, filming photos on the walls, mailboxes.
Okay.
Can you send someone out to check into what's going on?
Yeah, no problem. What's the address there?
You know, I don't know the address of the. It's on Estrella Parkway.
Cops to show up here.
Hopefully the cops already know the law.
Yeah, we'll
Talk if it's not a crime.
we'll switch over to live once they come. I'll switch over to live once they come, and we'll see if they're educated or if they need to be educated. Either one is fine with me.
Hey, I do not give you permission to take my picture. You need to turn that off.
Ma'am, you're out in public. Why would you call me and say, hey, a guy with a camera, and then you say you don't want to come out on camera? The cops have been called, ma'am. You can call them again if you like.
I do not want you to take my picture.
Ma'am, if you'd be respectful and not yelling at us, that'd be one thing, but you coming out here yelling at us saying that you don't want to be recorded. I will. Do the same. Makes no sense to walk up with a guy with a camera and say, I don't want to don't record me. I don't give you permission to record me. Come on. That makes no sense whatsoever. Got no type of logic. Yeah, I know it might be an inconvenience to people. They might not want to be on camera, but you know, tough shit. There's no expectation of privacy. They're not complaining and bitching about the 20 cameras they got in there. So.
I was just talking about how much I like Arizona. I was expecting to pay.
Yeah, so she's calling the cops as well.
Hi, the post office here in Goodyear, the main post office on Estrella.
How can I help?
There's 10 men out here with cameras, and they're filming me, and they're harassing me.
Calling the
They won't leave me
cops.
alone. I
Harassing
don't leave me
her.
alone, and I'm doing
I don't know what she's talking about. Harassment.
They keep filming me. They keep filming me everywhere I go. They're cussing at me. They're filming my car. They're filming my license plate. They're doing all kinds of things. They're being extremely disruptive to the public.
Okay, are you a customer there, or do you work there?
I'm a customer here.
Okay. All right, and where can the officers contact you?
Begin redaction. End redaction.
They're surrounding my car. I am in my car. I don't feel safe.
Okay, what kind of car are you in?
I'm in a red Charger parked in a handicapped spot.
Okay. Have they said anything to anyone?
Well, I asked them not to film me, and they both surrounded me, and they started approaching me. They got within about 5 feet, and they're trying to listen to the phone call that I'm having. They walked around my car. They filmed my license plate number. I come here all the time. This is where my post office box is.
Okay, we do have officers on the way there now. Are they by?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they still outside of your car, or where are they?
They've walked away, and they've gone over around the other side of the building. They are still filming people.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm in the door here. Yeah, the one guy has, he's taking my photo now. He's got a blue Dodgers shirt on. He's got black pants on, tennis shoes on, kind of a receding hairline, dark hair. He's got a camera, or it could be a cell phone on one of those sticks, like a tripod. He's waving at me. The other guy completely walked around to the back of the building. And this guy's standing taking my photo. He's outside, and I'm in behind a glass. Smoking a cigarette.
Okay.
The other guy completely walked around to the back of the building.
We're on our way. We should know shortly.
Okay, they're now walking toward the back, toward the side of the building.
Okay, we'll let them know. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See if we can see her a little less without the glare. Oh, she's coming out. That's cool.
Keep staying out there. The cops are right here.
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you I'm not going anywhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll wait around. Only criminals run from the cops.
Morning. Morning. What's this? This is odd. There's a sign there. I don't see no sign here. They don't like me. K9, huh? G385HR, Goodyear Police.
How you doing, man? Good. Do you guys want them trespassed? Do you want them trespassed?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you want them trespassed
Well,
off
they
the
were asked
property.
to leave. They wouldn't leave.
Okay,
But the customers are all getting upset.
okay, you want them trespassed. And you're the manager, okay.
How you doing?
How you doing?
How can I help you?
Oh, I don't need any help at this time.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Property. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? What's your name, badge number?
It's Officer Miller. I'm asking you to leave the property. You've been officially trespassed off the property. Actually, we need to get paper. You understand? You have ID on you.
I don't answer questions. This is a public property, sir. How can you trespass me without committing a crime?
I'll leave. I just need name and badge numbers as well. Okay, we'll give that to you.
Can you answer how you can trespass me from public property? What's
Okay.
your name, badge number?
As the owners of the business are requesting you to leave?
Sir, ma'am,
The
this
manager.
is a public property. This is not a private property. Miller, what is your badge
They
number?
want him trespassed.
Yeah.
Miller, what is your badge number?
Are you guys gonna leave?
I'll leave. Miller,
You guys will leave? Okay. We're trying to cooperate with you guys here, man.
He's talking
Don't know
for
what you're
himself.
doing.
I'm not.
All right. We're trying to cooperate with you.
I don't-
You're saying you're not going to leave.
It doesn't sound like you're trying to
need a
cooperate.
badge number.
Yeah,
Go
they
get-
want trespassed.
Go get the manager's name, because then we'll just click if they don't want to go.
You understand this is public property?
No, the customer. And he's the manager. You're the manager, correct? And you want them off the property. They're refusing to leave, or you want to prosecute aid in prosecution.
Yeah, if we
If they go to jail. Yep, I'm gonna need somebody to aid in prosecution. Okay. You guys are good with that?
Yeah, because they were asked to leave, and even the customers asked them to leave, and not to be filmed.
Okay.
The customers were all upset for filming them too.
I mean, they're allowed to film, but the customers get upset and they cause a disturbance.
It's causing a disturbance.
There was a lady
Okay.
inside that door.
Just keep them down for a second. Let me get their information, and then we'll, as soon as Juan or whatever, we'll just put them up.
Okay. Hey, because of disturbance, we have enough for disturbance.
All right, let's go.
You need to put the camera down, sir.
All right, guys, I'm getting arrested.
I don't want to pinch you here.
Harm, disturbing. You want me to remove it on watch?
No, you're going to jail.
You don't want to remove it on watch?
I'll remove it when you get to jail. Double cuff him. I don't want to hurt his arm.
I'm not resisting in any kind of way. I'm not resisting. I'll cooperate if you're arresting me. I'll cooperate.
I'm missing an important phone call.
Oh well. And I don't want to I don't want to do damage to your camera. How do you turn that?
If you could just leave it rolling.
Do you know how to turn this off?
That'd be great.
Well, it's gonna.
Turn my camera off, guys. Please call the Goodyear Police Department. Okay, we're gonna go right over here. I'll cooperate, man.
Okay,
No need
we're
to.
just gonna go right over here.
Whatever you told me to do, I'll do. There's really no need for violence, you know what I mean? Well,
There is no violence. Is there any violence? Has anybody done any violence?
No, I'm just saying.
Has anybody said anything or done anything?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
It's alright.
Hold on, before we get in, I'm gonna pat you down.
Oh yeah, I got nothing on me. Just my cigarettes, my keys.
You guys have all their contacts?
Not yet.
I'll go ahead and get
I don't know how hot this is.
How
If you
what?
guys can figure out how to shut that off.
I don't know.
Like power it off. It's an iPhone.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. We need to get ID on him to find out if they have a vehicle here, because we can have that towed as well.
My vehicle's not around.
Alright, well, we'll find out.
Why are you guys so aggressive?
We're not aggressive at all, bud. We gave you a warning.
She's a victim. So you guys
Set the emergency
your
button.
cameras on? You guys got cameras?
Absolutely, bud.
Awesome, man.
Absolutely. Just like you film us, we film you.
They started. What happened is a lot of the customers started complaining because they didn't want to be filmed in the lobby.
Well, unfortunately, it's not against the law to film.
Right, it's not against the law to film, but when they're causing disturbance, then you try to put
What disturbance were they, other than the customers were upset because they're...
The customers upset.
What's your guys' policy as far as recording in a
They can,
federal building?
as long as they don't cause a disturbance. Yeah, like any government building, they're allowed to, where there's public access, they can film within the public access.
Did they ever go behind the desk
No.
or anything like that? No? Okay.
No, they stayed outside of anywhere where it's like restricted.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Alright, give me just a moment.
Honestly, you guys are right. They just trespass because if the victims are not here to aid in prosecution for the subject.
So,
Connie Afton.
so here's the deal. They're in there. They didn't go behind anywhere where it's not restricted.
He was, when I pulled up, had a restricted door open on the back side, the tall guy, and was filming inside of it.
They were saying they never went into any restricted area. They're saying that they're allowed to film in here, but the customers were being upset. Well, customer being upset, I mean...
Just filming. When I walked out, I don't know what they did inside. That's what the information Mike got. So I need to go ask him, but they caused enough disturbance to... I think they tried to walk behind the counter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, behind the post office, and they asked them to leave, and they wouldn't.
So the post office is also our victim?
Yeah, and I also asked them to leave, and they said no. Because they said it's public property.
She wants to be a victim as well.
Yeah.
She does?
Well, I don't know. I'm not the case officer, so I don't know who's the case officer. We need to find out, because you said they did, right?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't got any of her info yet.
I don't know either, man. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened.
What information did you get from them?
He said he wanted them off the property. They were causing a disturbance.
They refused to leave,
He refused to
which we
leave. I went back
witnessed.
in there and said, hey, are they... He's like, no, they were causing a disturbance to my customers. That's a crime.
They also tried to walk behind the counter, did they not?
And he was... I'm sorry?
I'm the one that called the cops.
Okay.
And they were inside. I mean, they literally went behind. Like, you know when you go in there and you get a passport?
Yeah.
They literally went behind there.
So you witnessed that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And I confronted this gentleman here. I said, where are you from? South Dakota. I said, you know what I mean? I said, what are you doing? I mean, they were just sitting there 5 minutes filming me.
Right.
Both of them. Okay. And they didn't even spurt out an amendment. They spurted out something he did that he was able to do. So.
She's getting her information. Let me go get video and see exactly what it is. They're saying
So
one
they
thing.
have her information?
No, we need to
She's saying something else.
So the post office people are saying something different?
Okay, so if she wants to be a victim, I guess, for whatever they're doing to her, I haven't spoken.
Disorderly conduct? I don't know.
So they're in there. They're filming. They said, hey, because the customers are getting upset because they were filming. You know, I understand maybe you might be upset because of filming, but that's, I mean,
Well, then they surrounded her car.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
So in there. So then I guess they asked them to leave. And they're like, well, we don't have to leave, we don't have to leave. So they just kind of walked around, filming in there. Then they came outside, filming, and then whatever they did to her. They
So
said
they
that they
refused to
never
leave.
went to any... He's saying they didn't go. They almost went through the restricted zones, but didn't. But then Mike was saying they had a restricted door open and the guy was filming inside that.
So he stuck this camera in.
But they're not saying that, so...
Because you've got customers that you cause a disturbance with in there. When you cause a disturbance, that's what it is. And we have customers that want to be victims. And the post office.
But the First Amendment says that we can film in public.
You can't cause a disturbance, though.
It's not causing a disturbance.
Okay. Well, to them it caused a disturbance, bud. Hey, LT.
So what do we have?
So we get here, I walk in, this guy's got this door open here. This guy here has got the door open, the secured door, and he's got his arm inside of it with his camera. And he's holding it open. People are like, what the hell's going on? Walk up, the guy in the Dodger hat who refused to leave is sitting up front here, and he's filming. I walked right by him, got the manager. I said, do you want them trespass off your property? Yes. I go, are you willing, you want to aid? Everything's good. You definitely want them off the property. Just like our scenario. Yes. Went, the guy in the Dodgers hat's like, I'm not leaving. He refused to give ID. Went back in with Hudson, confirmed, yep, and confirmed they both were causing disturbance with the customers. Came back out.
Are they causing enough of a disturbance to be disorderly conduct?
I don't know. They're doing the victims now.
Okay. I'm waiting for a call back from Lisa Max Mullins on this.
Okay.
In regards to public property versus private property and trespassing on federal property. She's reaching out to some federal people right now.
She said they were in her face with the camera. She's like, please
yeah,
stop.
These are probably First Amendment audit people.
Oh, yeah.
That are trying to provoke this.
Yep, and they got what they wanted.
So, let's just continue with our investigation right now.
Yep.
Until I hear back from Lisa.
Yep.
It sounds to me like we're bordering disorderly conduct, which is totally a separate issue.
Yeah, and that's the way I was looking at it too.
So,
because they're obviously causing a disturbance with the customers in there.
Yeah.
This lady, these two ladies want to be victims.
they need to find out too, being it's on federal property, if the postal inspectors want to come
That's a good idea too.
and do this.
Yep.
Because this is actually their jurisdiction.
Yep.
Okay. I can go inside real quick.
And instead of the show going on here, we just detained them.
Has anybody walked the parking lot yet to see if there's somebody else filming all this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we've had eyes on in here, and nobody else has come up or said anything.
Because a lot of times when they do this, they'll
They've
have
got-
someone sitting in a car filming all of it.
Yeah.
So, just a thought.
Yeah.
Alright, well back here they can still be, so I'm trying to figure out.
I want to find out if they've had experience with that before, because he just said something like, oh, it sounds like the same guys from something. So,
Who said what?
is nobody going to talk to you?
Yeah, he's getting Mark and Larry.
Yeah, he's coming right here.
Alright. Okay. So where they came back here
They
as well,
came back
correct?
here and started going that way.
Did they go into
Trying to
this
get
door?
in there?
They went past the door, and then I shut the door, but I told them the sign says no entry on this side. But the door was open at the time, so.
So they had this open and doing.
went in.
Were they in?
They were trying to get in, yes.
Trying to get in. Okay.
Yeah, they were past the door. I said, no, you guys can't be on this
Okay,
side.
and then they came out. Do you have access to these video cameras to get a copy of everything? Okay, are you able to email it, or does it have to be on a disc, or?
The postal inspector service could get it to you.
Okay, how do we go about doing that? Or is there a way to review it?
Yes. What do you want to do?
Well, review it, and then we'll also need a copy of it.
Okay.
Have you guys ever had this happen before with these two individuals? Or
Not
have
with
you
these two
heard,
individuals.
Have you heard of, okay.
I mean, there's other people that came in and filmed, and then they left, but then these guys,
Do you know who asked them to leave?
well,
Was it
I
just
did,
you?
and then
And then Mark?
Mark did.
And they did not.
Yeah, even the customers asked them to leave.
So, but you guys are what matters, and you guys asked them to leave and they did not?
Correct.
Okay. And you identified yourselves?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, if we could review that, what did we find out with that female?
He even got me on film saying, he goes, who are you? And I said, I'm the postmaster.
Okay.
Martinez is getting a statement from her.
You got a statement from her, and what about that other lady?
Getting a statement from her as well. That was one of the customers over here? Because they were the ones that called you guys.
Okay.
He eventually shut the door and says do not enter. You can't get in. And he identified himself as a postal inspector, and they...
Postmaster.
Yeah, or postmaster. And,
Okay, so you asked them to
he
leave,
asked
they
them to
didn't.
leave, So did another worker in there, and they didn't.
And so you ultimately want them arrested for trespassing?
Both of them came in, or just the one? I'm sorry.
Well, actually,
Sorry.
both of them came in.
Into there? Okay.
Have you called the postal inspector yet?
No, I haven't. The customers called you guys.
Yes.
Well, we might want to call them, because they would have jurisdiction as well on this, and see if they want to do anything.
Come on out, man. Okay.
So the one tall guy came back with a warrant out of me. And this guy just put in my car. He came back clear out of Avondale.
But it sounds like we also have disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
So I think we're good on that.
You were just going in there and being told they can't.
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
That's not public area. No. If they're in the lobby in public spaces, that's a different story. But going into that's not a public area, so
Is there a camera inside here that faces this door?
the First Amendment part.
There's no...
No cameras on this side. It's all customer service.
Who caught them in here? You?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was trying to keep them in this area because those customers
Yeah,
come
he
in
said
and out
not
this
these
area.
guys, but they kind
But
of...
then they decided to
It's the same as the First Amendment people.
We had a guy come up to the
And then I told them they weren't allowed.
So how many different victims do we have right now?
Them and the two ladies outside. You have three.
So we have 3 victims. And
post office and the two ladies outside.
And what is he saying about postal inspector?
He's gonna have them wants them to call the postal inspector because he believes they have jurisdiction as well, might have charges for them entering into here.
Okay, so it's above and beyond from what we're doing.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if we could review the video, I guess.
And really briefly, can you tell me what happened?
Yes, so I came in to do purchase. So I came in here to do business. When I pulled in, they were out front on the corner filming the whole post office, which seemed very strange to me. Anyway, I came in, I parked my car. They moved from the outside into the parking lot, filming all the cars, filming the front of the building.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I came in and I started my business, and they moved into here, and there were the two guys, and they were filming. They were walking up to people, filming them, and I asked the tall guy, thank you, I asked the tall gentleman, what are you doing? Where are you from? South
And that was
Dakota?
in here? Right over there in that section? Okay.
South Dakota. I said, come on, you know what I mean. Where are you? You from a business? You know, you don't have any kind of emblem on your shirt. You're kind of freaking people out in here. This is my right. He didn't say it was an amendment, but he said it was something else. He said, if you don't like it, tough luck. And then I went into the passport area because they called me next. And when I did, the postmaster, an Asian gentleman, was standing out there. He was watching everything. And the guys proceeded to go behind that door. And that's when the Asian gentleman said, whoa, 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 you can't be back here. The tall guy said, what do you mean I can't be back here? I don't see any signs. He said, this is for employees only or if you're getting a passport. He said, are you getting a passport? The short dude with the Dodger shirt said, what if I told you I was getting a passport? He said, you have an appointment. And they just kept filming. Then he came up to my face. I was sitting on the bench over there, this close with the camera. And I said, please don't do that. He said, it's my right. I can film you. And he said, I'm not afraid of you. And I said, well, I'm calling the police. He goes, you do whatever you need to do, ma'am.
So within about, would you say, 4 or 5 inches of your face?
Oh, yeah. He was like, this was the camera. Yeah. And then the other gentleman with the Dodger shirt on came over to me, and he was like the side of me. I was sitting on the bench, and he was filming me. And that's when I called the police. And I walked
So you were sitting down over there
Yes.
when they came up to you?
Yes.
Did you see them go into the restricted area?
I
door?
absolutely did. Like I said, I don't know, someone referred to him as a postmaster general. He said, whoa, 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 you cannot come back here. And the guy goes, well, there's posters. I want to take pictures of posters. The guy said, what are you doing? I want to take pictures of posters. You show me a sign that says I can't come back here. And the guy said, you can't come back here. And that's when the whole thing, are you applying for a passport? And he finally shut the door, this door here, on them. He first shut the door that goes in to where the clerks are, because that's where the gentlemen were. And then he told them, because there's a door right here. So he first shut that door. This door was still open. And then he kind of got them to come out. And as soon as he did, he shut the door.
Okay. So, and then what happened after that? Did they come back out?
Then they, again, doing the filming, they came out here. I called the police. I walked out to them and I said, I just want you to know the police are coming. They both stood there, and as I was talking to the dispatcher, I said, I'm being filmed. They were just like this through the window. I was like in this area out here, filming me. And the guy with the Dodger shirt said, don't think you're scaring me. I said, I have no intention of scaring you. I'm just letting you know. The cops, great, we welcome them, because we're doing nothing wrong. And they just kept filming me. And then I walked back in to try to finish my business, and then I saw you guys come. But it was just people were getting very agitated in here, and it almost seemed like to me that these guys were trying to agitate people. That's my opinion. That's what I thought.
Okay. Just to make sure I've got the...
And I think, no, that's someone
mine.
else's. Did you give me mine?
I believe I did.
Let me just double check.
Yeah, I did. I handed it back to you at the counter.
I got it.
So, all right.
It's just really scary.
No, I understand. I appreciate you staying, talking with us, and calling. And
Yeah, no problem.
if we have any further questions, I'll give you a call.
Absolutely. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
All right. So
So if as soon as you get a chance, just give him a call and let us know what Post Inspector says.
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on.
We've
Who's
got.
doing what? Am I doing this?
That's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure stuff out here. So I'm kind of
Are
like.
you? Who's doing the Berg? Who's case officer on the Berg?
He's doing the Berg. I can take this, but I'm still trying to figure out what the hell we got. Still trying to figure out what the hell we got.
Okay.
Because
So we've got 2 civilians who are willing to be victims of disorderly conduct, harassment, and then we're just trying to figure out, because this is all federal, so it might be federal crime, and that's what we're working on.
because this is all federal property, correct?
Right, because there's a door, I don't know where it is, a back door. Right here, that it's not accessible to the public, it locks. Do you know how he gained access to that?
No, he went into this door over here.
No, he also did this one.
So I'm still learning.
Yeah, I just learned that myself when I was out there just now. Do you know how he gained access to that door? How he got it open? Because it's locked.
So he came from the outside in?
He tried to come in, had his camera in there.
This door over here?
Yeah, one of my carriers must have propped it open for the carriers to come in early in the morning.
So that's what Mike was talking about.
Well, that one, and then there's another door.
Well, Mike said he was in a door with his arm in there.
That was
and I didn't
that
know
one.
that was this one.
Yeah.
Because
They actually gained access to that one. Both of them went in that door.
they both went into that one. So all the confrontation with them occurred in this little hallway where there's no cameras.
Oh.
So he said they asked him to leave 3 to 4 times, and he told them after the first couple, well, now it's trespassing. And because they were in here from 9:28 to about 9:30, and then that door for where they come in for their passport, that closed, and then they want it out of view. So like this door is still open. It's 9:29.
Right, and we can
I don't know
always
what time
work-
they left, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. So what time they left? Because then when they left
is when we showed
is
up.
when they confronted the lady in the red, but I don't know when that other lady that called.
And we can work on that, but we need to have him call the postal inspector.
So, talk to this lady from the...
Which is
she's
that the one with the white shirt?
Yeah, she called, and she was saying that she observed them outside. They followed inside, and she went up to them out in the area and said, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're scaring people. Can you just, what's your deal?" And he goes, "I'm not scared of you." Then stuck the camera within 3 to 4 inches of her face, like right here, and she pushed my face. She don't do that because I can film whoever I want. Then they kind of walked away. They started filming. She goes, "You're making everybody feel uncomfortable." So they start walking back, and then she observes them go back to where made contact with him. She says that he says, "You're not supposed to be back here. This is only for people for passports." And they start giving him a hard time. And then she says she sees the tall guy open up the door and start to go into the door.
Oh, it says no entry.
Do not enter.
Yeah, do not enter. And then he ends up saying, "No, you need to come back, come back, come back." So they come out. They come back out. They're filming. They're still filming. They're causing. She's like, everybody's getting amped and saying, "You need to leave. You need to leave. You need. Hey, y'all need to quit filming."
All the customers.
All the customers were getting amped. So here's your disorderly right there. And then they go outside. And she says, she kept telling them, "What's your problem?" She goes, "I'm calling the police." "No, we're not scared of you. Bring the police. We welcome the police."
Of course they do.
Right.
All right. So 9.
These guys were filming things. I didn't know who they were. I asked at the desk if there was a commercial or what was going on. They said they didn't know who it was, and I saw them film me, and I asked them to stop filming me. When I came outside, they were at this entrance, and they kept getting closer, and they were filming me. I was hiding behind the pillar. I said, "I do not want to be on film," and they followed me over to my car, and the guy walked around, and I called the cops.
Okay. They walked around your vehicle?
They walked around filming my license and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to be a victim for disorderly conduct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can I get your ID?
Yes, you may.
Okay. This includes maybe if they do end up getting charged for disorderly conduct, going to court and testifying and all that, okay?
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem. I don't believe in disrupting services.
Okay.
That's not my current address.
I'll get that all that information from you right now. Just give me 1 minute.
I like that you guys all have tattoos.
Huh?
I like that y'all have tattoos.
I'm like the only one probably in the department without it.
Really? Hi. How are you?
Good, good. I had called right after you walked out.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You saw them at when they were talking to me?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for staying.
Absolutely.
Did they tell you anything? Were they?
I don't know. I couldn't really understand or hear what it was he was saying because he was talking at a low volume and I wasn't about to ask him what.
Okay. What's your current address right now, ma'am?
My physical address or your mailing address? Physical address.
So that's what we're trying to figure out. Obviously, it's a public building. They're allowed to record anyone that's in the public building, being that it's, you know, they're following you around and doing all that. That's what we're trying to figure out right now with their supervisors as far as like the disorderly conduct charges and all that. So if you don't mind just giving us a few minutes,
no problem.
and while we discuss this, and then I'll get back to you, okay?
No problem.
Thank you.
Did you want to get my info or?
Did they bother you at all or anything?
Yeah, they were, I was asking them who they were, what they were doing,
Mm-hmm.
where they're from. The tall guy said he's from South Dakota. I said, you know what I mean? I said, what are you doing? I said, you're in a federal building and you're filming all of us.
Yeah, they have the right to film everyone.
And he just had the camera up. Well, it was very unnerving. And then they literally went behind the passport door, and the Asian gentleman, which I think he's a postmaster, he told him, don't come back here.
We just asked the postmaster, the Asian gentleman.
Yeah.
He said he was never behind the door. We just had a conversation with him.
Oh my!
No, he was behind the door.
He was absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
The door,
it's one of those things where
he actually shut the door. He told them, "Are you getting a passport?"
Mm-hmm.
And the guy in the blue Dodger shirt said, "Well, what if I told you I was getting a passport? Do I have a right to be here? Do you have an appointment?" He said, "You guys need to leave. You need to get out." So they just started walking out, and then he shut the doors on them. And now they're out in the lobby with all of us.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is that your unit back there?
Oh yeah, all the way back there. They need to get out.
Just open it. I'll back it up.
All right, it's open.
Me too. Me too.
Especially have a post office box with the private.
Show going on here. We just contained them.
I was hoping you didn't leave.
No, I called them. I was calling them when I was out there. They walked around my car. They were in my window, and I said, I do not do that.
So that's what we're trying to figure. Obviously, the trespassing, they are going to be charged with trespassing, being that they were asked to leave and they didn't leave.
Right.
The business or the post office has the right to trespassing.
Sure.
As far as recording, it's a public building. They have the right to record.
Okay.
I believe once they come, this is my belief, and I'm going to go ahead, like I told you, I'm going to talk it out with my supervisor anyway, so I'm going to discuss this with my supervisor. My belief is that once they're around you, you're telling them, hey, back off, that's disorderly conduct. You know, when they're behind you inside of the building, I wouldn't call that disorderly conduct if they're recording everyone. But once they come around your vehicle and are recording you and recording your...
I didn't speak to them when they were around my vehicle.
Okay. That's fine. Did you ask them to get away from your car? Or?
Several times I told them I don't want them to. I do not want them to record me, and I do not want them to follow me.
Okay.
As soon as I said something to the one, they came. It's like they were looking for a reason to be agitated.
Right.
Well, recording, like I said, recording itself, it's not illegal. They have the right to record anyone on the street.
That's bizarre.
They have the right to record me, and
Yeah, I saw that too. They were recording.
yeah, and that's their legal right. As it is, this conversation we're having is being recorded too. So, and that's just
That's fine. That's great. I love that fact. That's awesome.
yeah, and that's their legal right as far as recording in public. They could even go to our station and, believe it or not, go inside and record. They're not allowed in the.
But they can't go in behind doors that
No,
say
they
employees
correct.
only
They
and
could be in
things
the
like
lobby.
that.
Yeah, they could be in the lobby.
It totally
and
seemed
record.
to
And we
me
get that, believe it or not, we get individuals like them on a monthly basis.
Seriously?
Yeah, and our station. So.
It totally seemed like they were looking for a reason to get agitated, to make a statement of some sort.
I completely agree with you.
Right, right.
And when I approached them and started asking him questions, he was just like, you know, had the camera like right here to my nose. He goes, I can stand here and tape you all day long. I said, well, what are you doing here? I said, do you realize? I said, you're kind of freaking people
And they
out here.
do, unfortunately, have a right to record people,
And
and
I said,
it's unfortunate that
you don't have
our
anything
court
on
system
your
goes
shirt
that route.
saying where you're from.
Yeah, if it was a college project or something, I would be willing to say, okay, cool, but they wouldn't.
They wouldn't give any information. Zippo. That's what was so scary.
So let us roundtable this with their supervisor, because, like I said, we do this on a monthly basis with individuals.
That's too bad.
And a lot of the times, like, they could be in our police station recording there for 10 hours, and there's nothing we could do. They go outside and record our police vehicles, and there's nothing we could do. So.
So basically, it's just trespassing, and that's assuming.
And that's because the business wants to do that.
Right.
So our lieutenant is here. I'm gonna chat with them real quick and see as far as the prosecution for the disturbance. Okay.
Okay.
And if not, like I said, the least they're gonna get is arrested for trespassing, because they were asked to leave the business and they didn't leave. So. Okay.
All right. So you don't need any information from me. I can.
No, you're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
All the way down the hall.
Well, and I don't think people should be breaking for a welfare check on the way either.
You can come back in.
Yeah. What's your guys' thought as far as she wants to be a victim for disorderly conduct? Perfect. She never told them not to go away or anything. They just started recording around her vehicle.
Around her vehicle, and they surrounded her. Yeah.
She said she wanted to be a victim for disorderly conduct. So you're okay with that? And I told her I'll take
Absolutely.
care of it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. When it's past
The employees only, so we're gonna get them with trespass.
Yeah. No.
He said he has a First Amendment right. I said, well,
he's calling legal because it's federal property, but the point is they went past a do not enter sign.
Yeah, they
That's
went
not.
past
There's no access to public
everything.
there.
Yeah.
Public doesn't have
And they
access.
caused a disturbance with the customers. I told him it's his First Amendment right to stop when you encroach upon someone else's right. Someone else's right to not be disturbed.
That's a perfect way to say it. I like that.
Sorry about that. I thought I had something else. There's a lady crying on the floor, and I was coming over here. I was like,
On the ground?
Huh?
On the ground?
Yeah. So I was off of Encanto and Bullard. So I was like, damn it.
No, I think it's
So I checked on her, and she was.
Are one of you guys saying it was Shane and Scott?
She was.
Yeah.
She was just homesick. Her son's really sick, but she was just on the phone with family. I was like, all right, you're good? Yeah, okay, later. I'm out. And I was like, you sure no domestic? She's like, no. And I was like, okay, I'm leaving.
Harassment A3 is
Okay.
repeatedly commits an act or acts that harass another person.
So this is guy's vehicle, which is not on this property.
It's north of here, right?
It's parked over there. Really, we don't have.
No, leave it.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. Is it your guy?
I think that's the one.
The short guy in the blue shirt.
No, Scott has that guy.
Scott?
Yeah, Scott has it.
All right.
And I'll give it to him. Where is he at? Can we just have this scenario? Except for if you did the right thing, then no, I want him out of here.
Right. Alright. Well, he has a Mesa warrant anyway, so.
Does he?
Yeah, the tall guy.
Good. They're not too smart, huh?
Mesa warrant. 112. Can you go ahead and confirm that 1052 out of Mesa, but stand by on setting up a meeting?
I agree, man.
Just confirm it. Don't set up a meet yet, though.
Changing the way we operate. A lot of people just they see a camera, they want to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna change the way I do business. We have them in their face.
Well, he didn't want to give me his name. I said, you're being lawfully detained and you are required by law to give me your truthful name, and to do so is a violation.
Here, we'll get that. You got it?
Oh, I got it. She has it. Thank you. Is it safe to go here?
Yeah. Oh, he's got you.
Oh, thank you.
So what are we looking at? He's got the whole story for me.
I have a partial story. The two of the stories are they inside?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shane and Scott, but probably just harassment, discon for her, and then I'm not sure about the business, maybe trespassing.
All right.
They get them discount for going past that restricted area.
That's where I think we get the trespassing from.
Yeah. Yep.
Up to the point prior to them going into that back room, where it says no entry. I don't think we have a trespass because it's.
And I need to find out about that door back there. I need to because when I
go look at the doors. Is there anything on the?
I gotta go take a look at it.
But that's where I see the trespass. The disorderly conduct is just going to be for disrupting the peace and quiet of the people in there. As long as we have victims,
Yep, we got
that are
victims.
willing to be victims, and it's not the post office, we're good.
And we got a warrant on top of it.
Okay. I'm waiting for a call back from Lisa Max Mullins on trespassing. Because I'm not sure. So I'm just telling these guys.
When I pulled up, the tall guy.
They knocked.
I don't know. I guess
Is that the way they came in?
when I pulled up, there was a guy with the tall guy was holding that door up and filming inside of it. And it's a secure door. I don't know how he got in it. And there's a sign up there. Bye. But it's all faded. I have no idea how he got that door open. I can't even tell what it says. It's got you know, it's a warning. It's got the postal inspector badge up there.
Discount on the people on the inside. They're getting with illegal.
Oh, remind me to tell him about that door back there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just staying on because I've got him.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's all good.
He's like, I don't consent to any questions. I said, well, you're being lawfully detained. You have a legal obligation to provide me with your truthful name, and to not do that is a crime in and of
Did he ever?
itself.
You got his ID though, right?
And then I pulled his wallet out and I said, and the plus side of when you get arrested is I get this. Like, come on, man. It's like, don't go do things that are going to get you contacted by the police when you have a warrant.
No, I mean, if they would have been like, hey, all right, we're out of here. We don't cause no problems. All right, have a good day.
But you're here obviously trying to
cause a problem.
Get a rise out of people, and all in the, like he told me, he's like, well, we have a First Amendment right. I said, yeah, but that doesn't give you the right to violate other people's right to be peaceable with themselves in a public place.
He's not the wrong person.
All right. Thanks.
Some people might fight him, or more.
Everybody here carries.
Especially a one-on-one sitting in the car with two dudes going around their car. Like,
have we gotten any immediate calls or anything?
You could totally be like, I was in fear of my life.
And if she has no idea who these guys are or why they're there,
We had a bunch of cop cars.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got parking spots now.
She looks rattled.
But we have parking.
Oh yeah.
It was the red Charger, right? Yeah, she looks rattled. So go pick the car with the handicap placard.
My mom drives a car just like that. So I went down there, boss. Here's the sign on the door. You can't read what it says. It's got the postal inspector's badge on it. I went in, and they're like, yeah, that's a restricted area. We don't know how he got in there.
Did you take a picture of it?
I held the body camera up to it. And I also held it when I got the latch and yanked on it and showed that it was a secure door. But they
Said
said
he thinks the mail carrier may have propped
No,
up
he's-
his men for himself. So that may have
But
been how
that's
he
a
did it.
lesson.
Yeah.
But no one would look at that door and be like, I should go in here.
No.
No.
I'm thinking maybe we can put your guy that you have in your car in Shane's vehicle, and then that way you can be available.
Okay.
If it gets
What's
once they
the
get
plan
their
on?
info that they haven't come
What
out.
Lisa? What's Lisa's word on it?
She just sent me a federal statute.
Yeah, because you don't have federal crimes here.
You do.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Which would be the postal inspector, right?
Exactly.
And
So
that's
I'm
what
waiting to
he's
hear from
finally
him
calling.
if they're going to have them come out or not to take the federal side. There's a federal statute about filming, on federal property. You have to have on a post office property. You have to have explicit permission from the postmaster to do it.
And he told him to get out of here.
Yeah. So there's definitely a federal crime.
Yep.
We have state crimes that we're going to book on.
Yep.
Did we find out those two girls are part of this or not?
Which two girls?
I thought they had two females in there that were with these guys.
No, and it didn't even in the video. All you see is those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harassing everyone. It's bad.
Okay. Yeah. So we need to make sure we get a copy of the video.
That's what they're working on. Just trying to get timelines.
And then let's get these guys down to the station. We'll book them at least disorderly conduct and harassment. And if I hear back on trespassing, we'll tack that on.
And
one's got the warrant.
And the warrant. We're just going to add that as a hold.
Yeah.
We're going to book on our charges.
Good.
Yeah.
And then book them into the do the JP.
Okay.
So,
Everybody was professional around them.
Yeah, but
everybody was just. And he's
I have no problems with it. I just.
Hey, he said, "You got your cameras on?" Like, of course we do. You film us, we film you.
I just want to. Once I started hearing it happen, I'm like,
Yeah.
let me start getting a hold of legal and stuff just to make sure that we're on.
And it was just
solid
almost just like I handled it like we did the scenario out there. I walked in. Do we have a victim? Do you want them off? What do we got going on here? And he's like, they absolutely are causing a disturbance in here. And that's why I walked out. I'm like, we got to knock the cameras. They're just, because then they started chasing her around. What's your badge number? What's your name, Miller? What's your name, Miller? What's your badge number?
Yeah, Miller, what's your name?
I mean, I thought it was enough. Actually, if she wanted to turn around and give an impact push, when I walked out, I'm like,
No, they were not that close.
Do you have
They were not
their
that
names
close.
and everything?
I just have the 6 foot tall guy.
So we need to only get their names though, so we can do some research.
Hey, this way,
One of
buddy.
these guys
TLO maybe.
that we deal.
I'll see what I can find.
He's saying because they went into a secured area that OIG may end up taking everything.
Oh.
So
So what do we do?
that's why I'm like,
We'll talk to Greg.
he was on the phone.
He
I
said
figure I'll
we've
tell
got
you first.
charges for the harassment and everything, but if they want to take it, we need to know.
Do you
How
know
long
who
are we
the guy
supposed
is
to
that's
wait?
sitting here watching us?
Yeah, he's waiting for his mom. The one in the
Okay.
green shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's waiting for his mom. And just so you guys know,
What green shirt?
he's over there.
Oh, not somebody that we have.
He just moved. Yeah, no.
So they're already, I guess he was live streaming it on YouTube. And so as soon as we cuffed them, I guess they're now saying that they're all coming down to the PD to protest.
Oh, Jesus.
Bring
Well,
it on.
I also just
Have
found out, too, that they were at Avondale Park.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's lovely. So,
Excuse me. Thank you.
he tried calling the inspector, Elizabeth Davis, and tried calling traffic house and left a message for traffic from OIG. He said because they went into a restricted area, that OIG may end up taking jurisdiction for everything because this entire property is federal.
Yeah.
But
there's
we're waiting
we
on
have
a
state
phone
charges
call.
also.
Or we can also just submit it through the OIG, correct?
No, not state charges.
No, we don't have to submit it to the county. Can't we go to an AG? Okay, so
But let's do this. If we're done with this part of the investigation, let's get them back to the station. Try
Work on
interviewing
ironing
them.
out.
Yeah, try to interview them under Miranda and see if they'll talk to us. If they won't, they won't. But let's try to do an actual interview of them. And buying time for the inspector to see if they're going to call us back.
Cool.
Alright. That's myself, and then yeah, if you just have them give me a call or whatever after you guys discuss, or you want to give me a call and just let me know kind of what's going on.
Okay.
Okay? Alright, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
They're just idiots. Both of them.
Unfortunately, they're everywhere. So.
No. unfortunately, yeah, we have to deal with them.
So, alright, sir. Yep. These fucking people, man. I don't even care. I don't care about that.
See, I'm going to read you something real quick. Okay. Just to verify, Brian Dale Hyder, that is your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your date of birth is... Okay. Can I read you this? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you during questioning if you so desire. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed to you prior to questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. Would you like to talk to me for a second?
No. Well, yeah, I'll talk to you. Sure.
Okay. So, why were you at the post office today?
Just to film in public.
Just to film the public?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any certain reason to film the public?
Just working on a story on how people react in public, and it's a First Amendment protected activity.
So, when people started saying they felt uncomfortable when you were putting cameras in their face, what was your reaction?
That I was legally, and there was no reason I should be approached and told to leave or anything like that.
To put a camera in somebody's face? You didn't think
they
that
approached me, and the camera isn't a weapon anyways.
I understand that, but making people feel uncomfortable. Did you go back into the post office further?
Yeah.
Did you go into a door that said no entry?
No.
You did not go into a door that said no entry. Did you go into any unlocked door into the post office after you were told not to?
I was in the passport area. That's when they told us to leave.
So you did not open the door to the left when you're facing the guy, the postmaster, and go into that door?
No.
That goes back there where the post office workers are, where they're delivering mail and setting mail up. You never went back there whatsoever?
No, I never went beyond the passport area.
So you stayed in the hallways, what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And were you told to leave?
Yes.
By who?
I don't know who he was. He didn't identify himself.
You're saying he didn't identify himself?
I don't remember him identifying himself, no.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the postmaster told you that you were talking to, told you to leave?
It was probably him, possibly.
Okay. And what did you say after he told you to leave?
That this is a public building, and I would like to film the posters that was behind it, that was published for the public to look at.
Behind him?
Yes. There was a hallway that goes into the, are you familiar with the post office?
I was in there, yes.
Okay, yeah, so the passport area, there's a hallway that cuts over like this, and right here on this wall that cuts over, there's a wall right here with a bunch of posters and everything.
So what was the purpose of filming those posters?
To find out what they were, because it's information for the public.
You couldn't have just asked him?
No, I don't think so. He was being uncooperative.
Okay, and so when you were talking with him, did anybody else come up to you and tell you that they felt uncomfortable with you in there and asking you why you were filming?
They were asking us why, and they said that they didn't like it, but I suppose, I don't know, it doesn't matter because, you know, I'm in public and there's nothing wrong with filming in public.
Did you know that when you're in the post office and you're going further back, did you know that there was an area that you weren't supposed to go into?
I didn't realize I went into any area that I wasn't supposed to go into. I felt like I was in a public area, just like everybody else.
Okay.
I did not pass any doors, and if they told you that, then that's a false report. And my camera will prove that I never went into any back area other than the passport area that is open to the public.
Okay. And so, your buddy?
I don't really want to speak about him.
Did y'all come together?
I don't want to speak about it.
Okay. But you do know him? Clearly, you were together.
You already know the answers to that. I just don't want to speak on it, you know.
Okay.
I don't want to get him drilled into something, you know. I'm not going to speak for him.
Okay.
I'm going to speak for myself.
So, you were there for the purpose to film and do a report on people's reactions in public
Yeah, just
at a
whatever
post office?
happens, yeah.
Did you believe that you were going to incite some type of discord?
No.
You didn't think that that would happen? You didn't think people would feel uncomfortable or uneasy, especially if you're putting a camera up in people's faces?
No. You watched the
Is it
video when I
normal?
first
Is
walked
it
in.
normal to? Would you say is it normal for somebody to go into a post office and start filming everything?
It's not what everybody does know, but it is actually pretty normal lately that people do that.
Why would you say it's normal? You don't.
I see it all the time on the internet, people doing it. Every single day.
You see it all the time on the internet for every single day of people filming people in the internet, in the post office. Well, if you've already been seeing them film it, do it every day, why would you feel the need to do it if they've already done it? Wouldn't you have gotten your answers right there on the internet?
No, it's different to do it yourself.
Why?
It just is. I don't know.
What type of reaction were you wanting?
I wanted to be able to leave. That's what I was looking for.
Well, why didn't you leave?
Because I was arrested.
When you were asked to leave multiple times and you refused.
No, I didn't refuse to leave. I was trying to leave, but I was trying to get a badge number before I left, and they arrested me before I got the chance to leave.
Were you asked to leave by the postmaster?
Yeah.
And did you leave then?
No, I left outside, but it's an unlawful order if we're doing something that's lawful.
It's a what?
Unlawful order.
To do?
To tell me to do something that, to tell me to leave a public area, it's an unlawful order.
So, do you believe you made few people feel uncomfortable?
I probably made just as many people comfortable as I did uncomfortable.
Okay, so did you have a lot of people come up to you and say thank you for making me feel comfortable?
No, but I had people.
Did you have some people come up to you and say, why are you doing this? This makes me feel uncomfortable?
They never said they were uncomfortable. They asked me why I was doing it, and I explained why. And I wasn't going to stand there and explain all day long and argue with somebody, so I just told them.
So clearly the patrons that were going in there to actually get some mail taken care of or whatever came to you and said they clearly didn't feel comfortable with this just by walking up to you and telling you. And then when the postmaster came to you and asked you to leave, you said no. Correct?
I don't remember exactly what I said word for word. I don't remember.
But did you leave?
Yeah, I told him I was leaving. And then he said he was going to call the cops, so I said I'd wait for him outside. So I went outside.
And so when the officer got outside and asked you to leave multiple times, did you leave?
I said I was going to leave, I just needed a badge number. And then he left.
And so you decided to stay? Did another officer come up to you and ask you to leave?
I don't remember exactly. I don't know how many officers spoke to me. But it's all on video. That's why I document, because I don't have to remember that stuff.
So would you say, what was your purpose for going there? When you just saw that you were kind of being disruptive, people were feeling uncomfortable? What was
I don't
your
think
purpose?
you're understanding, so I'm just going to talk to a lawyer now. You're just not getting it. You're never going to get it.
Okay, why was that?
Because you just don't understand. Either you get it or you don't. I did nothing wrong. I never broke the law.
I'm just trying to find out why you were there.
It doesn't matter why I was there. I was there doing something protected by the Constitution, and I was not breaking the law.
Okay, so we're clear. You don't think that by making people feel uncomfortable...
That's up to them. I can't control how they feel.
Well, you can
A lot of people are glad to have cameras around.
Well, you can if you're actually coming up to people and filming in front of their face.
It's not like I was there to film her. She approached me. She spoke to me. I don't know who that lady is. No clue.
All right. All right, sir.
Have a seat. Do you know how much money you have in your wallet?
Not exactly.
Okay, how much do you think?
Quite a bit.
How much do you think is in there? I'm not playing games with you, dude.
Yeah, I just don't want to give any numbers in case I'm wrong. I'm not answering, is what I'm saying.
What's that?
I'm not answering, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to count the money that was in your wallet. 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, 650, 670, 690, 710, 730, 750, 770, 790, 810, 830, 850, 870, 890, 910, 930, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 938. Okay? I don't care if you talk to me. It doesn't matter.
It's nothing personal, it's just that this is a criminal matter now. You know, it's not personal.
Well, this isn't criminal. This is just making sure that you know you're... No, I'm just inventorying of your property. This isn't part of what you're being charged with.
So am I getting bonded out, or what's the deal?
So we are booking you at 4th Avenue Jail. And you'll see the judge there for your initial appearance. They have 3 options. They can release you on your own recognizance. They can set a bond that you can post or not. And they can hold you without bond. Well,
so what is the charges then? Because I was told I already had a bond.
There's no bond until you get down there. There's a bond for your warrant.
Okay, that's what.
But it wouldn't make sense to pay your bond on your warrant when you're getting booked for other charges. Because you can bond out for that, but you're getting booked anyway.
Yeah, so I'm having no bond.
So, you have a bond. So, the charges you're being booked on, your bond will be set once you get booked. You're not being booked here. This is just a holding facility.
So the bond's not going to get the 4th Ave?
So, once you get down there, you get booked in, you go to your initial appearance, and the judge will determine how you're going to be held. Either with a bond, no bond, or they can just release you on your own recognizance. You're not getting booked for murder, so you're not probably going to get held on no bond. Okay. The only other ways you can get held on no bond is if you're not a resident here and they don't have a belief that you're going to return back to court. Okay. If you're a South Dakota resident, they probably aren't going to release you on bond. Okay. Because they need an assurance that you're going to come back to court. But ultimately, that's not my role to tell you that you're going to get held with or without bond. That's just the 3 options they can do. Your own recognizance, if you release on that, that's just you signing, saying I'll come back to court on this date, and then you leave. Okay. So generally it's that, or having a bond to post. I'll find out what charges you're being charged with. I think disorderly conduct and harassment, and possibly trespassing. Okay. But I'll find out for you. I'm not the case officer on this. I just came to help, so I don't know the back end, but
I hope you do your research on this. We never trespassed, we never harassed anybody.
okay. Well, I'm not saying the trespass. The disorderly conduct and the harassment, I'm pretty sure on those. The trespassing, I'm not positive. I'll find out about that.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't understand the disorderly.
That's why we have a justice system. Okay. You think you didn't commit a crime? We don't take sides. We really don't. Okay. I can take it you don't like the police.
I don't know why you would think that. Oh. I'm being nice to you right now.
I know, but
you know, I'm just nice to people that are nice to me, and they arrested me for constitutional protected activity. So,
okay. Well,
I'm not going to lick the boots for it.
I don't expect to lick boots. I probably love the Constitution and have more respect for it than a whole lot of people in this country. Probably tell more people what the Constitution says than most people.
So do you feel it's wrong to film in the post office?
Well, I'm not going to get into the semantics of this. You already told Officer Daniel you don't want to talk about the case. Okay. I respect that. On the flip side, I'm not going to have a reverse conversation where I'm going to answer your questions about what I think, because this isn't about what I think. Okay. Post office has their own set of rules as far as federal law goes. Okay, we investigate state and local codes. Okay, we don't enforce federal law. So as far as the disorderly conduct and the harassment goes, I didn't do those interviews. I didn't interview those victims. So I don't know what was said. Okay, if we're called to the scene, we conduct an investigation. Okay, we conduct interviews, determine if we have probable cause. Okay, if we have probable cause that a crime happened, then we make an arrest. Okay, it can go through court. We can have probable cause, but it may never rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, that's the standard of proof you need once you go to court. Okay, we have enough evidence to show probable cause. We take action from there. Okay. I'm not saying that I know everything that happened because I came after the fact and there were other officers there at the beginning. Okay. I just came as a backup officer and I got tasked with driving you from there to here.
I understand that, but just because they don't like what we were doing doesn't mean that it's illegal.
Well,
and that's the facts.
Keep in mind though with state laws of disorderly conduct, engaging, the statute reads engaging in seriously disruptive behavior. Okay, the harassment statute, okay, it says you commit an act or acts that cause another person to be harassed. What causes me to be harassed and what causes you to be harassed might be two very different things. Okay, but engaging in that course of conduct, you told me out there that it's your First Amendment right to free speech. Absolutely.
Defend the public, freedom of press, yeah.
Okay.
Gather information. I document everything I can.
Okay. Freedom of speech, press, religion, freedom of assembly, freedom to address the government, redress of grievances.
That's right.
Okay.
You know everything that the last one didn't know about in South Dakota that arrested me.
I can probably recite the preamble to you. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So my point is that with the First Amendment, a lot of people want to say that everything is protected speech. Well, I'm not telling you what is and isn't. That's not my job. But my rights, your rights, anybody else's rights extend to the point where they encroach upon somebody else's rights. Okay, so if through our investigation we determined that somebody else's rights to peace and quiet not being disturbed in a place where they have a legal right to be, okay, if you're going to the post office to do business, you have a legal right to be there, right? Okay, but once somebody else's rights are encroached upon, they feel harassed and disturbed by somebody else's course of conduct, that's where you get into the disorderly conduct and harassment area.
I understand. It has to be a legitimate complaint, though. Something that's lawful.
There were a lot of people complaining.
Well, something that's lawful can't be criminalized. They can complain all they want.
If I walk outside in the middle of the night and just start screaming and wake up everybody, I'll get arrested for disorderly conduct.
Right. I wasn't screaming.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just giving an example. I should have the right to walk outside and just yell if I feel like yelling, right?
You can go outside and film if you want. You're not going to get disorderly for that. That's what I was doing. I was filming. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't speaking to anybody unless they spoke to me.
The totality of the circumstances. I don't know the circumstances, so I'm not going to comment about what you did because I don't know. I'm not going to talk out of my ass about it. Okay, but we look at the totality of circumstances and the course of conduct as a whole. Okay, sometimes in some investigations we'll see one thing happen, one thing happen, one thing happen. Maybe as individual acts, they didn't rise to that level of criminality, but the three of them committed in the same incident at the same time, combined, give more rise to a crime. I'm not saying, I don't know what happened, so I'm just telling you that sometimes it's a course of conduct as a whole that rises to that level of probable cause.
It sounds like it rises to a level of that they don't like us more and more. It's not that we're doing anything different or breaking the law. They just don't like what we're doing.
Well, that's why you can go to court.
Right.
We have the best justice system in America.
Well, that's good. Arizona does?
Yeah. America in general.
All right.
I can think of plenty of other countries that have it worse than we do.
Right, yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
I think we have it pretty fair here.
Yeah, but definitely part of my education is trying to educate other people about how the government agencies don't want them to know their rights. So I just kind of go out and prove that we have rights and show people. And then when I get arrested, it's kind of like the opposite, where they're training the public that it's illegal to film in public, and it's not. And everybody now that was at the post office thinks that we were breaking the law when we wasn't. And we were trying to teach them what the law was.
that might be because they're just seeing a little snippet of it instead of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So they're coming to a conclusion based on the incomplete information.
Yeah. Only a couple of them, though. It wasn't like everybody there was against it. I'm sure there was plenty of people there that don't feel threatened by cameras. But the disturbance was when all the cops showed up. There was 10 cops there, and everybody couldn't even leave the parking lot. And everybody's kind of blocked in. And there was
That's not really disturbance. That's
well, it's business, yeah, but it was unnecessary business that caused the disturbance to the customers.
well, but that's not your role to decide that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's our job to determine the response that we need, and as we don't need things, then they go away.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But
it made us look bad like we were the ones who broke the law, though. We never did break the law. And we were there trying to educate people on the law. And we just got the complete opposite of what we were looking for.
well, if your intent is to show people that they have constitutional rights, maybe look at more effective ways in doing that, as far as look at how you're conducting yourself and what you're doing.
Well, when the government is against you, I've got arrested in South Dakota for the same thing. And they don't allow you to educate the public, and they just shut you down, and they shut you up, then you don't really have other options.
Well, you're a smart guy. I know you're not stupid. There's a lot of stupid people in the world. Okay, we arrest a lot of dumb people. Okay, I don't think you're a dumb person. Okay, but if you have a point that you want to prove, okay, talk to people. Engage in it.
Well, we wasn't talking to people, they were talking to us, but if they talk to us, then we'll talk to them.
Engage in behavior that's not going to alarm, disrupt, bother people. Because perception is everything, right?
Yeah. Well, just having a camera on, you're talking to me, you got a camera on, doesn't mean anything's different. You can do that to the public, and just because you're a cop, people think it's okay, but just because I'm the public, people think it's not okay.
But if your behavior bothers and disturbs people,
what behavior?
Just film. If you walk up to me when I wasn't working and just started filming me in public, I would be bothered by it. I would. I'm telling you the truth. I would be bothered by it.
Some people are kind of aggressive about it with the camera, and I can see what you're talking about, but we weren't being aggressive. We were just being there.
Again, that's open to somebody's interpretation. You approach somebody that's never been in a physical confrontation, never had somebody be in their face, they've never been in somebody's face in their life. Imagine that person is the one you're approaching.
I didn't approach them, but they approached me.
Okay, well, I don't know. But you're taking a gamble that that person is somebody who's going to react in what you expect is a reasonable manner.
I could be walking down the street with my dog, though, and somebody not like a dog. I can't expect to run into people all the time that don't like dogs and have to fend them off.
I know, but at the same time, you're going there looking for either to show something or to get a reaction.
I was able to test my rights. Okay. I wanted to know if I was going to get out of it without being harassed. There's no need for being harassed just for from out of town.
Then look at, I'm not telling you what to do, I'm just saying if you're genuinely trying to prove a point and you want to get a point across and you're not just out looking to get a reaction from people or get a rise or get the police to do something, if you actually want to prove a point, then really find a way to reach people. Okay. You can reach people in a civil, courteous way and spread information. Lots of people do it about lots of different topics, but you approached it in a manner that ended up in this.
This is their fault.
Most cops out there are pretty ardent supporters of the Constitution. So I know that I am.
In a big hurry to arrest us. I know that. There's another thing cops are really cool.
Arresting people?
Yeah.
It's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
I don't arrest more people than I arrest them.
Yeah.
So.
But if you're, cornered and you don't know what to do, to jeopardy, then cops tend to just arrest people if they don't want to.
I've never arrested somebody without probable cause that a crime happened.
That's good.
I've been a cop for a little while.
Yeah, that's good.
So, you do what you do, you man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give you some food for thought. Yes, we arrested you because we have proof that a crime happened, but you're either looking to invoke some type of reaction or confrontation with the police. Okay, I'm not stupid to what goes on in the world. Okay, I look at you too also. Okay, I'm not stupid. Okay.
Well, you can't generalize me as all the guys on YouTube. I can't.
I'm just saying that in general, a lot of people do that. They don't care about furthering people's rights or protecting rights. A lot of people just want to get a reaction out of cops and see if cops will make a mistake and do something stupid. Okay, that's the reality. Is a lot of people do that. If that's you, then it's you. If it's not, then it's not. Only you know what's in your heart. If that's what you're hoping for or trying to do.
So y'all think I'm just trying to get you guys hands up? So now you got to arrest me. You got to get me. You got to keep a charge on me to protect yourselves.
No, we have victims who want to press charges against you.
What's that?
I said we have victims. We have people. We're not victims in this. Okay. We have other people who want to prosecute you. Other people who are willing to go to court and testify against you and say that they were harassed and their peace was disturbed. Okay. You didn't.
Out of your hands, then, I guess.
Well, we're not the victims in this. Okay. We can't be victims of you filming other people at the post office. If nobody else there, okay, if they weren't threatened, then you wouldn't be charged, or if they didn't feel harassed, then you wouldn't be charged with harassment. Okay. It's their right to pursue prosecution or not. They wanted to. Okay. So you're not here just because we're trying to cover nothing. It's not like that.
Well, that's how what's going on in South Dakota. I think they all look that they're wrong, but they need to stick a charge on me to protect themselves and make them look like they were good guys, not a criminal. But I never broke the law.
No, we don't do that here.
Right.
So we do good police work here.
I do watch YouTube though, and I do see it happen. I don't want to generalize you guys as them, but it does happen. And in situations like these, it's a perfect situation for it to happen.
Well, I've dealt with all sorts of people that I've arrested. Decent people and complete a-holes. Okay. I'm sure you've dealt with cops along the same spectrum. I know that every cop in the world is not the nicest person. We're people, everyone's got different attitudes. I'm nice until I have a reason not to be. So, right on? Alright, so this is going to go to the jail. When you get out, they're going to cut you a check. So we put it's like looks like a little vending machine you put all the money into. So they cut you a check, so you won't actually get your cash back. So they'll just cut, I don't know if they put it on a prepaid card or cut you a check. But we don't have outlets, it just goes into a machine. Cool, 938.
Yes, sir.
So are we using the inspector or?
This is the White Tank Justice Court. Case JC 2019-115630. Bench trial set for this date and time. I have for the state.
David Hanselman for the state, Your Honor.
Okay, the defendant.
Bryan Byrnes.
Thank you. You have advisory counsel this morning?
Yes, sir. I've never heard of
Thank you. Good morning. Defendant's been cited for 3 Class 1 misdemeanors. State ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. I wanted to mention one preliminary thing. So all of our witnesses are here except for one. She's on her way. I will need to meet with her beforehand to authenticate a video or an audio recording. She's on her way. We could either wait or we can get started and maybe recess afterwards, whatever Your Honor prefers.
Well, we've got the day scheduled, so we can always take a recess when your witness shows up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Hyder, are you ready to proceed?
I subpoenaed the arresting officer. I haven't seen him show up. So I would just need him to be here to be.
So I know, was it Officer Miller?
Yes.
So I know he is here.
Okay.
So he's here, and the state will likely be presenting him in our case.
Okay, then we should be ready to proceed then, sir.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Opening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. At around 9:30 in the morning on April 8th, 2019, two women, Theresa Piccola and Connie Afton, went to the Avondale Goodyear post office. Theresa, a real estate agent who lives in a Stray Mountain Ranch, went there to pay her taxes. Again, this is tax season, a week before the tax deadline. Connie, an auditor for U-Haul, who lived in nearby Wildflower Ranch, went there to pick up some packages that she was having delivered to her post office box. Little did they know when they went to the post office that morning what they would confront when they were running their morning errands. As Theresa was standing in line in the lobby of the post office, two men, one the defendant, Bryan Hyder, and his sidekick, Vidal Chavez Galvez, came through the front door. Mr. Hyder carried a silver Canon PowerShot camera. Mr. Chavez Galvez carried a black Samsung cell phone on a stick, and for the next 15 minutes, they walked slowly around the inside of the post office, filming the lobby, the post office boxes, and the passport processing area. Mr. Hyder knew when he entered the post office that morning that what he was going to do was going to provoke a reaction. In this post-Oklahoma City bombing, post-9/11 world, seeing two strangers filming the inside of a federal building would be alarming enough. But the defendant and his companion, Mr. Chavez Galvez, went even further. They filmed the post office customers without their consent, went into areas of the post office that were not open to the public, and filmed into areas of the post office where entry was expressly prohibited. Customers were visibly upset by the conduct of the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez and complained to the post office employees. The defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez were not just filming the posters and signs inside the post office, they were filming them, the customers, without their consent. The postmaster saw the disturbance that the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez were creating and asked the defendant to leave multiple times. Despite multiple reasonable requests to do so, the defendant refused to leave. Theresa was one of the customers who was filmed without her consent by both the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez that morning. She was so concerned by their conduct that she called 911. As she was calling 911, the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez exited the post office and went to the parking lot area. And it's there where they accosted Connie, the woman who was there just to pick up her packages. As Connie exited the front door of the post office, Mr. Chavez Galvez turned his camera onto Connie. Connie said not once, but twice, very loudly, "I do not give you permission to take my picture." But Mr. Chavez Galvez persisted as she hid with her packages in her arm behind a brick pillar in the front of the post office. She then looked to her right and saw Mr. Hyder filming her from the side. With nowhere to hide, Connie then retreated to her car. And the state will show you video evidence of how upset Connie was that morning. But did the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez stop? No. The defendant then pursued Connie to her car, started walking around her car slowly, all the while filming her and her car, ultimately culminating at the back of her car where he could get her license plate number so that he could identify who was calling the police on him. Meanwhile, Mr. Chavez Galvez was situated at the front of Connie's car, zooming his camera in so he could film her through the windshield as she was calling 911. In essence, the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez had surrounded Connie's car while she was hiding inside, waiting for the police to arrive. The state will start its case by calling the postmaster of the Goodyear Post Office, Larry Imai.
This is not a public place.
Mr. Imai will testify regarding the defendant's conduct, the effect it was having on the post office customers and employees, his efforts to get Mr. Hyder to leave the post office, and Mr. Hyder's refusal to do so. The state will then call 3 post office employees, Mark Grabowski, Steve Castro, and Bryan Byrnes, who from various vantage points inside the post office either saw the defendant harassing customers, hearing Mr. Imai tell the defendant to leave, or hearing the customers complain about what the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez were doing. Next, the state will present testimony from Theresa and Connie, 2 of the post office employees that were harassed by the defendant that morning. And finally, the state will present testimony from Goodyear Police Department Officer Michael Miller, who responded to the scene, who will talk a little bit about the videotape evidence that was seized from the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez that morning. At the conclusion of this testimony, and with some of the videotape evidence before you, the state will ask the court to find the defendant guilty of disorderly conduct, trespass, and harassment. Thank you.
Mr. Hyder, do you have an opening statement?
I would like to reserve my opening statement, and I will request the witness witnessing the trial.
Invoke the rule, is that what you're asking?
I believe that it's against the rules to have a witness witnessing the trial.
Not against the rules, but...
In other words, should other witnesses leave while other witnesses are testifying? The state's fine with that.
Okay.
Teresa, you want to wait outside?
Was there a comment from advisory council?
No.
Thank you. State, go ahead and call your first witness.
Right, Your Honor, the state's going to call Postmaster Larry Imai.
This is not a public place. You're trespassing me.
If I could go out and he's waiting outside.
Yeah. Would you like me to have my staff on hand for this, or?
It might be helpful. We've got 7 witnesses.
Okay. One moment. As we need, you go out.
Yes.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Swear or affirm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Go ahead, be seated. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Larry Takashi Imai.
And Mr. Imai, where do you work?
At the Goodyear, Avondale Goodyear Post Office.
And what is the address of the Avondale Goodyear Post Office?
It just went blank. But it's on Australia Parkway.
Is the address of the Avondale Goodyear Post Office 875
Yes.
South Australia Parkway, Goodyear, Arizona?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, the state asks the court to take judicial notice of the fact that the Avondale Goodyear Post Office is located in Maricopa County and within the jurisdiction of the White Tank Justice Court.
So noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Imai, what is your title?
I'm the postmaster there.
And how long have you served as the postmaster of the Avondale Goodyear Post Office?
A little bit over 7 years right now.
And how long total have you worked for the United States Postal Service?
It'll be 27 years.
And where did you work prior to Avondale Goodyear?
Where did I work prior to?
Yeah.
I worked for the Jack Marcus Corporation, and then prior to that, I worked for the military, the U.S. Army.
Is postmaster the highest ranked position at the Avondale Goodyear Post Office?
Yes, it is.
As postmaster, do you have authority to trespass someone from the post office?
Yes, I do.
Under what circumstances can you trespass someone from the post office?
When they're in violation or causing a disruption, or they're in unauthorized locations where confidential materials are added, or where we have
high cost money and, you know, checks and banking stuff. If they are in that area, then we could just remove them.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the post office property. Could you just generally describe the property for the court?
Probably is about 40,000 square foot of mail processing. I have 157 carriers. We serve close to 80,000 customers. We run the Avondale and Goodyear carriers out of that facility. We have I have 50 rural routes and 30 city routes. So, and we do about $150,000 in transactions per day.
Okay. And how about the layout of the property? Can you describe the physical layout of the property?
The physical layout? West side is our customer service area. That's where our the customers park. We do our retail business there, PO box section and everything else. The mail processing is done on the back area of that building. And then there's customer parking, and then towards the front, and then there's employee parking all the way around.
Okay. Is there also a passport processing area?
Yes, there is.
And where's that located?
It's in our retail lobby. There is a passport office. We actually made the office, and because we couldn't do passports on the counter, because we had to do it in the back, because the Department of State wants all that information is confidential.
Okay. Are all areas of the post office accessible to the public?
No, not all areas.
And which areas of the post office are not accessible to the public?
All areas that have my employees or doing mail processing or handling customers.
Were you working at the post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
And can you describe precisely what happened at around 9:25 that morning?
Around 9:25, two individuals started filming the office. We've been warned ahead of time not to engage these people unless they cause a disturbance or go into unauthorized areas. Because we got tons of emails saying that do not engage, do not be on video, do not, because they have a right to do what they do, but maintain your composure and everything else so that we don't show a negative presence to the negative actions from the post office to the public.
Okay. Do you see one of the two men that was filming inside the post office in the courtroom this morning?
Yes.
And can you please describe him and tell us where he's sitting?
He's right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that Mr. Irvine has identified the defendant as one of the men he observed filming inside of the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
So noted.
I want to go over that morning in a little bit more detail, Mr. Irvine. What time did you start working that morning, if you remember?
6 a.m.
Okay. And what time did the post office open?
We opened for business at 8:30, but the employees started arriving around 2 a.m.
What time did the defendant enter the post office?
I don't know exactly what time he entered the post office, but it was, as soon as they started filming and everything, my employees started letting me know. It was around 9 o'clock.
And where did the defendant enter the post office?
I didn't see him enter, so.
Okay. Where did you first see the defendant?
When he was in our retail lobby.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing there?
He was just taking films of the posters and the menus and the retail boxes and just walking around.
Did you see the defendant film any customers?
At first he didn't, and then he did.
Okay. And you said the defendant was there with a second man. Can you describe him for the court?
Short Hispanic, a little bit heavy set.
And what was he doing?
He was also doing filming.
Did you have any personal interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
And where did that interaction take place?
As soon as he entered our passport area and behind, that's an office area, and then past that goes into our conference room, and then my office, and there's a vault and safe and everything else back behind there.
Okay. And what was the defendant doing when he came into that area?
He was filming.
And is that area open to the public?
That area, the conference room and my office and everything else is not open to the public, and the workroom floor is not open to the public.
Okay. And did you say anything to the defendant when he was in that area?
I said he couldn't be here and he couldn't be back here because we were handling private information. He made his way towards the workroom floor door and started filming through there. And I told him again he cannot be here. And then about the third time, I go, well, now you're just trespassing.
It's trespassing me.
And then he said, go ahead, call the police. Then he said, I'll go wait for him in the front.
Okay. So did you tell the defendant to leave that area?
Yes.
And how many times did you tell him to leave?
At least 3 to 4 times.
And what was the defendant's response?
He didn't care.
What was the defendant's demeanor that morning during your interaction with him?
Demeanor-wise, he just didn't care. He didn't listen. He was going to do what he was going to do. He didn't listen to anybody, what anybody was saying. He was asked to leave several times and he didn't do it.
And I just want to backtrack on something. Did the defendant go into any areas of the post office that were not accessible to the public?
Not that I've seen. I mean, the only ones I saw was when he came in the back area there.
Okay. Did the defendant film into areas that were not accessible to the public?
Yes.
And which areas were those?
Well, that was filming towards back of my workroom floor and back towards where the safe and vault is, that area.
Did the defendant engage in behavior that was seriously disruptive to the Postal Service's business that morning?
Yes, he did.
And how so?
Well, when he started filming, he wasn't causing a huge disruption because he was filming, items on the walls and things. But when he started filming the customers and their transactions and things like that, then the customers got, felt unease and they wanted something done.
Okay. How many customers were in the post office that morning?
At the time that he was filming, it started out very small amounts, but then the line had grew to 10, 15.
Did any customers complain to you or your employees about the defendant's conduct?
Yes, they were wondering why we were allowing them to film their transactions and things like that, and we didn't. We told them we had to let them do, because they have rights, and we had to let them do it, but they can't film individuals or credit cards or, the transactions. But they could film the walls and windows and everything else, the building, all they want. But, and that's because, we got notified ahead of time that, to let these people go ahead and do what they have to do.
When you say you got notified ahead of time, are you talking specifically about the defendant and the person that was with him?
No, it wasn't specifically for this defendant. It was for the First Amendment group that were interacting with the post office clear across the nation. We just happened to be one of the post offices that they came into.
Did the defendant notify you before he came there on April 8th, 2019 that he was going to be filming in the Avondale Goodyear post office?
No.
Did any customers leave the post office as a result of the defendant's conduct?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant film any customers?
Yes, they were.
Did the customers, how did the customers react to that?
Like I said, they were uneasy. They didn't want to be filmed. They didn't want to be, they were very vocal about telling him, they didn't want to be on camera. But they kept on doing what they were doing. They didn't care what the customers were saying.
And how did your interaction with the defendant end?
He walked away and he said, "I'll meet the cops in the front." And by the time I didn't even have a chance to call, the customers have already called him.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyder, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. Give me 1 second, please. I'm taking a note. Is photography permitted inside the public areas of the post office?
When authorized by the postmaster, it is.
And where did you get this information?
Well, it's on our publication, poster 7. It's posted on the board. And it has all film. It says that news, advertising, commercial, filming is allowed in the public areas, but it also says by authorization of the postmaster.
Is that for in the non-public areas or in the public areas that already?
It's for all areas of the post office, public and non-public.
So I'm permitted, but I need your permission? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Are there any other signs stating any of these facts?
Are there any signs?
Yes. Or is it only poster 7?
Well, that's the only poster 7 we have is for federal, yes.
How many security cameras are in the public area of the post office?
I have 7.
Did you ask me to stop recording?
No, I didn't.
Is there a reason for that?
Because we were told not to engage you.
If I was violating the rules, would that give you permission to engage me?
If you were violating the rules. Depending on what rule were you violating. As far as the filming part, we were not to engage you personally. And that's why we didn't tell you to stop filming, but we did ask you to leave.
Did any of your staff interact with us?
I don't know if they did.
Did you witness Steve Castro interacting with us?
He interacted with the Hispanic guy, yes. Because the Hispanic guy was filming while he was doing a passport. And they had all the passport identification stuff on the desk.
Could you hear what he was saying?
Yes, he told me he had to leave.
Did Mark interact with us?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Sustained.
Did Mark ask us to leave?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I'm not understanding the objection. I didn't hear it.
It's unclear for the record who Mark is.
How stupid. Is Mark one of your employees?
I do have a Mark, I have several Marks working for me.
Is that the same Mark that you asked, or that I asked if we interacted with?
Depending which Mark you're asking about. I do have one Mark you were at that was interacting with you.
Did anyone else ask us to leave?
I think the police officers asked you to leave.
Did you tell officers that one of your employees named Mark asked us to leave?
No, I didn't tell that to the police officer.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Do you know who asked them to leave?
Well,
Was it
I
did
did,
you?
and then
Mark?
Mark did.
I would like to play Exhibit J for the court.
You have that on CD, DVD, what, sir?
It's on HDMI. It's on my laptop. I dropped off CDs, exhibits to the court a couple months ago, and I assumed that I could play it on my laptop here. They have HDMI cables available.
Well, we do have a player.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't have any objection pending what he's going to show him.
Well, I need to be able to project it up to the screen.
I spoke with your staff earlier, and they said that I could play it through the HDMI cable.
Yeah, let me get to.
We're all set up. There we go.
Is that your monitor, your screen there, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And this is just going to be Larry's statements to police that he told police that Mark told us to leave, and it contradicts with his testimony today.
I mean, there's other people that came in and filmed and then they left, but then these guys.
Do you know who asked them to leave?
Well,
Was it
I
did
did,
you?
and then
Mark?
Mark did.
And they did not.
Yeah, even the customers asked them to leave.
So, but you guys are what matters, and you guys asked them to leave, and they did not.
Correct.
Okay. And you identified yourselves?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if we review that.
I have one more exhibit that will show the same testimony. If I could play Exhibit J, same one.
I thought you just told me that was Exhibit J, sir.
Yes, it's both of them. He said it twice on the same exhibit. Contradicts what his testimony is saying today.
How many times were they asked to leave?
3 or 4 times.
By you and Mark?
Okay. Oh, I'm trying to shut that down. Thank you.
So did Mark ask you to leave?
Yes. Was that an answer?
Well, that's your answer. If Mark asked you to leave.
Is there, sir?
Okay,
Mr. Hyder, is there a question in here and to the witness? You haven't been asked a question yet.
I just wanted to know if you witnessed Mark asking us to leave.
Did I witness it?
Yes.
No, I just heard Mark say it.
Okay. Did you witness anything, I'm sorry, did you witness the customers asking us to leave?
No.
Did you tell police officers that you heard customers tell us to leave?
Yeah, even the customers asked them to leave. Even the customers asked them to leave and not to be filmed.
I heard that they were saying that the customers were asking you to leave. That was, I don't know, hearsay.
Okay. When you told your staff not to interact with us, when was that? At what point?
It was about 2 weeks before you even entered the building. We've already got notice that you guys are coming.
Okay. And did they interact with us?
No.
Did you witness Steve Castro interacting with us?
He interacted with the Hispanic guy, yes.
Could you hear what he was saying?
Yes, he told me he had to leave. I do have one mark that was interacting with you.
And did they interact with us?
No.
What kind of posters and pamphlets does the post office display on the walls and counters?
What are you asking specifically for?
What kind of
we
services?
have all posters of advertisements, prices, conduct.
Is this all public information or is it private?
It's all public information. It's all posted on the boards.
Does the post office advertise this information in any other ways in the form of commercials or radio ads?
What do you mean?
Did you pay for advertising for this public information?
No.
Is it against post office policy for customers to view these posters and public information?
No, that's why they're posted. For everybody to read, we had nothing to hide.
Is it against policy to record it?
No.
Is it a disturbance to view or record this information?
No.
Would it be permitted for me to go there and take the posters off the wall rather than document them?
I guess you could take it off the wall. We'd have to go through and replace it.
And I would be allowed to take them home?
Well, they're also online.
Okay. Could you explain the disturbance that you testified to in the lobby?
Well, as far as the customers' wise, or the one that me and you had?
Were we ever in the lobby together?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. I was referring to the customers then, who was, what happened, what was being said.
I didn't see you engage with customers.
Okay.
Even the customers asked me to leave and not to be filmed.
Is it fair to say you just assumed I was causing a disturbance if you didn't witness it?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Did you get my side of the story before you decided I was causing a disturbance?
That part wasn't between me and you. And no part did I remove you for disturbance.
What happened is a lot of the customers started complaining because they didn't want to be filmed in the lobby.
Well, unfortunately, it's not against the law to film.
Right, it's not against the law to film, but when they were causing disturbance, then that was then you could try to put
What disturbance were they, other than the customers were upset because they're...
the customers upset.
What's your guys' policy as far as recording in a
They can,
federal building?
as long as they don't cause a disturbance. Yeah, like any government building, they're allowed, where there's public access, they can film within the public access.
Did they ever go behind the desk or anything like that? No? Okay.
No, they stayed outside of anywhere where it's like restricted.
You didn't quite answer the question. I was just wanting to know if you got my side of the story before you decided I was the cause of the disturbance.
I don't know what you're asking.
Did you get my side of the story?
No.
Did you get the customer side of the story?
No.
When you explained to the customers that photography is permitted, were you referring to the two witnesses here today, Theresa and Connie?
Did any customers complain to you or your employees about the defendant's conduct?
Yes, they were wondering why we were allowing them to film their transactions and things like that, and we didn't. We told them we had to let them do, because they have rights. What's the question again?
Did you tell Connie and Theresa that photography is permitted in the post office?
I don't remember.
Did you witness any reason for the customers to call police?
They called the police before I even did anything.
I don't think you answered the question. Did you see any reason for the customers to call police?
My only interaction with you is when I told you you need to be out of this area.
I'm asking about the confrontation between me and the customers.
I didn't see the confrontation between you and the customer.
Okay. I'm sorry.
The customers asked them to leave and not to be filmed.
Okay.
What customers were all upset for them filming them too?
I mean, they're allowed to film, but the customers get upset and they cause a disturbance.
This is causing a disturbance. Hey, you're causing a disturbance. We have enough for disturbance.
All right, let's go.
You need to put the camera down, sir.
All right, guys, I'm getting arrested.
I'm asking about the confrontation between me and the customers.
I didn't see the confrontation between you and the customer.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It was just between me and you at that time.
Okay. Did you ask me to leave the passport area, or did you ask me to leave the building?
I asked you to leave the passport area.
Why did you ask me to leave?
Because it's a restricted area.
Is there signs that restrict the entry into the passport
It
area?
says no entry.
Did I cross that door that says no entry?
Yes, you did.
Are there any other doors in the post office that says no entry that is a public area?
That is a public area? No.
Is there a reason why there would be a no entry sign on a public area?
There is a no entry sign in a public area.
I believe you said that post office for the passport area is open to the public, but it has a no access sign on it.
Did the defendant go into any areas of the post office that were not accessible to the public?
Not that I've seen. I mean, the only ones I saw was when he came in the back area there.
Okay.
Is that true?
Not for the general public, but when we're conducting passports, we don't expect the public to be back there.
When you're doing passports, are you helping customers?
No.
How do you do passports without helping a customer in the passport area?
Because we're doing just the passport itself. The register is there for the passport person to, pay for their passport.
How do they use the register if they're not allowed to enter?
Well, we mean if they're not allowed to enter.
I think you said there was a no entry sign and it's not a public area? Or it is a
Yeah,
public
but
area?
when it's not public, but when they're doing a passport, they're actually our customer at the time. And they're permissible to be in the back. Because we walk them back there, and we actually do the passport back there.
On the day I was arrested, did you tell me that the passport area was not a public area?
This is not a public place. No, I think I just told you to leave.
I would like to play Exhibit C, 5-second clip of Larry telling me that I was in a non-public area.
So if I told you this is a non-public area, then why were you there?
It's not for the public to read?
No.
Is this employee-only posters?
Sir, go step over here.
What for?
Huh?
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No, why not?
It's not a public place because we don't allow every single customer to go back there.
Okay. Did you testify today that it was a public space?
No, I never said it was a public place.
The passport area? You never said that the passport area was a public area?
Not a public area.
Is it unreasonable for somebody to question why they're being asked to leave a public area?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
How many times did you ask me to leave?
I say 3 or 4 times.
Did I leave?
No.
Where was I arrested?
At the front of the office.
If I didn't leave the passport area, how did I get to the front office?
After I told you the 3rd time that now you're just trespassing, you said, go ahead and call the cops, I'll meet them up front. And you walked out the front.
So I did leave.
Yeah, eventually.
How long did it take for me to leave?
I don't know, I didn't follow you.
If I was causing a disturbance with the customers, why did you allow me to remain in the lobby with the customers?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Did you call the police?
No,
Is there a reason why you did not call the police?
because they were already there.
How long did it take for the police to arrive after?
I don't know, I never called them.
Did I do anything to make you feel I was a security risk?
Excuse me?
Did I do anything to make you feel that I was a security risk?
Only when you entered the back part of my office. And then when I told you to leave, you wouldn't leave at all.
Judge, could I get the witness to draw a map of the passport area and the post office and point out exactly where I was at? I think it would be helpful if we had a map to look at.
Okay.
You can start with the lobby, or if you could just draw it any way you like.
Well, this is the retail counter. This is where the passport office is. You came in through this door and then through this hallway. You went to the conference room, and past that is my office. And all this is not an area open to the public.
Okay,
This one goes to the workroom floor, and my stamp stuff and my safes are right behind that.
what part of the passport area did you testify that was open to the public?
I never said anything was open to the public. not in that area.
Okay. You can have a seat, man. That looks good, thank you. Did I give you any reason to think I was there to steal anything?
I wouldn't know.
Did I give you any reason to think I was there to harm anyone?
Like I said, I wouldn't know that.
I didn't quite understand what you said about the conference room. Did you say that I entered the conference room?
You went through that hallway, yes.
Did I enter the conference room or just stayed in the hallway?
You stayed in the hallway, and I shut the conference room door, yes.
Okay. Have you ever had others come into your building and record?
Yes.
Did you ask them to leave?
In the last 7 years, I've asked one person to leave.
Did they enter any non-public areas?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Did they have permission to record?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Is permission required to record in non-public areas?
Generally, no.
Are you saying I have every right to record in the non-public areas? Non-public.
In non-public areas?
Yes.
In public areas, you're allowed to record.
Okay. So then do I need permission to record in the non-public areas?
You would need access to get to be in the back, so you would need permission.
Okay. I didn't quite understand your answer. You gave me two different answers there. That's why I had to ask again. Non-public, I was referring to. Is permission required to record in all the public areas of the post office?
In all public areas of the post office? I mean, wherever the customers are allowed, they could record if they want.
And how do we know if they're a public area or a non-public area?
Well, there's signs on the door that says only employees only.
Is that the same sign on the post
For
passport area door?
For the one that says no entry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you point to the map on the door that says the no entry sign?
The one that says no entry?
Yes.
Is this door right there. And then there's a door right here that says no entry.
Okay. Now, the door that enters the passport hallway, is there a sign on that door?
To go into the passport office?
Yes.
There is no sign on the door.
Okay. Did you testify earlier that there was a sign on that door?
And I never testified there was a sign on that door.
Is there signs that restrict the entry into the passport
It
area?
says no entry.
Did I cross that door that says no entry?
Yes, you did.
Whose permission do I need to record in the post office?
You would need my permission. Or anybody that's higher than me.
Would I also need your permission to record in the public areas?
Generally, no.
Do I need customers' permission to record?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
I would like to show Larry Poster 7 Exhibit O. I have a question about that area. I can play it on the screen if you like.
of your exhibits, Mr. Hyder, what letter did you call that?
Oh.
O?
Yes. This area right here is what my question is going to be about.
Yeah, photographs for news, advertising, and commercial purposes.
Yes. Did you testify earlier that I would need your permission?
To record. If it doesn't fall in those categories.
Okay, where does it say that I would need your permission to record?
The other photographs may be taken only with the permission of the local postmaster or installation head.
Okay, I have a question about
If
other
it doesn't fall in those categories, then you would need our permission.
Okay, would you mind reading the entire paragraphs? I'm sorry.
Photographs for news purposes may be taken in entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or auditoriums when used for public meetings except for where prohibited by official signs or security force personnel or authorized personnel or a federal court order or rule. Other photographs may be taken only with the permission of the local postmaster or installation head.
Okay, the other photographs in the other areas, was I ever in violation of that last section?
You would be in violation of the last section, yes.
In what area?
But because we already been notified not to engage you and let you go ahead and record, and rather than us present a negative view to the public, we were told just go ahead and let you go and not to engage you.
Is there any limits to not engaging?
Is there any limits not engaging?
Yes. Specifically, if I enter a non-public area, are you permitted to engage then?
Well, yes.
Is it possible that there was a disturbance, but I was not the initiator?
Like I said, I wouldn't know. The only thing we discussed is you being in the back.
I'm still in confusion if I was entering any unauthorized areas. Did I enter any unauthorized areas?
You had entered in an unauthorized area when you went to the passport side of the counter.
How long was I in this unauthorized area?
5-10 minutes.
Did you testify at the co-defendant's trial that we remained in the unauthorized area for 10 minutes?
I said approximately between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you tell officers that I tried to gain access to a back room with no entry sign on it?
That would be the store here, yes.
Could you point to the door closer, sorry?
There's the store here.
Okay.
Because that's where we were talking, and that's where we met.
Okay.
That's why I told you you can't be back here.
Okay. So did I attempt to enter, or did I enter that door?
You went through the door.
I went through that door.
Okay. So where they came back here?
They came back here and started going that way.
Did they go in?
Trying to get in there?
They went past the door, and I shut the door, but I told them the sign says no entry on this side. The door was open at the time.
So they had this open,
They went in?
Were they in?
They were trying to get in, yes.
Trying to get in. Okay.
Yeah, they were past the door. I said, no, you guys gotta be on this
Okay,
side.
and then they came out.
So did I attempt to enter or did I enter that door?
You went through the door.
I went through that door. Did you feel pressured by the police at all to tell them that I entered that door?
I don't know what your question is.
Did
There was no pressure at all. I mean,
Do you remember what you were wearing on the day of the arrest?
just a general, what I generally wear is a polo shirt and slacks.
Is that a typical post office uniform?
Yes. Postmasters are allowed anything. They can wear anything they want.
Were you wearing a badge?
Yes.
Where were you wearing your badge?
I couldn't tell you at the time. I mean, I had badges that go around my neck. I had badges that clip to my belt loops.
I would like to play a 10-second clip of Exhibit C. This is a video of Larry from that day not wearing a badge.
Ooh. You okay, sir?
I'm alright. I did that to myself.
Do you see a badge?
Normally I would wear a badge on right there, and just like the one I have here, it's black.
Yeah, this is him. Do you see the badge?
No, I don't see it. But like I said, it's black on black.
Okay. Is that the same badge there?
Yep.
Could I see it if you don't mind? Okay, so you're saying it was flipped around backwards?
Well, it flips round and round.
Okay. Was it viewable for me to see?
Did you ask for my badge? No. Was it viewed? I don't know. That would be up to you.
Was I able to see the badge or the badge holder?
I don't know.
Did you ever identify yourself to me?
Yes, I did.
When did you identify yourself to me?
I don't know.
What area of the post office were we in when you identified yourself?
When we met, we were in the back by the passport office.
Are you saying this hallway here that you're standing in?
The hallway? Yes.
Okay.
Did I talk to you there? We didn't talk.
Did you tell officers you'd identified yourself to me?
I don't remember. I don't think that was even a question they asked.
I would like to play a 10-second clip of Exhibit I.
Was it,
I
did
did,
you?
and then Mark did.
And they did not.
Yeah, and even the customers asked them to leave.
So, but you guys are what matters, and you guys asked them to leave, and they did not.
Correct.
And you identified yourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could review that.
Were you able to hear your response?
Yeah, you said were you able to identify yourself?
And did you?
I told you who I was.
Okay, the question was, did you tell officers that you identified yourself to me?
When he asked, but like I said, I did identify myself to you.
Okay. And you did tell the officers that you identified yourself to me?
Well, at the time of this, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that that audio has been tampered with?
No.
When you asked me to leave, did the co-defendant ask you to identify yourself?
I don't recall.
I would like to play Exhibit D, 20-second clip.
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No, why not?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
I ran into this problem once.
This is only for passports.
Okay, all right.
Okay, are you requesting a passport? What was the rest of it?
You want to hear the rest of this?
Passport?
No.
Okay, you can tell me on the side of the door.
What if I am getting a passport?
Okay.
Am I allowed being here? Just a question.
I'm calling the police. You're trespassing right now.
I already called them.
Did he ask you to identify yourself?
He didn't ask me to identify myself.
He did not?
Did you hear him ask me?
Yes,
No,
I
he
did.
just asked me if this was a passport office.
I would like to play the clip back again if you don't mind, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Now the question is, did the co-defendant ask you to identify yourself?
Public place.
No, why not?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
I ran into this problem once.
This is only for passports. He did ask me my name.
Okay. Did you answer it?
I didn't answer it. I don't think I answered it at that time.
Did he ask you a second time?
I don't recall.
Okay, I would like to play a 10-second clip of Exhibit D, the same exhibit.
They're waiting for you.
Are you going to stick around? What was your name? Since you're giving me orders, what's your name?
My name is Larry. You might have a postmaster here.
Postmaster.
What's your name?
Awesome. Thank you. You have a good day.
And your name,
I didn't
sir?
give it, sir.
Did he ask you a second time?
I guess so. So he knew who I was.
Did I know who you were?
I don't know.
Was I close enough to possibly hear that?
I didn't see you. You had already exited. You were clear halfway across the building already. Did you hear it? I don't know.
If you ask someone to leave, do they have the right to know who's telling them to leave in order to verify their authority?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Was there a door on the back side of the building I was accused of opening?
I don't know.
Before I entered the passport area, did I disrupt any post office operations?
At the time, no.
Was any violence used against you?
No.
Was there any physical contact between us?
No.
Did you feel threatened or harassed?
Felt harassed when you were asking me all the other questions, yes.
Did you feel threatened or harassed to the point that you would need to resort to violence to defend yourself?
At that time, no.
At any time? We can't hear you.
At any time, no.
No, okay. Did you feel the need to push me away from you?
I don't think I even touched you.
I have one more question about exhibit, and I need to find it. It It might be on this clip here. I just need to replay it about 10 seconds back. I have a question about if there was a sign or not to verify on the passport hallway door. This door right here.
There's no sign on this door.
No sign, okay. Did you ever testify that there was a sign on that door?
Did I ever testify?
Yes.
Yes, there is a sign on the door. They asked me if there was a sign on the door. On the door that you went through, yes.
Oh, the other door you said I went through, okay. Now on the back side of this door, if you were looking in, on that wall, is there a sign that would say no entry?
There is now.
There is now, but not on that day?
Not on that day.
Okay. That's, wait a second, one second. I would like to play the video, my video. I'll get the exhibit number here. This is the video of me entering the passport area. And I would like Larry to show me where I entered the no entry sign into the door into the back work floor.
Sir, what did you call this exhibit?
Let me go back and check it. This is Exhibit C. Unless you say otherwise, this is where I enter the passport area?
Correct.
Okay. And then I would like you to tell me to stop the video recording at the moment I enter the door that says no entry.
Sir?
Yes.
This is for passports only.
Oh, okay. I didn't see any sign that said I couldn't come back here. Are these public posters here?
No.
That's not for the public to read?
No.
Is this employee-only posters?
Sir, go step over here.
What for?
Huh?
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No? Why not?
Sorry, what's your
I ran into this problem once.
This is only for passports.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Are you requesting a passport?
No.
Okay. You need to come on the other side of the door.
Okay. All
What
right.
if I am getting a passport?
Okay.
Am I allowed to use it? Question.
I'm calling the police. You're trespassing right now.
Here's a sign right here. This is a no entry right here.
So anywhere perpendicular to that door is a non-entry door.
Okay, did I yet
You
pass that?
broke the horizontal plane of the door.
At what point? Right now?
Well, right now your camera's behind the door, so
You're saying my camera is no longer in the hallway and it's behind that door?
it's still behind the door. I don't know. I can't tell. You could be holding the camera here, and your body could be past the door.
Do you see my body past that door?
You could be on the right-hand side. I don't know. It's just the way the angle is of the door.
Okay. I'd like to continue playing the video, and if you ever see me past that door with my body or my camera, let me know. I don't understand what the big deal is. It's just a camera. Do I ever open that door? Do I ever open that door?
I think that was probably afterwards, after our discussion, after I told you to leave 3 times.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your answer. Did I ever open that door with the no entry sign?
The door was already propped open.
Did I open it?
Like I said, no, you didn't open it, but you probably broke the horizontal plane of the door.
After you closed the door, did it remain closed?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no chance that I entered that no entry sign no longer at any point in this recording?
Probably not.
So that was the point of my entry in the no entry area?
Yes.
Yes. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
I do have a little bit, Your Honor. Mr. Hyder, would you be able to pull up your Exhibit O? Thank you. Mr. Amai, do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit O?
Yes.
And what is Defendant's Exhibit O?
It's our poster 7 notifying customers of their conduct on postal premises.
And can you go to the section that the defendant pointed you to in the third column that's labeled photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes? Do you see that?
Yes.
Did the defendant call the post office in advance of arriving there on the morning of April 8th, 2019 to announce that he was going to be photographing or videotaping the post office as a media organization?
No.
At any point in time during your interaction with the defendant, did he announce himself as a member of a media organization?
No.
According to this exhibit, if you're not a member or taking photographs for news purposes, what do you have to do?
You have to get the permission from the postmaster or installation head.
Well, unfortunately, it's not against the law to film.
Right, it's not against the law to film, but when they're causing disturbance, then you can try to
What disturbance were they, other than the customers are upset because they're...
The customer's upset.
What's your guys' policy as far as recording in a
They can,
federal building?
as long as they don't cause a disturbance.
At any point in time prior to April 8th, 2019, did the defendant or the man that was with him contact you or anyone at the post office to get permission to videotape inside the post office that morning?
No.
I want to go, Mr. Hyder, would you mind scrolling up so we can see the other way? Yeah. All right, thank you. Mr. Amai, you see the second column where it says specific restrictions, disturbances?
Yes.
Can you read that paragraph into the record?
Disturbances, disorderly conduct, or conduct that creates loud or unusual noise or which impedes entrance or departure from the post office or otherwise obstructs the usual use of entrances, foyers, corridors, what is that? Offices, elevators, stairways, parking lots, or otherwise tends to impede or disrupt the public or its employees in the performance of their duties, in which otherwise impedes or disturbs the general public in transacting business or obtaining services provided by the Postal Service property is prohibited.
Right, thank you. And I have one other aspect of this. Try to read mine scrolling down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You see the fourth column where it says penalties and other law?
Yes.
Can you read the last sentence of that paragraph for us?
Nothing contained in these rules or regulations shall be construed to abrogate any other federal laws or regulations or any state or local laws and regulations applicable to any area in which the property is situated.
Thank you. You had a little exchange with the defendant about whether Mark had asked him to leave. Regardless of that, did you ask the defendant to leave?
Yes.
And how many times did you ask the defendant to leave?
3 to 4 times.
And how did he respond?
He didn't leave.
He also asked you whether you asked him for his side of the story. You had a personal exchange with the defendant, correct?
A short personal exchange.
Right, but you had a personal interaction with the defendant,
Yes.
with the defendant in the passport processing area, correct?
Yes.
Was there any need to ask him what his side of the story is when you had a personal interaction with him?
No.
All right. The defendant asked you whether at any point in time you felt he was a security risk, and I believe you said yes. when he went to your back office. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And why did you feel he was a security risk when he was near your back office?
When you're near a back office, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars behind that door. And then we're responsible for, 80,000 residents of mail that could be back there. So we don't allow any of the public or anybody back there.
Was the defendant also filming into that office?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Hyder showed you some video. I'm going to just come up to this diagram real quick. Where I'm showing you right here, there's a no entry sign, correct? What's behind that no entry sign?
It's our vault. The no entry sign is the total workroom floor. But also there's a safe vault right behind the door there that also houses all our stamp stock and everything else, all our money.
And the defendant filmed into that area?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about the passport area and this door right here. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Now, is the passport processing area, is that open to any member of the public that wants to go back in that hallway?
The only members back there are usually the only ones that are conducting postal business.
So, for example, could a customer go back there and get their passport done?
Yes.
But could a member of the general public who doesn't have postal business go back in that area?
No.
Can you describe a little bit for the court, like why it's so sensitive to have that area only for customers?
That area is used for passports, okay? And when we do passports, we have a desk, and they take your social security numbers and identification to make sure they're U.S. citizens of the United States, and then we process their passports there. There's a lot of documents to be done. At the time, I think there was like 2 or 3 people back there doing passports, so we were doing a huge amount of transactions right there.
Okay. That's all I have here.
Can I recross Mr. Hyder?
No.
Okay. Sir, you can go back out of the lobby. Are we releasing or?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hyder, do you think you're going to need anything from this witness again?
There is a couple of questions I believe I might need to answer.
Oh, I just asked you if you had.
I'm sorry. Can I take a moment to look at my notes?
Okay, and your questions at recross need to be against any testimony that came up under redirect.
No.
Okay. Go over this thing. And which witness do we need next?
Mr. Mark Grabowski.
The staff will go out and.
Sure, yeah.
Oh,
Great.
well, thank you.
I have a request, Your Honor, that he has instructions not to speak with the other witnesses.
Fine with the state, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll have my staff go out and tell all of the witnesses not to be discussing the case.
Thank you.
Come up over here.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Going to be seated. Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Mark Grabowski.
Mr. Grabowski, where do you work?
The post office on Estrella Parkway in Goodyear.
Is that the Avondale Goodyear Post Office?
Yes, correct.
And what is your title?
Customer service supervisor.
And how long have you been a customer service supervisor at that post office?
About 2 years now.
And how long total have you worked at the post office?
4.5.
What did you do before becoming a customer service supervisor?
City mail carrier.
Just say that again?
City mail carrier.
And what are your responsibilities as a customer service supervisor?
To assist the people, the customers coming in at the front, to sanctity the mail, and making sure everything's flowing right.
And who do you report to?
Larry Emine
And what is his position?
is the postmaster.
And do you supervise any employees?
Yes.
And how many employees do you supervise?
It ranges probably 40, 50.
Were you working at the Avondale Goodyear Post Office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Correct.
And what time did you start working that morning?
I believe it was 8 o'clock.
And what happened at around 9:30 on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Just saw a couple of people come in with video cameras, walking around the facility, and then going to places and bothering people, putting cameras in their face, and then recording the passport office, which shouldn't have been. There's federal papers in there. You could have stole somebody's information or what have you.
And do you see one of the two men that were filming inside of the post office in the courtroom this morning?
Yes, sir.
And can you please describe him and tell us where he's sitting?
To the right of me, at the desk.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Mr. Grabowski has identified the defendant as one of the men he saw filming inside the Avondale Goodyear Post Office on the morning of April 8th, 2019. Right. Mr. Grabowski, where were you located when you first saw the defendant?
I was at the customer door, which was the blue door to the right of the clerks.
And how did the defendant first come to your attention?
Well, they stood up because they had cameras walking in and cameraing, which nobody ever does in the post office.
And what exactly did you see the defendant doing?
Just walking back and forth, taking pictures of all the posters on the walls, then getting in front of some people's way and antagonizing them, even when they were walking outside. Then, like I said, going through the passport corridor where you're not supposed to be, and filming inside the post office.
I think you said earlier that the defendant was bothering people or antagonizing them.
Correct.
Describe precisely what they were doing.
Well, just like following with a camera when the people were telling them, no, don't record me, they just kept on pushing them back and trying to get them riled up.
And then you also said that he was filming inside the passport area where he shouldn't be. Can you talk to the court a little bit?
Correct, because in the passport area we have customers with all their information laid out on the desk, and they're going through their, getting a new passport and everything, so all their information is out there in the open. And once they were told to leave, they still weren't. It took them 3 or 4 times to tell them to leave, to get out.
Did you yourself have any personal interaction with the defendant?
No, I stayed away, I was just like background.
I do have one mark that was interacting with you.
Did you see the defendant have any personal interaction with any other postal employees?
Yes, I did.
And who did you see him interact with?
Oh, with Larry. Well, Larry told him 3 or 4 times to leave, and after like 4th time, I believe they left.
And where did that interaction take place?
In the corridor by the passport office.
Did you see the defendant interact with any customers?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe those interactions?
Just like I said, following with the camera, just bugging them. Customers getting mad, calling the police.
Was the defendant's conduct seriously disruptive to the Postal Service's business that morning?
I believe once you went into the corridor, yes.
And how was it disruptive?
Well, like I said, for one, the federal papers and all the passports, and then looking into our back room and see what's going on over there. There's a lot of stuff that shouldn't be seen.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Hyder?
Yes.
You cross?
I have a question about the back area you were just speaking of, that I was not allowed to record in, or should not be seen. Why was that door not closed?
Because the supervisors were helping people going back and forth.
Okay, would it prevent me from recording inside there if the door was closed?
Yes, but then you wouldn't be staring with your camera out there if the door was closed, right?
Yes. Is it my fault that the door is open?
No.
Did you testify that I bumped into customers?
No.
I believe I thought that's what you had heard.
No, you were in front of the customers with your camera.
I thought you had said bump. I'm sorry. Did you tell Larry that you asked me to leave?
No, Larry asked you to leave 3 or 4 times.
Okay, but you didn't tell Larry that you asked me to leave?
No, Larry told you to leave 3 or 4 times.
Okay. How close did you say I put my camera into the customer's face?
I'd say maybe 2-3 feet.
And how long was it in their face?
That I couldn't tell you. I don't remember that.
Was I directing my camera specifically at any personal information?
I don't know, because you have Zoom and all that. I'm not sure what you did.
How was I antagonizing the customers?
By putting them telling you to leave and you're still recording them in front of your face.
Did they tell me not to record them?
Yes.
And you specifically heard this?
Yes. It's even in their video.
I would like to play that video of my interaction with customers in the lobby.
It was outside, not in the lobby. Well, in the lobby and outside. It was both.
Okay. I'm going to skip past the beginning of me being outside unless there was any interactions you would like to, that you were referring to, or was it just after I entered?
Mr. Hyder, and this is your exhibit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Which?
And just to refresh, my question is, when did the customers tell me not to record them?
A little further out.
Oh man.
You got a whole lot of P.O. boxes around here. Wow. Sure do miss Arizona. I seen a lady in line, kind of mad dogging me when I walked in the door. I don't know why she would attract attention if she don't like cameras. But she might have a reaction.
They will then at some point in the near future,
just because we can. First Amendment audit.
What?
First Amendment audit.
First Amendment audit?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
South Dakota.
Oh, you know what I'm asking. What company are you from?
Oh, just me, myself. I don't answer too many questions though. I'm a shyster?
Yeah, you're shaky.
What are you talking about?
You can't even tell people what you're doing?
It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
It does. Do you not watch the news?
I can do what I want. I'm in public like you are, ma'am. That's the one I thought I was going to get a reaction out of. She was mad dogging me when I walked in the door. Got poster 7 right here though. At least the staff didn't care, you know. She seemed, everybody else seemed nice. I'm not sure. I think that's passports. Hello. Hello. Yeah, this is him. Sure, is this about the hernia? Okay. Yeah, I was in 2004, but actually this is kind of a bad time. Can you call me back in maybe like 10 minutes? About 10 minutes will be fine. All right, thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
This is for passports only.
Oh, okay. I didn't see any sign that said I couldn't come back here. Are these public posters here?
No.
That's not for the public to read?
No.
Is this employee-only posters?
Sir, you want to step over here?
What for?
Huh?
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No, why not?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
I ran into this problem once.
This is
before.
only for passports.
Okay, all right.
Okay, are you requesting a passport?
No.
Okay, then you need to come on the other side of the door.
Okay, all
What
right.
if I am getting a passport? Okay. Am I allowed to use it? Question? I'm calling the police. You're trespassing right now.
Here's a sign right here. This is a no entry right here. I don't understand what the big deal is. You know, it's just a camera.
Sir.
Yes.
I'm requesting you to leave right now.
But you don't have the right to tell me to leave. This is public.
Trespassing me.
Okay, all right. You don't understand the law. I don't see any signs that says I can't be here. I don't know why you want to just pick on us because we.
Entry.
Well, yeah, that's for this room right here. That's not here.
That's the door, man.
Look at this door right here. There's no sign that says no entry.
This guy's saying that this sign on this door.
This stuff just gets old dealing with people like this.
This is the service offering passport. This is the office where I would come in and get a passport. So it's completely legal for me to walk in here. That's the best thing you can do right there, man. Lock your doors and lock people. You don't want to secure through that door. There's no Go sign ahead. in there. There's no Sir, sign in there. please on the other side of the door.
I've already got what I needed. I'm heading outside. If the cops are coming, I'll be out there.
So, what you do is you check off this box
Ha. I hear doors closing everywhere. Holster 7, one more time. I'm sorry. Alright. Okay, at any time did you hear?
Your Honor, he's cutting the videotape short. The state requested he play the whole videotape. The witness already testified that he saw the defendant taping customers inside, and he also mentioned an episode outside, so we asked for the full videotape to be played.
Continue this? Hopefully the cops already know the law, and they know that photography is not a crime.
We'll switch over to live once they come. I'll switch over to live once they come and let's see what they
This is crazy. Huh. Cussing in public now just because we're filming. First Amendment protective activity. Cuss at us for it. Out here showing them what the law is and what their rights are. I was just talking about how much I like Arizona. I was expecting a pass. calling the cops, harassing her. I don't know what she's talking about, harassment. Gotta get it. Gotta get it. She's reporting on us. Gotta know who it is.
We're okay stopping it now.
Okay.
Okay. And the question that I had for you about this video is, did you witness or hear any of the customers tell me not to record them?
Yeah, the first he said it was you're a shyster.
Okay. And she said at that point not to record her?
I heard before that. I don't know if you had that on there. I couldn't remember if it was on there or not, to be honest.
Okay, so you heard...
Even you guys bumping into each other when coming out, she thought she didn't want to be recorded.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead, back up. Are we releasing this witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyder, anything?
Nothing further.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our next witness.
Steve Castro.
I do have one mark you were at that was interacting with you.
Our next witness.
Steve Castro.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Hyder, that entire length video, what is it, your exhibit number for that?
That was Exhibit C.
C, thank you. Sir, right up here. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your name?
My name is Steve Castro.
And where do you work, Mr. Castro?
At the post office in Goodyear.
And how long have you worked there?
15 years.
And what is your current position at the post office in Goodyear?
I'm the passport agent / clerk.
And how long have you worked as a passport agent at the post office?
Oh, wow, it's 7 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a passport agent?
Well, it's to, anyone who's applying for a passport, of course they have to have an appointment, to verify their application and take the payments and submit them to the actual agency.
Were you working at the post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
And what were you assigned to do that morning?
Do passports.
And what happened at around 9:30 on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
There was a gentleman trying to film the area of the passports, and I had approached him and I told him, he can't be doing that because we're dealing with, sensitive documents and social securities, birth certificates, things like that. So I asked him not to be doing that he had to leave. I asked him first how he got in here. And he said the door was open to him.
Good. Did you see that man in the courtroom this morning?
No, I do not.
Can you describe that man for me?
He was a shorter, I would say he was a Latino man. He had features of a Latino.
And to describe your interaction with him again?
Well, I had asked him to not be filming in the passport and that he shouldn't be there unless he was coming up to get stamps, and I had asked him to come up there. And he said that he had every right to be filming, and I told him no, that door is supposed to be shut. He wasn't supposed to be in there. I had asked him to leave several times.
Okay. And what was his response when you asked him to leave?
That he had every right to be in there. It was a public place.
Okay. And is that area open to the general public or just customers of
Only after hours of passports. The reason the door was open is because one of the supervisors had gone into the lobby to help out, and I guess he left the door open when he shouldn't have.
And do you have any personal interactions with the defendant, Mr. Hyder?
No, I did not. And when I was confronting the gentleman in front of me, I heard my boss, the postmaster, Larry, asking someone and telling them that they're not supposed to be back there. This is a restricted area for employees only. And he had told them a couple times that I heard. So.
Okay. And do you know what the defendant did after Mr. Amai told him a couple times to leave?
Like I said, it's on the other side of a wall. So all I did was hear.
Okay, yeah. I'm just asking for testimony for what you personally observed.
Right.
But you personally heard Mr. Amai told the defendant to leave.
Yes.
That area.
He had to leave that area. It was a restricted area. It's only for employees only.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyder, any questions for this witness?
Yes. Did the co-defendant that you described earlier, did he ask what your name was?
Yes, he did.
And did you respond?
Yep. And then I asked him what his name was, and he would not respond.
I have a question about the drawing earlier. Could we show that again? The one that was previously drawn, or do we have to redraw it?
Your Honor, the state would actually unfortunately object because there's really lack of foundation with this witness for a drawing done by a prior witness.
Sustained.
Do I have permission to have him draw a new drawing?
Yes.
No objection.
I would like you to draw the passport area in the lobby and the basic layout of the post office. And there's a marker right here.
All right, so this is the entryway into the post office. This is the doorway. Then there's a window right here. And then there's a wall. Goes around like this. So this is a wall there. And there's a doorway here to go to the window. And there's another doorway to go to the back as well. The actual window is about like that.
Okay.
This is all one door.
Could you draw a square for the lobby area?
This is all one lobby area.
Okay, thank you. And on the door that enters into the passport area, is there a sign on that door?
It says, I believe there is, and I believe it says no entry.
Okay. Are there any other doors with signs on it in the passport area?
No, this is the only door to the passport.
Okay.
There's a door here to the passport for the people that are actually coming into the passport area, yes.
Okay. Are there any signs on any of the doors in that hallway?
This door, yes, there's a sign here and there's a sign here.
And do those say no entry?
That's personal authorization or something like that. Then there's a door over here also that goes into like a private area where they have the meetings and things like that.
Okay. I would like to.
Doors have this one has a sign too.
I would like to play an exhibit I have a question about. Exhibit D. This is the recording of the co-defendant, Vidal Chavez. And my question about this video is, when did you have the conversation with him?
The time? What do you mean?
At what point in the video? I'll play the video and then you can just tell me to stop at the point that you're having this conversation.
Where's the video at?
Oh, it's right behind you.
Right behind you, sir.
Demo. Shows. These are their hours here. Shit is push.
That door right there is to enter into the passport office.
So these are the self-service one we saw at the Sun City one. I ran into some that don't have this yet. So I'm not sure if they're updating them all with this, but this is self-service. They have all your packaging needs.
Pause this for a second. I have a question. Did the conversation happen in the lobby or in the passport area? The conversation with Vidal?
In the passport.
Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead to the passport area.
Is this a public place?
This is not a public place.
No, why not?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
I ran into this problem.
This is only for passports.
Okay.
Okay, are you requesting a passport?
No.
Okay, you need to tell me on the side of the door.
What if I am getting a passport?
Okay.
Am I allowed being here? Just a question.
I'm calling you with the police. You're trespassing right now.
I already called them.
Awesome. So she called the cops as well.
Yeah. I
That
already
was
told
awesome.
them.
Hi. So we have a door here with no sign, no trespassing sign. If I want to turn it sideways, it takes a better picture.
No issue right here.
You're harassing people. They agreed.
Okay. You might want to stick around. Find out what happens.
Yeah, stick around. You're a great boy.
No, I'm saying I'm sticking around. I don't run from the cops.
Oh, I'm sticking around.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, totally awesome. I agree with that.
So, and here in this door, there's no signs in this door. Wide open. They have some sort of service. Yeah, this is open.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
It says no entry.
Okay.
Click on the other one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's for this room right here.
No entry.
That's the door, man. Do you see where it's at? Come on, man.
There's no entry.
This guy's saying that this sign at this door right here, it allows them for us not to go inside. So look at this is a service they're offering here for passport. This is the office where I would come in and get a passport. So it's completely legal for me to walk in here. That's a
passport. So we have to deal with Social Security, birth certificates, and license. And they were actually filming at that time. They shouldn't have been in that office. Like my door, that door is always shut. The door to go into the passport. That door right there. Right next to it, it says no entry. It should say it. I'm pretty sure it did.
best thing you can do right there, man. Lock
We always have that door closed.
your doors where you're not allowed people in. If you don't want us in here, close that door. There's no sign in there. There's no sign in there that says you can't be in there.
I've already got one of you, but I'm heading outside. If the cops are coming, I'll be out there.
Okay, they're waiting for you.
Are you gonna stick around? What was your name? Since you're giving me orders, what was your name?
My name's Larry. My postmaster here.
Postmaster.
And
Awesome.
your name?
Awesome. Thank you. You have a good day.
And your name,
I didn't
sir?
give it, sir.
They don't give names.
Was your conversation with Vidal before or after that clip?
It was before.
Before that clip.
Well, I didn't see you at all. Because I was looking at, and I was attending my customers.
Okay, how many
When
times
he
did...
stood in front of me with his camera, looking at where my customers were, and the lady brought it to my attention, because I was writing things down. That's when I brought it up to his attention, and he couldn't be doing that filming inside my office.
How many times did he enter the passport area?
I don't know. That one time I told him to leave, because he was standing in front of me. I had asked him to leave more than once.
Okay, so that happened before that clip?
Like I said, I don't know, I didn't see you go in there. Obviously, you walked right in, I didn't even look at you. I was attending someone.
I'm referring to the conversation that you had with Vidal. Did that happen before this clip?
I wouldn't know because I didn't see you come in. If I would have seen you come in, I would know that you're not supposed to be there as well. I would have attended you first. So if it happened before or after, I didn't see you come in at all. I saw the other person.
Okay,
And I confronted him.
Okay, I'm not asking anything about me. I'm just asking about, was Vidal in your conversation before or after that clip?
If I would have known, if I was seen you, I would know if it was before or after.
I have an objection, Your Honor. I don't believe he's answering your question.
Well, the time frame is this, that if I seen you before I saw him, then I would say, yes, I could give you a time when I actually confronted him.
Mr. Hyder, I do believe the witness has answered to the best of his ability. Move on, please.
Okay. I would like to play before this clip, the entire clip up until that point.
Is that what you just
I
played?
think we just did that.
This is Exhibit D, I believe.
That's what you just told me we played, sir.
Yes, and
We're playing it over again?
No, just before that clip. Just to
You
verify.
played a long portion of Exhibit D here just now.
Yes. But he said there was a conversation before that clip, and I would like to have him point out where that conversation happened and when.
Do you have a clip of an interaction between this witness?
No.
Then, sir, what purpose is your exhibit going to do if you don't have that clip?
To prove that he's lying.
If you don't have all of the exhibits, sir?
Oh, I have all the exhibits.
You've played it once already, sir.
Okay.
You have another question for this witness?
Yes. I would like to show
Mr. Castro, go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
I would like
I don't know if I was supposed to keep standing or not.
I'd like to show the same exhibit, and I would like to show the passport entry door. And my question is, where is the sign on the wall or the door that you're referring to?
This is for
Did you see a sign on the wall?
On this wall? No, I don't see a sign at all.
What side of the wall, left or what side of the door, left or right, is that sign?
The no entry sign that I remember would have been right there on this wall. As soon as you, yeah, okay, it would have been right here on the left side.
Outside of this door?
Outside of this door.
In the customer lobby?
Yes.
On the left side of the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The other ones are on the door, but we have that peephole because that door is supposed to be closed, like I said.
Okay.
This is a public one, not a public place.
No, why not?
I'm sorry.
So is there a sign on this door?
That door has a sign.
Awesome, so she called the cops as well.
Already
It was
told
awesome.
them.
Hi. So there were doors.
I have, oh, okay. I'm just gonna skip on that. Was any
Okay.
Was any violence used against you?
No.
Was there any physical contact between us?
No.
Did you feel threatened or harassed to the point that you would need to resort to violence to defend yourself?
I felt harassed.
Did you feel the need to defend yourself?
No, but I needed to defend the people that I was doing their applications. Because that's personal information.
Did you feel the need to resort to violence to protect the customers?
No.
Did you feel the need to push me away from you or anybody else?
I didn't have interactions with you. I had interactions with the other gentleman.
Did you witness any violence that day?
No.
Did you witness anything that would cause violence that day?
No.
No further questions.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, we're going to need this witness at all?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused, sir. Thank you for your time. Next witness.
Bryan Byrnes.
Mr. Castro, could I impose on you and ask Mr. Byrnes to come in?
Sure. I can do it.
That'll save my...
I think for planning purposes, the state would like to take a quick recess after Mr. Byrnes. I think his testimony will be short, and I can make sure my other witnesses are here.
Okay. If we're getting closer to lunch hour, we might just break for lunch.
Okay. I know one is here, and I apologize for Your Honor. The other woman was calling while Mr. and I was testifying. That's why.
Sir, over here, please. Yes, right up here. Have you raised your right hand? Swear affirm testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated.
All right, good morning. Please state your name.
Bryan Patrick Byrnes.
Mr. Byrnes, where do you work?
Work at the United States Postal Service.
And what location?
At the Goodyear Post Office.
And what is your position at the Goodyear Post Office?
I'm a window clerk at the Goodyear Post Office.
And how long have you held that position?
Since 2008.
And what are your responsibilities as a window clerk?
I process many different types of postage stamps, packages, answer people's questions about where their packages might have gone to, many different types of things that pertain to services to the community of the people for the Postal Service.
And were you working at the post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
And what time did you start working that morning?
Would have been probably 8:15 in the morning.
And what were you assigned to do that morning?
To work the window.
And where is the window located within the post office?
It's towards the front. That would be the west. The entrance would be on the west end. So coming in from the west end, we are probably a little bit just 5 on the west side of the building and everything. There's 3 windows, and I've been on the one on the far right.
Is this like the main front desk?
The main front desk, yeah. When you walk into the lobby, you have a whole bunch of stuff at the lobby, and then I'm in the main front desk. I'm usually customer side would be on the left-hand side.
That was the next question. Which clerk spot were you looking at?
I would be on the left-hand side, the customer's view, right-hand side on our side.
Okay. And what do you do as a front desk clerk?
Basically help out customers.
Did you see anything unusual happen in the post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, I did see 2 gentlemen with recording devices, recording certain areas of the lobby and eventually recording the customers as well.
Do you see one of the 2 men that were filming inside the post office in the courtroom this morning?
Yes.
And can you please describe him and tell us where he's sitting?
The gentleman that's sitting right there.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Mr. Byrnes has identified the defendant as one of the men he observed filming inside the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
So noted.
Great. Mr. Byrnes, were there customers in the post office that morning?
Yes, we had a pretty full line of customers.
Can you estimate how many customers were there?
I want to say around probably 7 or 8. I was busy helping out customers at times, so a lot of times I focus on my customer and don't really focus on the entire line.
Okay. Did any customers complain to you about the defendant's conduct?
Yes, I did have a couple of customers express to me their concerns about what was going on.
And how many customers expressed their concern?
2 of them.
And what did they tell you?
Well, one of them, I believe she was very nervous, old elderly woman, and she was stating what's going on here. I was like, don't worry, because by that time I kind of heard a little bit what was going on, so I told them it looks like everything's going to be under control. We're handling the situation. There's no need to be alarmed at the situation. Looks like everything's being taken care of.
Okay. Did she appear to be upset?
She was a little upset, yes.
And you said you had a second customer complain to you. Tell us about that complaint.
The person afterwards was kind of just giving me more information on what was really going on, because they kind of had a better view of what was going on and everything. But I said, don't worry, it seems like we have, I think at that time, I heard something about the cops being called, I believe. I can't quite remember, it's been a while for me.
And did that second customer appear concerned to you?
A little concerned, but less concerned than the other one, just because they knew that the police were being called, so it didn't take me that long to diffuse the situation on that customer.
You said the first woman you talked with was elderly?
Yes, one of say around the 60s or 70s from our retirement community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know her before this?
Nah.
Okay. Did the defendant engage in behavior that was seriously disruptive to the Postal Service's business that morning?
Not with what I saw, just what I heard off to the side of me while I was trying to help out customers.
Okay. What did you hear off to the side of you?
You don't belong here, you should be leaving, but it's all muffled because I was kind of like back and forth helping out customer, trying to see focusing on what's going on over there, focusing on customer, so bits and pieces of information.
Okay, great. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Hyder? Yes.
On the passport door, is there a sign on that door?
Yes, there is a sign on the door.
What does the door say?
I can't quite tell you because I didn't actually read the sign. I do know that there is a sign on that door when it's usually closed, yes.
Okay. I request permission to have the witness draw a map of the passport door so we can verify what door exactly he's talking about. You can flip that page if you
Flip a page there, sir.
That's the window right there. This is the section where I'm at. This is the island right here where we have all the customers. The door would be right here. That's where the door would be. And then the passport office would be right here, and then a hallway.
Okay.
And that's where I would have been right here, with the door being over there.
In that passport hallway, is there any other doors?
There would be, let's see, there's a door over here to get into the passport office for customers. There's a door over here that leads into our back area, and then there's a door over here that leads into a conference room and my postmaster's office. Oh, and there's another office right there as well.
I would like to play a video clip for the witness, Exhibit C. And my question is about the position of where the sign is at on the passport door. Is this the passport door?
The passport door is right here. So this would be the passport door.
Okay, and is
that would be the door that would have been open, that would have been shut, except that we had someone go out into the lobby and prop the door open.
Is that the door that you're referring to that has the sign on it?
Actually, there's a sign on this door over here that says "Do not enter." Unfortunately, that door has also been propped open.
But specifically the passport door that's...
Usually the sign on the passport door would have information saying this is where you'd come for the passports and everything like that. Passport instructions, of course, for that. But as for, because we do allow customers into this area here, seeing that we do have a window service right there along with the passport when the door is shut, there is supposed to be no entry because we are in the process of doing the passport processing. Unfortunately, we did have someone go out, so they popped open the door to make it easier for them to get back into access from the lobby after helping out customers.
Okay. I'm going to get a better angle at that door that we're talking about.
Now that door right there, as you can see where my postmaster's head is, that's the one that leads from the hallway, which does say "Do not enter," as you can see with the symbol right there.
Okay.
That's the best thing you can do right there.
This door right here, is this the passport entry door?
I guess there is no, well, no, I guess that is the door. Okay.
Is this the door that you testified that had a sign on it that said no entry?
Yes.
Was that error?
Yeah, there is no sign.
Okay.
You are right.
I'm done with that clip there. Was there any violence used against you?
No.
Was there any physical contact between us?
Between us? No. No physical contact between us, no.
Did you feel threatened or harassed to the point that you would need to resort to violence to defend yourself?
No.
Same question about customers. Would you have to defend the customers?
No, I did not see any reason why I'd have to defend customers, so no, I didn't have to defend customers.
Did you witness any violence that day?
Me personally, no.
Did you witness anything that would cause violence that day?
No.
I have a question about the customers that had complaints.
Mm-hmm.
Did you explain to the customers that filming was permitted or not permitted?
I did explain to some customers that filming was permitted when it pertained to some of the displays. Like maybe sometimes customers might take a picture of pricings or something. We're okay. I'm usually okay with people doing that. But as for filming all over the place, I was always told that was never allowed to have filming all over the place.
Is that what you explained to the customer?
That's what I explained to the customers, yes.
Okay. Did you witness a conversation with Vidal and Steve?
No.
I have no further questions.
Nothing else from the state, Your Honor?
Okay, we need this witness?
No, we excuse him.
Nope. Okay, you're excused. Thank you. Do we need to just take a short break?
I think we could probably put on one more witness.
Okay.
And maybe take a break after that.
Okay. Mr. Byrnes, one moment. What's your
We're
Mm-hmm.
going to call Theresa Piccola.
Could you ask Ms. Piccola to come in? Thank you.
Piccola.
Oh, right up here, ma'am. Sorry. Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, be seated. Thank you. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Theresa Piccola.
And where do you live?
I live up in Estrella Mountain Ranch.
And did you live at Estrella Mountain Ranch in April of 2019?
Yes.
And Ms. Piccola, what do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
And how tall are you?
I think I'm about 5'4.5".
And did you go to the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you go to the post office?
You know, I think it was probably around 9:15 or so.
And why did you go to the post office that morning?
To mail our income tax payments.
And why did you go to the post office that morning?
To mail our income tax payments, because income tax was due the following week.
Okay. So you're beating the deadline by a week.
Yeah.
Can you tell the court what happened during your trip to the post office that morning?
Yes, I was coming north down Estrella Parkway, and as I approached the post office, I saw the defendant along with another gentleman on the corner of the post office filming what appeared to be, they were filming traffic, cars going by. So that caught my attention. Anyway, I turned right down the street, left into the post office, parked, got out of my car, went in the post office. There was a long line, quite a few people in line. I got into line, and maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, the defendant and the other gentleman that was with him came into the post office. They came through the double doors, and as soon as they came in, they started filming the walls, pictures, customers, you know, the envelopes that they have in the post office that you can buy. They were just filming everything, which was alarming to me. I didn't know what was going on. So I'm still in line, and Connie was behind me. We started talking, trying to figure out what's going on. What are these people doing? And they started at the back of the post office where the, it's like a self-service center.
Counsel, we're getting into a rather long narration. Can we ask specific
Sorry,
questions?
I apologize.
I thought she was doing a great job, but we'll break it down a little bit. Thank you. All right, let's break it down in a little bit more specific.
Okay.
Do you see one of the two men who were filming outside and inside the post office?
Yes, I do.
This gentleman. By him?
Yes.
Is it the defendant?
Yes, in the black shirt.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Piccola has identified the defendant as one of the men she saw filming inside the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8, 2019?
Noted.
Thank you. When you were answering my previous question about what happened that morning, you said that you found it alarming. Why did you find it alarming?
Well, I found it alarming because of all the things that were going on in the world at that time. And when they walked into the post office and they started immediately filming, I got concerned. I didn't know what was going on. And it scared me. It scared me.
Did you have any personal interaction with the defendant that morning?
Yes, I did.
And where did that interaction take place?
That interaction took place, at that point I was up toward the front of the line. It was maybe like there was one person ahead of me, and him and his friend had walked around me and came around me and was in front of me and started filming me, whether it was a video, a photograph, whatever, and I asked him to stop.
Did the defendant film you that morning?
Yes, he did.
And did you give permission for the defendant to film you?
No, I actually asked him to stop.
And you said there was a man with the defendant. Can you describe him for the court?
Yeah, he was probably about 5'4", a little chubby. I don't know, maybe weighed 155, 160, but much shorter than the defendant.
And did he film you that morning?
Yes.
And did you get permission for him to film you?
No.
And you said you told the defendant to stop filming you, is that right?
That is correct.
And what did the defendant do after you said that?
He said that it was his right and that he was exercising his First Amendment right and he could do it.
Okay. Did the defendant keep filming you after you told him to stop?
Yes.
And how did you feel when the defendant filmed you without your consent?
Violated. I wasn't expecting to go into a post office and have some unknown stranger film me, take photos of me.
And how did your interaction with the defendant end?
It ended when I told him that if he didn't stop filming me and didn't leave, I was going to call 911. And at that point, he told me I could do whatever I wanted to do, that this was his right.
Okay. And then what happened next?
After that, I sat down on a metal bench and picked up my phone and I dialed 911.
Why were you sitting on the metal bench?
Because when I go to make my income tax payments, I always do this thing where I get a certificate of mailing, which proves when I mailed my payment. And you have to fill out paperwork. So there was a bench there, and I sat down and I was filling out my paperwork.
Did the defendant stand next to you while you were doing that?
He was standing to my left. I was right before the passport office. They have an area for passports.
Did the defendant go back into that office area?
Yes, he did. He went into a hallway that was right by the passport office.
Did you witness the defendant have any interaction with any postal employees in that hallway?
I did.
Please tell the court about that.
Well, when I was sitting on the bench, him and his buddy walked into this very short hallway. And from that short hallway, you could have access to the workers who were working behind the counters. And to the right was the office where they were doing the passports. This gentleman specifically asked if there was a door, and he wanted to go behind this door, which again was alarming to me. I couldn't figure out why he wanted to go back there. And the postmaster told him no, he couldn't go back there. And he was saying something like, well, there's no signs. I saw a sign that said no entry. That's what I saw.
Okay. And what happened after you witnessed that interaction?
Well, the Postmaster General was trying to get both of them out of the post office. And I think it was at that point when he was back there, that is where I kind of drew the line. And I told him that if they didn't leave or stop filming me, then I was going to call 911. So I was sitting on the bench, and that's when I picked up my phone and I dialed 911.
Okay. Now, before I get to the 911, did you have any personal interaction with the man that was with the defendant?
Yes, personal interaction, same thing, telling him not to film me.
Okay. And what did he do after you told him not to film you?
He didn't care.
Okay. So as you're sitting on the bench, did you call 911?
I did.
And did you call 911 while observing the defendant and a second man filming at the post office?
Yes.
And why did you call 911?
Because I was afraid. I was frightened, very nervous. I didn't know what they could do.
And what did you tell the 911 operator?
I told the 911 operator we're at my location and that there were two gentlemen in the post office, and they came in and they were filming people and taking photos, and they were not leaving.
Okay, Ms. Piccola, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize this CD?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognized it because I was shown it this morning.
Did I show you State's Exhibit 1 prior to trial this morning?
Yes, you did.
And does State's Exhibit 1 have a recording on it?
Yes.
And did you listen to that recording before trial today?
Yes, I did.
Was the recording you listened to before trial today a fair and accurate recording of your call to 911 on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Hyder, any objection?
No objection.
Your Honor,
So
with the court's
entered.
permission, I'd like to play State's Exhibit 1. Ms. Piccola, I'm going to play the CD for you. If you can't hear it, let me know and I'll move it closer or turn the volume up.
Okay.
Don't worry. Hello? This is 911. What's your emergency? Hi, I'm at the Goodyear post office in Goodyear, Arizona, and there are two gentlemen that are inside the post office causing a lot of ruckus with cameras, filming everyone, going behind doors, filming everyone, filming photos on the walls, mailboxes. Okay. Can you send someone out to check into what's going on? Yeah, no problem. What's the address there? You know, I don't know the address of the. It's on Estrella Parkway. Okay, are you an employee or no? No, I'm a customer. People are very upset that this is happening, and they won't give their names. One is wearing a blue LA Dodgers shirt. He has an actual camera on a pod, and he's walking around filming, and the other gentleman has a cell phone, and he's taking photos. I asked him where they were from. He told me it was none of my business. He said something... wait, is the post office allowing them in there? Oh, no. No. The post office general is here, and he was picking up his phone to call. They went behind the door. He told them that it was not for public, and he pointed to a sign, and they said they had every right. Just very strange. So, no, the post office is not happy. Okay. And tell me again, the subject in the dot, you said that he's wearing an LA Dodgers shirt? Yes, it's a blue LA Dodgers shirt. You know, I don't think he was Hispanic. No, I'm going to say he was white. And the other gentleman was tall. Again, I don't remember what shirt he had on, but they have no identifying shirts from a company. When I said to him, I said, where are you from? His response was South Dakota. And he said he didn't have to tell me where he was from. He didn't have to tell me the company that he was doing. The second, correct? I don't need that right now. I just need a description because people headed over there. So the second person. Okay, perfect. They're all out. Both of them are outside right now. Okay, and so the second subject is what? What does he look like? White, black? I'm going to say he's white, yeah, and he's probably like 6'1", 6'2", easily, kind of thin. Okay, and what's he wearing? From what I remember, he had like jeans on, and some kind of a t-shirt type thing. Do you remember what color? I noticed him. No, I don't. I was trying to do my business at the post office, and they both approached me. They took my picture. They were putting me on video. They said they had the right to do it. Okay, what's your name?
Begin redaction. End redaction.
What's your last name? Oh yeah, here he is. He's wearing a black shirt, and it says Community Heroes on it. Community Heroes. He's got jeans on, taking my photo right now, wearing glasses. His buddy is shorter, maybe 5'6", 5'7". They're standing out in front of the post office and photographing. Okay. You're upside down. I'm in the door here. Yeah, the one guy has, he's taking my photo now. He's got a blue Dodgers shirt on. He's got black pants on, tennis shoes on, kind of a receding hairline, dark hair. He's got a camera, or it could be a cell phone on one of those sticks, like a tripod. He's waving at me. The other guy completely walked around to the back of the building. And this guy's standing taking my photo. He's outside, and I'm in behind a glass. Smoking a cigarette.
Okay.
Did you need me to get maybe the address is here somewhere on that?
I got it.
Okay. I don't know. I don't see it here. It just says Goodyear.
Okay.
Goodyear Avondale, and it's on Astoria Parkway.
We're on our way. We should now shortly.
Okay, they're now walking toward the back, toward the side of the building.
Okay, we'll let them know. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Ms. Piccola, was that your voice on the recording?
Yes.
And is what you just heard your call with 911 on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So what happened after you called 911?
After I called 911, I'm just trying to think. The cops came in. One cop came into the post office. I then walked out of the post office, and I was standing outside of the post office where all the police cars were, and the defendant and his friend were out front with the police officers.
Okay. I want to ask you a specific question, sort of in between those two periods of time. Did the defendant's friend film you after you called 911 as you were exiting the post office?
Did he film me after? Well, yeah. When I was making the phone call to 911 in the post office, I walked toward the door. I opened one door. Then I was in this little lobby area. There was another door. They were on the outside of the other door, and they were filming me as I was giving the description of what they were wearing to the 911 dispatcher.
Okay, great, thank you. Did the defendant and his friend disrupt their business at the post office that morning?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, what I thought was going to be a very quick trip into the post office turned into be a craziness.
And were there other customers in the post office that morning?
Yes.
Did you see any customers leave the post office without obtaining services?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear any other customers say anything about what was happening?
Yes, there was specifically a gentleman in fatigues. He looked to be in some type of military. He was asking what was going on. Connie behind me, she was concerned. And I just think some people just didn't want to get involved and they just left.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyder?
When you made the statement that you were referring to the things that are going on in the world that makes you nervous, what makes you nervous about what I was doing?
Well, the fact that I first saw you out on the corner of a street filming, and then you proceeded to come into the post office, and you continued filming, and you weren't giving any reasons as to what you were doing. It was very concerning and very alarming to me.
And how does that relate to any of the other things that was happening in the world that you referred to?
Well, this happened in 2018. We all dealt with 9/11, which was very frightening, and all those things. I mean, people, like, I can't talk to people. Myself, I get very nervous when I go into places, with just all the things that were going on, all the fighting in the world at that time. And then I have two people who come in and they start filming.
Is public photography related to any of those crimes that you referred to?
I don't understand your question.
For instance, 9/11, was public photography involved in any negative way to make you feel nervous?
Was public photography, Say it again.
Is
Involved?
is public photography related to 9/11 in any way?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
I think
Maybe you could.
point. I'll just skip it. How many conversations did we have?
You and I?
Specifically.
Well, I remember the first conversation we had was when I asked you to stop filming me, and I asked you where you were from, and I was thinking maybe you were from some type of a college, or you were doing something, and your response to me was either South or North Dakota. That was our first conversation. And another conversation we had was when I told you that if you didn't stop filming me, I was going to call the police. And again, you told me it was your right, you were exercising your First Amendment right, and there was nothing that I could do about it.
And where were we located in the post office when these conversations happened?
I was in line. I think there was one person ahead of me when you and your friend came around, and you specifically turned the camera and you were filming me as I was talking to you.
Is that the first interaction?
Yes.
And where were you the second interaction?
The second interaction was when I was actually in the area of the passport because there were so many people in the post office. The passport gentleman who was working there, he was taking customers. And when I walked in there to start doing my business, that is when you and your friend, about that time, started walking into that narrow, short hallway.
So were you still standing in the lobby when we had the second interaction?
The lobby being the main lobby, or where the passport is?
You could tell me where you were, if you don't mind.
Well, I just told you. My last interaction with you was when I was standing in that short hallway where it says passports above the door.
Okay.
When you were asking to go behind the scenes of the post office.
At what point did you tell me not to film you? Where were you located?
I was standing at the end of a counter waiting in line. There was one person ahead of me.
Is that the first interaction?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell me not to record you during the second interaction?
The second interaction, I asked you to stop filming me. I don't know if I ever used the word recording.
Okay. Did any of the staff inform you that photography is permitted or not permitted?
No, they did not.
Did I ever put a camera in your face?
You did.
And how close was it?
I would say probably right here. It was when I was standing in this line. There was one person ahead of me. And then I asked you to stop filming me.
Would you say it was closer than your arm if you was to reach it straight out?
Yeah, I would say it's probably about right here.
Okay.
You were very close to me.
Okay.
You're invading my space.
I would like to play the exhibit. I think it's C. And my question is, at what point during our interaction did the camera get closest to your face? And this is going to be our first interaction.
Turn that door over there.
I'm sorry, I don't have the exact time. I'm sorry, I'm almost there.
I don't answer too many questions.
Okay.
They will then at some point in the near future. In the meantime,
Why are you taking photos?
Just because we can.
all the mail that's inside the mailbox.
First Amendment audit.
What?
First Amendment audit.
All your mail.
First Amendment audit?
Yeah.
We coming in here.
Where are you from?
South Dakota.
And to see the keys.
Oh, you know what I'm asking. What company are you from?
There's no keys.
Oh, just me, myself.
Oh, hand you the keys.
I don't answer too many questions
You
though.
are.
I'm a shyster?
Yeah, you're shady.
What are you talking about? To refresh, my question is, at what point did the camera get closest to your face?
Looking at this picture?
I'm
Did I
going to
see
continue
that?
the clip, and you can just tell me when to stop. At what point did it get closest to your face where you said it was closer
Okay.
than arm length?
You can't even tell people what you're doing?
It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
It does.
That comes to $16.70.
You don't want for that. When I was holding
So,
where you are. My hand.
I'm a shyster?
Yeah, you're shady.
What are you talking about?
You can't even tell people what, right there.
Okay. That's the closest it came to your face?
Yes.
Okay. Would you normally call 911 when you visit a post office?
I know.
Would you normally call 911 when you see someone with a camera?
If I'm in a public place, probably not. But it was your whole demeanor about you and your friend.
How many times did you call 911?
How many times? I called them one time.
Did you lie to me the first time when you said you called the police?
I'm sorry, say that again. Did I lie to you when I first told you I called the police?
Yes.
No. I called 911.
Okay. Did you tell me you called 911 or the police?
Well, the attorney asked me, and I answered his question about 911.
I'll just skip it. Did you call the police because you thought we were doing something illegal?
I called the police because I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
I was afraid of you guys, the fact that you're filming me, you wouldn't answer any questions. I was trying to find out where you were from. You were just cutting me off, telling me it was your right, and you specifically told me that you don't answer questions. That was alarming to me.
Did I tell you where I was from?
You told me you were from South Dakota, but I believe you knew what I was asking. I wasn't asking what state you were from. I was trying to find out why you were in the post office. Did college bring you there? Did a job bring you there? That's what I was asking.
Did I tell you what we were doing there?
You said you were filming.
Did I tell you I was doing a First Amendment audit?
You said that you were, yes, you did. I didn't know what that was.
Did I demand to know your business there?
No, you did not.
Do you understand what free press means?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Why did you not ignore us like everybody else?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Why did you not ignore me?
How could I ignore you? You were filming me. You were acting very conspicuous, walking around in a post office. You didn't have any business like I did. I was there to mail letters.
Did you witness any other customers having interactions with us?
No, I did not, except for the military gentleman who was in fatigues. He was at the very end of the line.
Did you overhear what that conversation was?
No, I did not, but I could hear him talking.
He was talking to me or the co-defendant?
That I can't tell you.
Would you have felt uncomfortable if I was secretly recording?
No, because I probably wouldn't have known about it if it was secretly done.
Do I need your permission to film you in public?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Are you copyright protected?
I beg your pardon?
Are you copyright protected?
I don't know what that means. Maybe you could explain it to me, and then I can answer.
Copyright protected means that you can't copy somebody's image or their artwork or something like that. Do you have any copyright protections on the law books?
No, I don't.
When did you feel threatened?
When you were filming, I felt very uncomfortable.
Why did you not leave?
Because I had business to do. You didn't have any business in there. I had to mail my income tax payments.
Were you threatened to the point that you felt that you needed to leave?
I was going to leave after I did my business.
Did you overreact by calling 911?
Absolutely not.
Would you do the same thing today if you saw somebody filming in the post office?
And acting the way you were? Absolutely. Probably even more so today. Probably more so.
What do you mean exactly by how I was acting?
Just the way you were just walking around and filming and not saying what you were doing. Just, you know, a First Amendment audit. Does the average Joe know what that means? No, I don't think so.
How long would you say the camera was in your face?
Maybe, I don't know, at the point when I was in line, I don't know, maybe 3 seconds, 5 seconds.
Were the customers in line closer to you than I was to you?
Yes.
Did they invade your space?
No, they did not.
Do you feel that I made it a point to crowd your space?
Yes, because I asked you to stop filming me and you wouldn't.
Did I attempt to disengage
Disengage.
our conversation?
You mean stop our conversation?
Did I walk away from you?
Yeah, you were fluttering around the post office all over. So yes, you did at some point walk away from me and went on to filming something else.
I have a question about the passport area. Did I go behind anything while in the passport area?
You walked into the small, short hallway. You did not walk into the actual passport office. You walked into a hallway. And when you walked into the hallway, to the left, as you know, is where you could make access to where the employees were working behind the counter.
And if you would have went to your right, that is where people go in to the passport area. So I would say, I'm going to call it a hallway. So you did not go behind the counter where the employees were, and you did not go into a passport office. You stayed in that hallway.
Did I go behind anything?
Did you go behind anything? You were in the hallway.
Did you tell the officers I went behind anything in the passport area?
They also tried to walk behind the counter, did they not?
And he was, I'm sorry?
I'm the one that called the cops.
Okay.
And they were inside. I mean, they literally went behind, like, you know when you go in there and you get a passport?
Yeah.
They literally went behind there.
So you witnessed that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And
Did you tell the officers I went behind anything in the passport area?
Not that I can recall. I think I told them that you, I don't know if it was you or the other gentleman, wanted to go into that door that led to behind where everyone is working in the post office.
On that passport door, is there a sign on that door?
There is a sign, from what I recall, there is a sign on the door. If I'm standing like this facing it, there was a sign on that door, and I believe it said no entry.
Okay. I request that the witness draw blueprint of the passport area, and I'd like you to point out the door that has the sign on it.
Right now. Pull that sheet over, start over again.
I don't draw very well. Okay, so here is the counter. I was right here in line. There's a bench over here. This is an area here. This is the passport area. This is the passport area right here. And this is open. There is no door to this. When I was called, I walked in. There's a counter here. And that's where I started doing my business. Back here, from what I recall, there was a door. And I believe on that door, there was a sign that said something about no entry, right here. And behind that door, I believe, is where there are workers that are working behind the post office scene, sorting mail, whatever it is that they're doing. Here is where you could walk in this hallway, turn left. This is where the people that are working the counter, this is where they are. They're right here.
I think that's good enough. Could you please circle the passport area door?
The passport area door. Well, here is a passport area. You know, if there was a door there, it was somewhere here, because I have seen people in there before. So I'm going to say about right here, because this is the door that I believe had the sign no entry that would take you back beyond, behind the scenes in the post office.
I have a question for the witness of Exhibit C. Is this door the passport door that you're circled?
No. So,
I just need you to circle that door that we're looking at right here, that my arrow's on right here. Where is that door?
this door, I don't have this door in here. I don't have this door in my drawing. Because as you see, that is an open door. That door is open to allow people to come into that area. So that is not in my rendering here.
Could you circle where that area is on your drawing?
This door right here,
Yes, the one with the arrow on it.
I'm gonna say it's probably the door that would be like here, because this is how I walked in. So that door would be right here. Apparently that is a door that they close at some point, maybe in the evening or something, but it was open, as you can tell. So I just walked in here when they said next, and I came over here and I was doing my business.
Is there a sign on that door that says no entry or anything similar?
I don't know. This one?
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you see one in the picture there?
On this door here?
Yes.
No, there's something on the door. I can't tell what it is. I don't know what that is.
That's a peephole.
Okay.
Did you at any point see me pass a door that says no entry?
No, I do not believe, from what I recall, I believe this right here, there was a door that led into what I described as the back part of the post office. And I think there, it said something about no entrance, no entry. Right here.
Did I pass that door?
Did you go through the door?
Yes.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Did I stop just before the door?
You were in this area. I believe, I don't know if it was you or your friend, one of you asked to go back there. And I remember the postmaster said you cannot go back there.
Okay. You can have a seat. I'm done with that map there. After you told me to stop recording you, did I continue to follow you around?
Did you continue to follow me around? No?
Did I ever follow you around?
No.
Was there any violence used against you?
Violence?
Yes.
Such as hitting me? Something like that? No?
Yes. Was there any physical contact between us?
No.
Did you feel threatened or harassed to the point that you would need to resort to violence to defend yourself?
Not at what you were doing at that point in time.
At any time?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know what you were capable of doing. It's kind of a hard question for me to answer.
Did you ever feel the need to push me away from you?
No, because I knew I shouldn't touch you, because I didn't want to get in any kind of trouble. So I kept my hands to myself.
Did you witness any violence that day?
No.
Did you witness anything that would cause violence that day?
Well, I think you filming people maybe could cause violence. If you get someone in there that's angry, I think you could have caused violence.
Does filming you in public make you feel like you would like to cause violence against somebody?
No, not necessarily. But again, I don't know what you're capable of doing.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Understood. Brief redirect. Ms. Piccola, after the defendant told you he was there for a First Amendment audit, did he also tell you he doesn't like to answer too many questions?
Yes.
And after you told the defendant to stop filming you, did his friend film you?
Yes.
Did his friend film you while you were in the passport area?
No. No. The filming happened in this clip that was here previously when I was standing, in this line here waiting to be called up to the counter. That's where the filming was.
Right. Let me direct your attention to his friend's filming. Did his friend film you while you were sitting on the bench?
Objection, relevance?
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel, Mr. Hyder, anything else?
No further questions.
Okay. Are we completely done with this
I'm
one?
completely done with Ms. Piccola, and thanks for being here.
You're released. Have a good day. I think it's time for a lunch break. We'll start up again at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Back on the record for JC 2019-115630. I have again for the state.
David Hanselman for the state, Your Honor.
And defendant.
Bryan Hyder.
Thank you. And just so we're on the record about it, we're expecting Mr. Glover to return, but Mr. Hyder, you're willing to proceed in the interim?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. We have another witness for the state.
We do, Your Honor. Connie Afton.
Okay, if you would go ahead. Good, ma'am. Over here. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony about the given the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, have a seat. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. What is your name?
Connie Afton
Ms. Afton, where do you live?
in Goodyear.
And did you live in Goodyear in April of 2019?
Yes, I did.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an auditor for a company in Peoria.
And what did you do in April 2019?
I worked for U-Haul.
What did you do for them?
Same thing, I was an auditor.
Okay, great. Did you go to the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
I did.
And approximately what time did you go to the post office?
I don't know, I think it was around 10:30 or 11 o'clock.
Okay. And why did you go to the post office that morning?
Because I have a P.O. box there.
And what happened during your trip to the post office?
I went inside and there were a couple gentlemen that were inside that appeared to be causing some nervousness amongst the other people that were in there. They were filming and you could tell people were holding their hands up, asking them to quit. I walked to get my mail and came back over to observe that they were still there.
Okay. Do you see one of the two men who were filming inside the post office in the courtroom?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Afton has identified the defendant as one of the men she observed filming inside the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
So noted.
How did you get to the post office that morning?
I drove.
Where did you park?
In a handicapped stall, the first one.
And did either the defendant or the man that was with him attempt to film you while you were at the post office?
Yes.
Which one or both?
Both.
Where did they film you?
Coming out of the post office and then when I went to my car.
Okay. Can you describe that situation for the court?
Yeah, when I came out of the post office, the one gentleman was standing with his camera pointing towards the door, and I indicated to him I did not want to be filmed under any circumstance. I'd asked him not to. And when I walked over to my car, the other gentleman approached me at a kind of a high rate of speed and walked around my car, filming me all the way around as I was getting in the car and making a phone call.
And just for the record, which of the two men was filming you face on when you exited the post office?
Not this one, but the other one.
Okay. And which of the two men then circled you around your car?
This gentleman did.
And you're referring to the defendant?
Yes, I am.
And did you tell either one of them you didn't want to be filmed?
Yes, they both knew.
Did they stop filming you after you told them?
No, they did not.
And what happened when you got to your car?
This gentleman kept surrounding my car, filming in the windows and the license plate and things like that. It was making me very uncomfortable. I tried to call the police, or did call the police, I guess.
Okay. I'll get to the police call in just 1 second. How did it make you feel to have the defendant and the man that was with him film you after you told them not to?
Well, I suffer from anxiety, so I was very anxious and uncomfortable about the whole thing. I didn't like it one bit. I felt like I was being invaded.
Okay. All right. You said you called the police. At what point in time did you call the police?
as I was getting in my car, I was probably dialing 911 at that time, I believe, because this gentleman was circling me, and I didn't know what was about to occur. It made me very, very upset.
Okay. When you refer to this gentleman, you're referring to the defendant again?
Yes, I am.
Did you call the police while or shortly after you were observing the defendant and the second man filming you in your car?
Yes.
Then why did you call the police?
Because I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if I was in a safe situation or not.
And what did you tell the 911 operator?
That I was being approached and filmed by two men that I didn't want to be filmed by, that appeared to be causing a disruption at the post office.
Okay. Ms. Afton, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this CD?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
We watched it, listened to it earlier. I mean,
When you say we listened to it, did I play this?
You played it.
This
yeah.
CD prior to your testimony today?
Correct.
And this CD had a recording on it, correct?
Yes.
And was the recording you listened to prior to your testimony a fair and accurate recording of your call to 911 on the morning of April 8, 2019?
Yes, definitely.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit States Exhibit 2.
Okay, Mr. Hyder, any objection?
No objection.
So entered.
Your
And
Honor, I'm
proceed.
going to play the CD for Ms. Afton. Let me know if you can't hear it and need me to turn it up.
Begin redaction. End redaction. The post office here in Goodyear, the main post office on Australia, there were two men out here with cameras, and they're filming me, and they're harassing me, and they won't leave me alone. I've asked them to leave me alone, and I'm feeling threatened. Okay, what have they done to you that's listening? They keep filming me. They keep filming me everywhere I go. They're cussing at me. They're filming my car. They're filming my license plate. They're doing all kinds of things and being extremely disruptive to the public. Okay, are you a customer there? Do you work there? I'm a customer here. Okay. Okay, where can the officers contact you? Begin redaction. End redaction. They're surrounding my car. I'm in my car. I don't feel safe. Okay, what kind of car are you in? I'm in a red Charger parked in a handicapped spot. Okay. How many people do you see? There's two men. One is, I believe, maybe Hispanic or Filipino. He has on a blue polo shirt with a black backpack. He's carrying a camera phone on a tripod. They're filming everybody here at the post office. Have they said anything to anyone? Well, I asked them not to film me, and they both surrounded me, and they started approaching me. They got within about 5 feet, and they're trying to listen to the phone call that I'm having. They walked around my car. They filmed my license plate number. I come here all the time. This is where my post office box is. Okay, we do have officers on the way there now. Begin redaction. End redaction. I think they let me know if anything changes. Are they, I guess, still outside of your car, or where are they? They've walked away, and they've gone over around the other side of the building. They are still filming people. Okay, what's been here for quite a while. The postmaster is having issues. I'm going to say it's the east side. Okay, so you no longer have a visual on them? I do not. Okay. The second person, you can give me a description of him. Can I expect out what he looks like? Is he white? Yeah, he's a tall man. He's a white man. He's tall, dark hair. He's probably, I'm going to say, about 6'5". but one he has on a black t-shirt, and it looks as if he's just carrying like a regular camera, and he's on filming mode. Okay. All right, look, I can see them both now. Okay. All right, then, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Afton, was that your voice on recording?
Yes.
Was that a recording of your call to 911 on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes.
You want to know what happened after you called 911?
Then the policeman came, and it took quite some time for them to get the situation under control before I was able to leave.
Okay, great. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hyder, any questions for this witness?
Yes.
Did anybody ever put a camera in your face?
I don't know if you were filming my face or not, but there was a camera on me at all times.
How close would you say the closest the camera got to you?
About 5 feet.
Was that my camera or the co-defendant's?
Well, you were around my car, and the other one was, he was filming me as I was stepping out of the post office. He didn't come towards my car.
Who got closest to you?
You did.
Were you in your car at that time?
Yes.
Did we ever speak to each other?
I asked you to not record me.
At what point did you ask me that?
I'm sure repeatedly throughout the whole thing.
Would you say my behavior was passive, or was I being belligerent, for example?
You were being aggressive.
And how was I being aggressive?
Because you would not quit filming me and you would not leave me alone. You kept following me around my car when I asked you to stop.
At what point did I follow you?
You followed me from the time I got out of the post office to the time I got to my car. When I got inside, and then you continued to walk around my car, filming me the whole time.
Are you sure I followed you to your car? Or
Yes, I am.
You were not already in your car?
No, I was not.
I would like to play.
How would you know where my car was if you didn't follow me?
I would like to play an exhibit. This is Exhibit C, and this is the video of Connie coming out of the post office, referring to the questions I just asked.
I don't have it up here yet, sir. Oh, thank you. Give it just a moment. There we go.
We don't have audio. It's only on this one.
I can hear it from somewhere.
Okay. Can you hear it okay, Connie?
It's quite garbled.
I don't know what happened. Maybe reconnect it. Should I move it closer to her?
Well, let me see if I can. Go ahead, try it again, sir. It's not coming through at all, other than from your desk. Got it. Mr. Hyder, we have a remote mic. You can set close to your. You can set it in the vicinity of your laptop, see if you can pick it up better.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know what happened when you disconnected. It might require a reboot on your side, so well, this'll do.
Just a glitch, I'm sure. Okay, to refresh, I was asking about, did I follow you to your car, or were you already at your car before I approached?
This is crazy. Huh. Cussing in public now just because we're filming. First Amendment protective activity. Cuss at us for it. Out here showing.
I'm not sure, is it this microphone?
Well, it's probably picking up from both right now. And you had the other one too close to it.
Okay. I think that was it. Did you ever leave that parking spot after that?
After the police had gone, yeah.
Okay. So did I follow you to your car, or were you already at your car before I approached?
As you can see by your own film, I am at my car and you are on the opposite side of the parking lot. So I was at my car and you approached me. It's
Okay.
Clearly filmed right here.
Did I follow you to your car,
Yes.
or were you already at the car by the time I approached you?
You followed me to my car, sir.
Did you tell me to stop following you?
Yes.
At what point?
I'm sure as soon as I realized that you were approaching me towards my car and you were filming, I asked you to stop.
I would like to continue the exhibit, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
And what the law is and what their rights are. I was just talking about how much I like Arizona. I was expecting a pass. Calling the cops, harassing her. I don't know what she's talking about, harassment. Gotta get it. Gotta get it. She's reporting on us. Gotta know who it is.
Did we have any interactions after that point?
Yeah, after you walked around my car, but I'm not sure where that part of the video is at.
I would like to continue the video, Your Honor.
Another one. Just a dead end. There's a locked door.
Yeah, I think
We'll check out the gate. Morning. What's this? This is odd. There's a sign there. There's no sign here. They don't like me.
Did we have any interactions after the police arrived?
I don't recall, but I'm wondering where the rest of your video is where you went around my car.
Is that when you claimed that we had a conversation?
I didn't claim that we had a conversation. You went around my car. You were standing behind my car. You filmed my license plate, and that part of your tape seems to be missing. Clearly states on the recording that I made to the police what you were doing as you were doing it.
I would like to move this exhibit into evidence, and you would like to do that later. Up to you.
Well, sir, it's up to you. Which exhibit is that again?
Let me double check. This is Exhibit C.
State?
Your Honor, we reject at this time since no foundation has been laid for the exhibit.
Sustained. You're going to try again when you present, sir.
Is this the video that you would recognize from that day, from that incident?
No.
You do not recognize this video.
Why would I? I've never seen the video before.
Do you recognize the events from that day being the same as the events on this video?
No, I do not.
Do you feel that this video has been doctored?
I feel it's incomplete.
What is missing?
As I had already said, there's no documentation of you surrounding my car and filming my license plate from behind. You did circle my car, sir, and it specifically states that while I was talking to the police on the recording.
I have a short clip here that I would like you to watch from the same exhibit. And I'd like you to verify if this is the video that you were explaining that I circled your car and got your license plate number.
calling the cops, harassing her. I don't know what she's talking about, harassment. Gotta get it. Gotta get it. She's reporting on us. Gotta know who it is.
Is that the recording that you were referring to that I circled your card?
I believe that you know that it is. Sure, I agree. It is.
Okay. Did you tell me to stop following you?
Yes.
At what point?
I'm sure as soon as I realized that you were approaching me towards my car and you were filming, I asked you to stop.
Is that the recording that you were referring to that I circled your card?
I believe that you know that it is. Sure, I agree. It is.
Okay. Did you feel harassed?
Yes, I did. I still do.
I would like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor. Lacks foundation.
Does lack foundation at this time. It won't be admitted yet.
I need to refer with my attorney. I'm not sure what to do at this point. I can continue with the questioning and maybe we can come back to it as a rebuttal. I'm not sure what to do.
What counsel's referring to is you haven't substantiated the video itself.
I still don't understand. I thought I have established this video as evidence. I don't understand.
Nobody has established that video, sir, yet. It might be in your own testimony that you might do that, or somebody else, your but it would be more than likely you, but not yet, sir. You haven't testified.
I'm missing something. I'm not understanding. I would like to come back to it after
You can continue, and then we'll wait for counsel to appear, okay, if you get more questions.
Thank you. At any point, did you attempt to leave?
No, I was waiting for the police to show up. At that point,
Did you feel threatened and harassed?
yes, I did.
Why does public photography cause you anxiety?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
I have a question about your testimony about the direction of our cameras when you walked out of the post office.
North, south, east, west, it was outside the post office. I don't think the direction really has any relevance.
You testified that we were facing the camera at you as you were exiting the post office, and that is why you told us not to record you, because we were already recording.
Well, you have a camera view of your camera, but you don't have the camera view of the other gentleman's camera, so I can't see how I don't get your point. I don't understand. Oh, I'm sure you have it.
I would like to play Exhibit D. This will show the direction of the camera as she exits the post office. She testified that we were recording her as she left, and that's what caused her to make contact with the co-defendant.
Either one, it's fine with me.
co-defendant already recording you as you were leaving the post office?
Yes. Right there. You just saw it.
Before you made contact, was he recording you as you walked out of the door?
I'm sure as I was coming out of the door. Yeah.
Would you like to see the clip again?
No, I don't need to.
Okay. What conversation did we have? What was all spoke about? Me and you.
I asked you guys to both not to film me. I did not give you permission to film me. I do not want to be filmed. And I'm not really sure why you were there. I don't care why you were there. Your point is just to make me miss a day off of work, apparently, but I don't understand this. I really don't. I don't know whose feathers you're trying to ruffle, but you're not going to ruffle my feathers here today. I don't know. I asked you guys to not film me. That's clearly within my right to ask you to stop. You should have stopped.
Did you tell that to the co-defendant or to me?
I don't recall.
Other than recording you and recording your license plate, did I do anything to cause you to feel harassed?
That whole situation caused me to feel harassed, so yes. Being there caused me to feel harassed.
If I was recording with a hidden camera, would you still feel harassed?
If I didn't know it, but that was pretty blatant what you guys were doing, so yeah, it was harassing. Doesn't matter if you had a hidden camera behind your glasses, I don't care. You were being blatantly trying to cause a disturbance that day, and that's exactly what you've done.
Do you realize the post office has cameras in it?
Yes, I do, and I'm not bothered by them because I give them authority to film me for my safety.
Do you have any reason to believe that I was filming you that was not for your safety?
When you have a recording stating that we want to know who it is that's calling the cops on us, and you have a copy of my driver's license plate on my car, yep, you bet. Burnt your own one on that one.
Did you call the police to protect your private information?
I called the police to protect my person.
Did you think I was recording you to get a rise out of you?
Yep.
Why did you not ignore us?
It's pretty hard to ignore when you're following me around and following everybody else around and just talking loud so everybody hears you. Oops, there's another one calling the cops. I mean, come on. What do you think? And now you're here wasting everybody's time. I don't get this.
Did I ever yell or raise my voice?
No.
Did you testify at the co-defendant's trial that you thought we were doing a college project?
I didn't know what it was when I first saw what you were doing because I was from Tempe. So when I lived in Tempe, there were college kids doing things a lot. Sometimes they were protesting, sometimes they weren't, but at least you knew what they were doing.
Did you see me enter the passport area?
Yep.
Do you remember a sign on the passport door?
No, I don't read it. And I have no reason to.
Did you overhear anything that occurred in the passport area?
Nope, I wasn't listening strictly for anything.
When you walked out of the passport Let me rephrase. When you walked out of the post office front doors, was I recording you before you made an interaction with us?
I don't have any idea. You would know by your own evidence whether I was or not. Or you were.
Did you initiate conversation, or was that one of us?
I asked your friend to not film me. I did not give you permission, just as you see on the film.
Was it necessary to call 911?
Yes.
Would you do the same thing today if you seen somebody filming in public?
If it was a disturbance to somebody, I sure would.
Was I causing a disturbance that day?
Yes, you were.
How exactly?
Well, we wouldn't be here if you weren't.
In your 911 call, did you tell 911 that we were cussing at you?
No, you heard the tape. I did not.
I would like to play an exhibit, the one we already heard, if that's okay with you, Judge.
With what? I didn't hear you.
May proceed.
I'm going to play your exhibit, the 911 call, and my question was, did you tell 911 that we were cussing at you?
I don't recall.
Where is your emergency?
Hi, begin redaction. End redaction.
The post office here in Goodyear, the main post office on Australia.
How can I help?
There are 10 men. There's 10 men out here with cameras, and they're filming me, and they're harassing me, and they won't leave me alone. I've asked them to leave me alone, and I'm feeling threatened.
Okay, what have they done to you that's threatening?
They keep filming me. They keep filming me everywhere I go. They're cussing at me. They're filming my car. They're filming my license plate. They're doing all kinds of things. They're being extremely disruptive to the public.
Okay, are you a customer there, or do you work?
Did you tell 911 that we were cussing at you?
Apparently I did. Whether you must have been, or I wouldn't have said that you were, so I don't know. I don't know what the situation was. I don't recall.
Do you recall at what point we cussed at you?
I don't recall.
You ever called 911 on anybody before for filming?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did the officers explain to you that recording in public is not a crime?
I don't recall. I think I found out since then, but I don't remember what happened that day, as far as that goes.
Was that the first time you've ever seen anybody record a documentary before?
Objection, lacks foundation and relevance.
Sustained.
How long was I surrounding you?
I don't know. Maybe 2 minutes.
Was that at the same moment when I was recording your license plate?
It was throughout the period of this whole thing happening, so I don't know how long it was directly.
How long was I behind your vehicle?
I don't know, maybe 30 seconds.
Do I need your permission to film you?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Are you copyright protected?
Why would I be?
Is that a yes or a no?
Just answer the question, ma'am.
No, I'm not.
Why did you not ignore us?
It was kind of hard not to ignore you.
If you don't like being photographed, then why would you interrupt a photographer while he's recording?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Did I make any threats?
Not physically, but emotionally.
Was any violence used against you?
No.
Was there any physical contact between us?
No.
Did you feel threatened or harassed to the point that you would need to resort to violence to defend yourself?
No.
Did you witness any violence that day?
No.
Did you witness anything that would cause violence that day?
All depends on who was confronted, I guess.
Do you feel it is logical for somebody to use violence against me for what I did that day?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, the state doesn't have anything for Ms. Afton?
Okay, we're going to need this witness again.
Not from the state.
Mr. Hyder?
Yes, I'll need to speak with my attorney.
Okay, ma'am, you can wait in the lobby.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before Ms. Afton, you can go.
Okay.
Yeah, but stay in the lobby. So, Your Honor, Ms. Afton took the day off of work today. The state is done with her. I'm not sure what else Mr. Hyder would have for her at this point in time. He's had a chance to cross-examine her. If Mr. Hyder's concern is about setting a foundation for his video, Ms. Afton is not going to be able to do that now or after Mr. Hyder talks with his attorney. If Mr. Hyder's case, if he wants to recall her for some other reason, we'll keep Ms. Afton here, but if it's for purposes of trying to establish a foundation for his own video, then we would like to know that from Mr. Hyder so we can excuse Ms. Afton.
Mr. Hyder.
I'm not understanding the foundation objection, and I'd like to speak with my attorney to better understand. And I don't know, I can't take his word for it.
May not be able to take his word for it, but court does understand your concern, sir, and unless there's some other questions or issues for this witness, the court's not going to allow your evidence based on this witness's testimony.
Okay. There was a lot of my questions objected on based on foundation.
And when counsel gets back, you can certainly ask him what foundation means. I tried to move you along a little bit on it, sir, but I can't represent you.
I understand. I just request that she's not relieved until I speak with my attorney.
Well, we'll wait a little bit.
Okay.
Do we have a projected time when Mr. Glover will be back?
I could call him and find out. That's the best I can do.
Okay, and we've got how many more witnesses?
I've got one more witness.
Okay. Why don't you make that call, and then we'll do counsel's last witness.
Okay.
Okay.
Here.
We ready to proceed?
Your Honor, my witness is going out to his vehicle to get his report.
Okay. For him to appear.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Come on up this way, officer. Swear or affirm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
You are seated. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the court.
I'm Officer Michael John Miller for the Goodyear Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Goodyear Police Department?
Since 2001.
And what is your position with the Goodyear Police Department?
I am a canine handler and the unit trainer.
And what are your responsibilities as a canine handler and unit trainer?
Responsible to assist patrol and locating outstanding suspects, narcotics. I also assist patrol on backup calls where it seems like it might be get out of hand. And as a unit trainer, I'm responsible for making sure all the dogs in service are up to date, their training's up to date, and provide all the academies.
Great. Right, I'd like to turn to the incident that brings us here today. Were you
Yes, sir.
on duty on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And what were you assigned to do that morning?
I was just on regular canine patrol.
And what happened at approximately 9:44 that morning?
We received multiple phone calls of a disturbance at the post office off Estrella Parkway.
And what did you do after you received multiple calls?
Just sat and listened to descriptions of the possible suspects involved and started headed that way.
Then did you personally go to the post office?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got to the post office?
When I pulled into the post office, I observed the subject to my right, standing to the rear area of the building with the back door open, and appeared as if he was reaching in with an object later identified as a camera. I observed that, pulled forward to the main entrance, and then observed another subject who fit another description, wearing Los Angeles Dodgers gear, standing out front with a cellular phone on a camera stick, and he directed it towards my way when I pulled up.
Right, and just for the record, the man you saw at the back of the post office looking in the door, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. He's a subject to my right, Mr. Hayter there.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Officer Miller has identified the defendant as the man he saw at the back of the post office with the open door.
So noted.
Thank you. And what did you do once you got to the scene?
I just walked into the main lobby, at which time I was contacted by the postmaster, sort of asked what was going on. He said that the two subjects were inside the post office in restricted areas and that they were causing a disturbance to his customers inside. And I said, do you want them to leave? And he said yes. Do you guys want them trespassed? Do you want them trespassed?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you want them trespassed.
Well,
off
they
the
were
property.
asked to leave. They wouldn't leave.
Okay.
And the customers are all getting upset.
Okay, you want them trespassed. And you're the manager, okay. And I said, do you want them to leave? And he said yes.
Okay. And did you conduct any investigation when you got there?
That was pretty much it, because I was just going to, go out and tell them, hey guys, you need to leave out of here, and try to let them handle it on their own by being cooperative and leaving.
And did they leave?
No.
And did they leave?
No.
Was the defendant then arrested?
Not at that point. More officers arrived on scene, and myself and the case officer, I believe it was Officer Hudson, went inside. He talked to the postmaster a lot longer, at which time the postmaster said he did desire prosecution for the trespass and said wouldn't leave, and Officer Hudson established that we had a few victims on the disorderly conduct. At that time I knew we had enough probable cause to make an arrest. The subjects were still failing to ID themselves at that point, so we have probable cause to make the arrest. I informed the sergeant on duty and the case officers at that time. They made the arrest.
Okay. And at that point in time, was the defendant arrested?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the Goodyear Police Department seize the defendant's camera and the other man's cell phone when they were arrested on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And was the second man later identified as Vidal Chavez Galvez?
Yes, sir.
And what happened to Mr. Chavez Galvez's cell phone after it was received? After it was seized?
It was placed into property and evidence by the case officer.
And did Mr. Chavez Galvez's cell phone contain a video that he took at the Avondale Goodyear post office on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that video?
Yes, sir.
Right, Mr. Miller, I'm going to play you a disc that's been marked as State's Exhibit 3.
Is it going to come up right here, sir?
It'll come up.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, I did not give you permission to take my picture. You need to turn that off.
Ma'am, you're out in public. Why would you call me and say, hey, a guy with a camera, and then you say you don't want to come out on camera? The cops have been called, ma'am. You can call them again if you like.
I do not want you to take my picture.
Ma'am, if you'd be respectful and not yelling at us, that'd be one thing, but you coming out here yelling at us saying that you don't want to be recorded, I will. Do the same. Makes no sense to walk up with a guy with a camera and say, I don't want to don't record me. I don't give you permission to record me. Come on. That makes no sense whatsoever. No type of logic. Yeah, I know it might be an inconvenience to people. They might not want to be on camera, but you know, tough shit. There's no expectation of privacy. They're not complaining and bitching about the 20 cameras they got in there. So.
I was just talking about how much I like Arizona. I was expecting to pass.
Yeah, so she's calling the cops as well. Sure, no filming. So we're gonna go live once the PD shows up. I'm gonna switch over to live, and we'll go from there. Here's the lady that's melting because we're recording.
All right, Officer Miller, is the video I just played a portion of the video that the Goodyear Police Department seized from Mr. Chavez Galvez when he was arrested on the morning of April 8th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And is this video in the same or substantially the same condition now as it was when it was seized from Mr. Chavez Galvez?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the State's moves to moves State's Exhibit 3 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So entered.
Your Honor, no further questions from the State.
Mr. Hyder, any questions for this witness?
Yes. Before you made the arrest, did any of the post office employees tell you that we entered any restricted areas?
Yes, sir. Well, they told Officer Hudson I was standing there.
Okay. And who was that?
The postmaster.
Okay, let me rephrase. Did the postmaster tell you that we entered in a restricted area?
He told Officer Hudson.
Okay, yes. And that was before you made the arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to play a video clip. This is Exhibit G. This is Officer Miller's recording, body camera. This is the point when you enter the post office
And my question is, at what point does the staff tell you we've entered a restricted area?
Okay. I'm not getting anything like you. You hear my dog. If he turns his laptop, do you have it on your laptop?
Yeah. Officer, there we are.
Okay, here we go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Trespass?
Yeah.
Yes, you want them trespassed
Well,
off
they
the
were
property.
asked to leave. They wouldn't leave.
Okay.
And the customers are all getting upset.
Okay, you want them trespassed. And you're the manager, okay. King 91. King 91. They want them trespassed off the property. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? What's your name, badge number?
It's Officer Miller. I'm asking you to leave the property. You've been officially trespassed off the property. Actually, we need to get paper. You understand? You have ID on you.
I don't answer questions. This is a public property, so how can you trespass me without committing a crime?
I'll leave. I just need name and badge number as well.
Okay, we'll give that to you.
Can you answer how you can trespass me from public property? What's
Okay.
your name, badge number?
The owners of the business are requesting you to leave.
Sir, ma'am,
The
this
manager.
is a public property. This is not a private property. Miller, what is your badge
They
number?
want them trespassed.
Miller, what is your badge number?
Are you guys gonna leave?
I'll leave. Miller,
You guys will leave? Okay. We're trying to cooperate with you guys here, man.
He's talking
Don't know
for
what you're
himself.
doing. All right. We're trying to cooperate with you.
I don't-
You're saying you're not going to leave.
It doesn't sound like you're
I
trying
just
to
need
correct.
a badge number.
Yeah,
Go
they
get-
want them trespassed.
Go get the manager's name, because then we'll just click if they don't want to go.
You understand this is public property? Hello. No, the customer.
And he's the manager. You're the manager, correct?
Fine,
And you want them off the property. They're refusing to leave. Are you willing to prosecute? Aid in prosecution.
Yeah, if we
If
have
they
to.
go to jail. Yep, I'm gonna need somebody to aid in prosecution. Okay. You guys are good with that?
Yeah, because they were asked to leave, and even the customers asked them to leave, and not to be filmed.
Okay.
Their customers were all upset for filming them too.
I mean, they're allowed to film, but the customers get upset and they cause a disturbance.
It's causing a disturbance.
There's a lady
Okay.
inside that door.
Just keep them down for a second. Let me get their information, and then we'll, as soon as Juan or whatever, we'll just look them up.
Okay. Hey, because of disturbance, we have enough for disturbance.
All right, let's go.
You need to put the camera down, sir.
All right, guys.
Now the question is, did anybody tell you before you arrested me that we entered any restricted areas?
Oh, apparently not. He said he just asked you to leave.
Okay. Did you witness me refusing to leave?
No, you were just standing there videoing.
Miller, what is your badge number?
Are you guys gonna leave?
I'll leave. Miller,
You guys will leave? Okay. We're trying to cooperate with you guys here, man.
Did you witness me refusing to leave?
No, you were just standing there videoing. I believe you had a warrant. It was one of the reasons why you got arrested too.
Did I agree to leave?
I didn't ask you.
Miller, what is your badge number?
Are you guys gonna leave?
I'll leave. Miller,
You guys will leave? Okay. We're trying to cooperate with you guys here, man.
Did I agree to leave?
I didn't ask you. I can't speak for the other officers.
At any time did you witness me refusing to leave?
No, I did not.
Did you say that you needed our information before we could leave?
I don't recall.
What is the proper procedure for issuing a trespass?
Proper procedure for issuing a trespass. Number one, I always give the people an opportunity to leave, which I obviously did. Is, hey, we're trying to cooperate with you guys here. Just get out of here and we're good. You know, that was clear as day. I always give people opportunity before any documentation, before any arrests are made, to leave, because there's times where there's a lot of confusion, and I can see where confusion could come from anybody entering any building. But once that person says you got to go, you've got to go. So I did give you that opportunity to leave. You continue to stand there with your buddy.
After you gave me the opportunity to leave,
Did you say that you needed to give us some paperwork?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video again. Usually that's what we do, and we get your IDs so we can document on that paperwork who you are.
Was I detained at that point?
You are not detained. You are still free to go.
Is it fair to say that I stayed because you said that you needed some information from me?
You were refusing to give it to me anyhow. You still could have walked away.
At what point did I refuse to give you any information?
I asked you guys for your IDs, and I got nothing.
Was that in the clip we just played?
Yes, sir. It was in that clip.
Are you referring to me or the co-defendant?
You were standing next to him.
Were you initially going to give us a trespass notice and let us go?
I was excuse me, sir. I was originally just going to let you go. No notice, no nothing. I was just going to let you go. Try to just end the situation so it didn't have to escalate.
At what point did you change your mind?
After we went back in, and well, first of all, you guys continued to stay there. I went back in. Officer Hudson and myself gathered more information, and you pushed the issue, and you got arrested for the disturbance, obviously, and for the trespassing.
Did you witness a disturbance?
No, I did not. And most of the time we do not, sir. Most of the time we go off witnesses and victim statements.
Other than post office employees, did you speak with any of the witnesses or victims to get any of their statements before you made the arrest?
No, sir, I did not. That was all in the case officer.
Before making the arrest, did you confirm we were causing a disturbance?
No, I did not. Well, I did confirm it through the postmaster, yes. It's on the video.
What disturbance was that?
He said you were videotaping and harassing his customers.
Did he say what kind of harassment?
No, he did not.
Do you normally take one person's word over another without evidence?
Objection, Lex Foundation.
Sustained.
Were we causing enough disturbance to be considered disorderly conduct?
That would be on to the case officer, not me.
Did you witness any disturbances that would be caused disorderly conduct?
No, I did not. It came after the fact, sir.
Did you see any evidence after the arrest of disorderly or harassing?
You were in the back of the police car, so no, I did not.
Did you review any of the evidence?
No, other than the video, no.
Did you witness any evidence of disorderly or harassing in that video?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of disorderly are you talking about?
Disorderly is interrupting people's workspaces, interrupting their normal cause of what they're functioning. In the video, of the evidence video, you guys are back in the office areas, causing disruptions to the normal business operations.
These back office areas, did you witness me crossing any doors that says no entry?
I did not.
I'm referring to the evidence, not in person.
No, I did not. Evidence-wise, I just know the postmaster is telling you that you guys needed to leave.
Did you witness anybody telling us to leave the property?
On the video, yes. In person, no. Other than me.
Who told us in that video that we needed to leave?
It was the postmaster.
Did he tell us to leave the building or the passport area?
I'd have to watch it again. I can't recall. I just know I told you guys needed to leave.
How long were you on scene before you decided to arrest us?
I have no idea. I didn't time it, sir.
Would you say it was more than 5 minutes?
I have no idea, sir. I'm not going to speculate on that.
Did you get both sides of the story before deciding who the victim was?
That was on the case officer, Officer Hudson.
Is Officer Hudson the arresting officer?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to refer to my report, but I believe so.
Is that report in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a minute if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hey, because of disturbance, we have enough for disturbance.
All right, let's go.
You need to put the camera down, sir.
All right, guys, I'm getting arrested.
I know it's in here somewhere. Actually, I should have referred to my report on the other question. I had it right in here. Yeah, it says Officer Hudson here.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, who went inside into the question, yes.
Yes, he's the arresting officer.
Yes, sir. And he's the gentleman that was standing inside with me the second time.
Okay.
Right there.
Were there any customers that told you that they did not see a disturbance?
I didn't question the customer, sir. That would be on the case officer.
I would like to play a video clip. This is the same exhibit G. My question is, did any of the customers tell you that they did not see a disturbance?
I don't recall. I haven't watched this full video.
Okay. I'm just going to play this little clip.
Okay.
Actually, can you go ahead and run it? It's going to be Ida Adam Mary 40 Tom King, Arizona, and let me know the information on it. Is this your car, ma'am?
This is my vehicle.
Okay.
Did you see all that?
I didn't see anything. I just came out.
Did she seem disturbed?
Sir, I didn't question her. That was the sergeant who asked her the question. I'm not going to speak for the sergeant.
Did you arrest us to stop us from recording?
Sir, I didn't arrest you.
I would like to play a clip from Exhibit G. And this is referring to a statement you made to your supervisor as to why whoever arrested us.
Okay.
Okay. I need to go inside real quick. And instead of the show going on in here, we just detained him.
Has anybody walked the parking lot yet?
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you please explain to me what you meant by that?
Did you know the difference between detention and arrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying is so it didn't get turned into a use of force situation. A lot of times we detain people. And that's pretty much what I was telling him, hey, to stop continuance of the disturbance in front of the post office, we detained you guys.
Did you witness a disturbance in front of the post office?
You guys were absolutely making a disturbance in front of the post office.
Did you witness a disturbance?
No, I did not. And most of the time we do not, sir. Most of the time we go off witnesses and victim statements.
Did you witness any disturbances that would be caused disorderly conduct?
No, I did not. It came after the fact, sir.
Did you witness a disturbance in front of the post office?
You guys were absolutely making a disturbance from the post office.
As soon as we were in cuffs, what was your first priority?
No, I don't recall. Scene security. At that point, I usually help out the officers on scene if they need help.
As soon as we got on cuffs, did you turn off our cameras?
I don't recall, sir.
Did you witness me? Let me rephrase. You testified that when you arrived, that I had opened a door and I was filming inside of it?
I didn't say you opened it. I said the door. You had a door open to the rear.
Okay. Did I ever enter that door?
No, I did not see you inside that door. I couldn't tell. It looked like your arm was extended into it, but I'm not going to testify that your arm was inside that door frame, though.
Okay. Did anybody explain to you how that door was left open?
No, sir. I did ask the postmaster if that door is normally secured, and he said yes. I also asked the postmaster if there was a trespassing sign on it, and he said yes.
Did you see a trespassing sign on the door?
There was a sign on it, but it was sun faded. And I documented that in my report as well.
Were you able to read any of the wording on it?
No, sir.
Did you witness any violence that day?
No, sir.
Did you witness any physical contact?
No, sir. Not with us, anyhow. No.
I'm not referring to the arrest. I'm referring to aggressive behavior contact.
No, I got there well after the fact, sir.
Did you witness any threats or harassment?
Not while I was there, no.
Did you see the need to use a weapon?
No, sir.
Did you witness the need for anybody to push me away?
When I got there, no. You were standing outside by the back door.
Did you make a comment to your supervisor that I was overly aggressive with Sarah Miller and that it was justified to push me away?
I don't recall that.
I mean, I thought it was enough. Actually, if she wanted to turn around and give an impact push, when I walked out, I'm like,
No, they were not that close.
do you have
They were not
their
that
names and
close.
everything?
Did you witness anything that would cause violence that day?
No, sir. Not when we were dealing with you. You guys would just refuse to ID yourself and leave.
Do you remember making a comment about an impact push?
No, sir. I do not recall.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect from the state?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
We're going to need this witness at all?
I will not.
No, I will not.
You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
for your time.
Have a good day and be safe.
That's the last of the state's witnesses, Your Honor, may rest.
Very well. Mr. Hyder, it's now your opportunity to present evidence, testimony, witnesses.
I request a recess to meet with counsel.
Certainly, we take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're back on the record for JC 2019-115630.
Your Honor, the state was wanting to inquire whether Ms. Afton could be excused.
I have one question for her, and that's it. She can go.
I have no objection. I don't want to direct Mr. Hyder's case, so she can But he can call her, I guess, in his own order.
We can bring her back in for a question. The state might have a follow-up on it.
Yeah. Do you want me to get her now?
If you would, please.
Mr. Hyder has a motion for the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bush.
Did you read it first?
Yes.
So this would be your case.
I had to call him first. Okay, all right. Rule 20. 1 second, Your Honor. I missed something. Requesting a direct verdict on each charge, Rule 20.
State opposes the defendant's motion. It's presented evidence on all the elements of each one of the 3 offenses for which the defendant's been charged.
Well, the court's not going to dismiss at this time, sir. There is evidence there that the court's going to evaluate, and when closing comes, make a determination on each charge separately.
Okay.
Motion denied.
Okay. Then I'm ready for Connie.
Now, would you like to call?
Yes, I would like to call Connie as a witness.
Okay, here we go. And I know Mr. Glover's back with us again.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't expect to be that long. I had a higher yesterday, so I'm 30 minutes today in court. So I addressed that, and the court started a 4-part change of plea right before I got there.
Oh, no.
It took a little longer than that.
Okay, ma'am, come and have a seat. I remind you, you've already been sworn in. Mr. Hyder.
Do you have a problem with being filmed?
Not as long as I'm aware of it, no.
What was your
With my
problem?
permission.
Let's ask her name first, and so we know who we have.
Okay. Do I ask or do you ask?
You ask.
Okay. What is your name?
Connie Afton.
Thank
Were
you.
you there that day that I was arrested at the post office?
In April, or whenever it was, yeah.
Yes, okay. And did you have a problem with me filming you?
Yes.
Why would you interrupt me if you don't like being recorded?
Objection, Lacks Foundation.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Nothing from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
I request clarification on the lack of foundation.
So he asked the witness, why would you interrupt me if you something? There hasn't been any testimony that Ms. Afton interrupted Mr. Hyder, and so he can't ask a question, why did you do X, when there's no foundation that she did X in the first place.
Okay. Who made initial contact?
You guys did by filming.
Who made an initial verbal contact?
I don't understand. What do you mean, who made the initial verbal contact? I mean, did I say something to you, or did you say something to me?
Yes, who spoke to who first?
I asked you to not film me. I asked you to desist from filming me.
Why would you interrupt a photographer while he was recording if you don't want to be recorded?
For that exact reason, because I don't want to be recorded.
Were we even recording you until you made contact?
The light was blinking, so I assumed, yeah.
Was the camera pointing in your direction?
It certainly was, yeah, at the door when I came out.
Okay, no further questions.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Ma'am, you are excused.
I may go home.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
We appreciate yours too. Thank you.
Mr. Hyder, your next witness?
I would like to testify. And it's not typical, but I would like my counsel to question me, if that's
Come
cross-examined.
on up here, have a seat. Advisory counsel, step up. Sir, before you sit down, swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and be seated. Mr. Glover, you may proceed.
Sir, please identify yourself for the court.
Oh, is it too late to change my mind? Is it too late to change my mind? Because I got confused. Because he's going to take over the case now. If he cross-examines me, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe what he wants to do is testify and then check with me before he's done testifying to see if there's any additional questions he should address.
And that would be fine.
I
We understand the purpose of advisory counsel here today.
So I take over? Is that what happens?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Bryan Hyder, and I was at the post office that day in question. I'd like to refer to my notes. I have plenty of notes of everything I'd like to address. I need my laptop to see the exhibits numbers. I would like to testify and verify that I recorded Exhibit C, and I would like to enter that into evidence.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
So entered.
Thank you. Eyewitness to Exhibit D. It was filmed by Vidal Chavez. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. And I would like to enter that as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
So entered.
I was there at the time of the arrest when Exhibit E was filmed. This is the recording of Officer Daniel. I would like to enter that into evidence.
And just for clarification from the court's standpoint, Exhibit E hasn't been referred to in your cross to the previous witnesses?
No, it has not yet been entered. There's any testimony.
And that would be a video of?
This is Officer Daniel's body-worn camera.
State objects to Exhibit E because the proper foundation hasn't been established.
Any other argument for that, sir? Otherwise, the court's not going to admit Exhibit E.
I can come back to that. I have a statement on Exhibit E that I have not made yet. I was present on the day of the arrest
when Mike Miller was filming, and I would like to enter his body-worn camera into evidence, Exhibit G.
State also objects for lack of foundation.
Not going to be entered at this time, sir.
We referred to poster 7 earlier in testimony. I would like to include that as an exhibit entered into evidence.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Exhibit O is poster 7. Larry testified against, or testified as authenticity as the post office rules and regulations.
State has no objection.
So entered.
I would like to testify that Larry never asked me to leave the building, and in the body-worn cameras, he told Officer Miller, and that is...
Objection lacks foundation on what Mr. Amai told the officers.
Sustained.
Was that an objection to the evidence being entered, or my statement?
To the statement regarding what Mr. Amai told the officer.
I viewed a video of Larry telling Officer Miller that he told me to leave the building. And I am testifying that Larry told me to leave the passport area and not the building. And I left the passport area. And I waited out.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I'll just allow counsel to question me and go back to the original idea, if that's okay.
Not a problem, sir. Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, earlier today you were present when Larry testified?
Yes.
And on direct, did he say that he had told you to leave the building?
He told me to leave the passport area. He never told me to leave the building.
Okay. But when he first testified, did he tell you that he said that he had told you to leave the building during his testimony? Not what he told you during his testimony.
I don't remember exactly word for word.
Okay. And on the cross-examination and showing Larry Exhibit C, did you clarify that he only asked you to leave the passport area?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the body camera videos, first of Officer Daniel, have you reviewed those videos?
Yes.
And do they reflect what you recall seeing the day of the incident?
Yes.
And what do they depict?
I would have to review because I'm not sure if I'm even in any of that video. It might be all conversations between the post office and the customers. I'm not sure if he even spoke to me.
Okay. With respect to Exhibit G, the body camera video of Officer Miller, are you in that video?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review those videos, or that video?
Yes.
Was it accurate?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
It shows him arriving, and I was filming in the back area with the door open. That was already open. And he goes inside and he questions Larry, I believe. And then he comes outside and he speaks to Vidal. And then he asks us, are we going to leave? And I agreed to leave. And then Vidal said that he was not going to leave. And then that's when Officer Miller went back inside, and I feel that he solicited a trespass and pressured Larry into later lying to justify the arrest.
Your Honor, I've moved Exhibit G into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
So entered.
With respect to the Officer Miller testifying that he gave you an opportunity to leave, but then he asked you, well, did he give you the opportunity to leave?
Yes.
And then at that point, did he say he had some paperwork for you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the reason you didn't immediately leave?
Yes.
Okay. With going back in time, what was your purpose of going to the post office that day?
I was there to assist Vidal on a project he was working on.
Okay.
And I have a YouTube channel, and I practice freedom of press. And I have viewers that are interested in my channel and my videos.
Did you have any intent when you were going to the post office that day to disrupt the business in any way?
No.
Did you have any intent to disrupt the customers at the business?
No.
Did you have any intent to trespass into any areas that were marked no entry or no prohibiting entry?
No, and I did not pass any no entry signs.
Okay. The area that you entered in the post office, I guess it's referred to as a small hallway. Any markings on the wall, on the video, on the wall, on the doors, prior to entering that area that indicated any restriction as to entering that area?
No.
And was the door left essentially wide open as it was showed in the video?
Yes.
Backing up a little bit, one of the witnesses, the first female who testified, I forget her last name, it was Theresa. She indicated that she felt harassed or afraid of you. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Did you approach her in any way initially?
No, I made no initial contact with her.
And in fact, when you were walking by, was it her that initiated a conversation with you?
Yes.
And in responding to her, did you tell her why you were there?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
I told her that I was conducting a First Amendment audit.
Okay. And did she ask you follow-up questions?
She asked a few questions. I know she asked me where I was from, what I was doing, and then she called me a shyster.
Okay. With regards to her questions regarding who you are, what you're doing there, with the exception of telling her the First Amendment issue while you were there, did you feel any need that you had to clarify to her your business or purpose at the building?
No, I wasn't asking her to clarify her business either.
And prior to her calling you a shyster, had you said anything negative to her in any way?
Nothing at all. I answered all of her questions truthfully and honestly.
After she had called you a shyster, other than turning in her direction, did you speak ill in any way towards her?
No.
Okay. And after that, was that essentially the end of that conversation?
Yes, I attempted to disengage. I turned around and walked away. And I believe she had a couple more smart comments to make. But I think I said I can do what I want in public, like you, ma'am. Something to that effect.
Okay. At any point during that conversation, did she tell you to stop filming her?
No.
Okay. And that, after leaving that situation, that's when you walked into the passport area?
It was a few minutes after that, my phone rang and I took a phone call and I stood there for a couple of minutes. And then when I was done with the phone call, then I entered the passport area.
Okay. And what was the purpose of entering that area?
It was another public space, and our intention was to record all public spaces of the building.
Okay. And did you see any markings in the area where you went, personally walked into, that prohibited entry?
There was no signs on the door that I crossed, but inside of that area there was more signs, but they were referring to the other doors to stop us from entering any of those entries.
And did you enter any of those doorways?
No, I did not.
Okay. At some point, a person walks out and essentially confront you. Do you recall that being Larry?
Yes.
And is that all captured on video?
Yes.
And at some point, he was asked who he was, did he identify himself to you?
No.
Okay. At that point, did you know who he was?
No.
Did you know if he was an employee or other person?
He had no identifying badge on, and he did not have a uniform.
Okay. You've heard the testimony that he told you 3 times to leave the area. Did you in fact leave the area after being told?
About a minute later, yes.
Okay. After first being told to leave the area, did you have further questions for him as to why you need to leave the area?
Yes.
Okay. And was he able to answer your questions?
No.
Okay.
He actually lied to me and said it was not a public area.
Okay. And is that why you initially did not leave?
Yes, because I knew it was a public area and I didn't cross any signs that said I couldn't be there, and there was other customers in that area.
Okay. And at some point you did leave the area. What was the purpose of leaving the area?
I felt uncomfortable because of all the attention I was getting, and that I know that attention seems to happen, but it's not my intention. I intend to go in there without causing any disruptions, and that was my intention.
Okay. So once you felt that more attention was being drawn to you, that's when you decided to leave the area and de-escalate the situation?
Yes, that was my attempt to de-escalate.
Okay. Did you have any other confrontations with anyone inside the business itself, the post office itself?
The only people I remember speaking to is Connie, Larry, my camera, and possibly the co-defendant, and the only people that testified any kind of disturbance was Larry and Connie.
Okay. Was it Connie or Theresa?
Theresa, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, and Theresa, that's what we've already viewed on the video, that confrontation?
Yes, she's the one that called me shyster.
Okay. And again, you didn't call her any names?
No.
You didn't yell at her?
No.
Didn't scream at her?
No.
No use of profanity?
No.
And in fact, did you use any profanity towards anyone inside the business?
No.
Did you yell at anyone inside the business?
No.
Did you make any loud noises?
No.
To your recollection, did you do anything to disturb the business itself?
No.
Okay. Once you left the interior of the post office, is that when you came in contact with Connie?
Yes.
And could you describe what that interaction was?
I was walking around the back side of the building, and my camera was pointed exactly the opposite direction of her, and I was not pointing the camera at her, and I overheard her holler at the co-defendant, and I turned around to record the interaction, and that's what I remember. I forget what your question was.
I was just asking about the contact with Connie. Once you turned around and started filming that interaction, and that was between Connie and the co-defendant, correct?
Yes.
Did you have personal contact with Connie?
None whatsoever.
All right.
None verbally.
Okay. So everything the person she was talking to was your co-defendant?
Yes.
All right. Did Connie ever tell you personally to not film her?
No.
All right. At some point you walked around a vehicle. What was the purpose of that?
I was just documenting who was calling the police on me, and it wasn't in any intention to harass or stalk her. It was just to document, and because it appeared that she was leaving the scene after calling the police. And if there was a crime committed, then possibly that's a crime to leave the scene, so I wanted to document the license plate number to give to the police officers so they can make contact with her for making the false report.
And at any point did you have a confrontation with the person in that vehicle?
No.
Okay. Anything else you think I've missed asking you that you feel the court or we should know?
It would take me a minute to go through my closing statements, but I don't think we have time for that. I have a lot of videos I would like to show that contradicts people's testimony. I'm not sure if you would allow me a recess to go over my notes.
Yeah, or maybe we have a few minute recess.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we resume, can we have Mr. Hyder set at the table with his video? With his
If we're going to project, yeah, because I don't think we've got
Yeah, I don't see a
cable coming up here.
No, there isn't one of us.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is, again, JC 2019-115630. All parties present. Sir, Mr. Hyder.
Mr. Hyder, since we're resuming, you're still where you're under oath, correct?
Yes.
On the date in question, were you ever told by anyone to stop filming?
No.
You had indicated that you were there for First Amendment purposes. Was there any other reason you went to the post office that day?
Yes, I go there to buy stamps whenever I do these audits. If I have a positive experience, but I didn't have a positive experience and I felt like they wanted me to leave and I didn't get the opportunity to buy stamps.
And your video shows you and the co-defendant recording posters within the post office. What's the purpose of doing that?
That's just to complete the documentary. We do a very thorough documentary, and they offer services that most people overlook. So we try to highlight these additional services that people are unaware of.
And you mentioned earlier you have a YouTube channel.
Yes.
And are these documentaries that you produce, or the co-defendant produces, are they placed under your YouTube channel?
Yes.
While you were in the passport area, did you observe anything that seemed unusual in light of what Larry had told you about it being not open to the public?
Yes, I did notice a sign that stood out. It was by the register. And if it's not a public area, I don't understand why they would have a cash register there. And they also have a sign on the cash register that says you need to block your PIN as you're doing your transactions. So it seems odd to me that it wouldn't be open to the public if they would have that sign for the public. And then it also leads me to believe that multiple customers are allowed in there at one time, because who else would they be shielding their personal information from other than the staff that they've already given their personal information to.
And while you were in the post office, did you see another customer enter that area?
Yes.
And was that Theresa?
Yes.
And she testified earlier. Did she testify she was there to get a passport?
No.
And she testified that she was there to mail out her taxes, correct?
Yes.
So she entered that area, correct?
Yes.
Anything, you mentioned your videos. Is there anything on your videos that you would like to clarify or show the court at this time?
I think I could save it for my closing statement.
And Your Honor, just to clarify or to verify rather, exhibits A and B, the 911 calls, have they both been entered into evidence? I believe that was in the state's motions.
From the state. One moment. State's Exhibit 1 is a 911 recording. State's Exhibit 2 is a 911 recording that were both entered. For the one was for the one witness, Theresa, the other was for the witness, Connie.
And then with regard to defendant specific, C, B, G, and O have been entered?
Correct. Oh, no, E and G have not been entered at this time. These were, E and G were the body camera videos. Just C, D, and O have been entered for the defendant.
I would move G into evidence, Your Honor. That was the one where the defendant testified that he was depicted on the video. I thought I had moved to enter it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was entered. I was looking for the, at the original presentation, sorry.
Okay. And at this time, I don't intend to try to do enter E again, so
Okay.
surrender to cross.
Can Mr. Hyder sit up at the seat?
Certainly. Have a seat up here. State has an opportunity to cross-examine you.
Now, would it be possible to get this thing up on the screen?
It should come up. There we go.
Are you able to see it on your screen too? Okay.
Yes.
Should be on the witness monitor.
Thank you. Mr. Hyder, you don't live in Arizona, correct?
No.
You live in South Dakota, correct?
Yes.
And you've never been to the Avondale Goodyear post office before April 8th, 2019, correct?
Yes, I have been there.
You have been there before?
Yes.
Before that date?
I was at 2 post offices that day, and I'm confused as to which one you're asking about.
I'm asking about the Goodyear Avondale post office that we've been talking about today.
Oh, yes.
Have you been to that post office before April 8th, 2019?
Never.
Now, you went to the post office that morning with a second man, correct?
Yes.
And that man was Vidal Chavez Galvez, correct?
Yes.
For the rest of your testimony, can we call him Vidal?
Yes, please.
Did you and Vidal arrive in the same car?
Yes.
And you made plans together before you went to the post office that morning to go to the post office, correct?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Chavez, you carried a Canon PowerShot camera with you, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Vidal carried a cell phone with a camera on it on a stick, correct?
Yes.
And you both went there with the common purpose of videotaping the post office, correct?
Yes.
You said in your direct examination that you were there to assist Vidal on a project he was working on, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't contact the post office in advance of going there that morning to inform them that you were going to be filming inside the post office, correct?
I did not contact them, no.
You don't work for a newspaper, do you, Mr. Hyder?
No.
Or a television station, do you?
No.
Or an online media organization, do you?
I work for myself for a YouTube channel.
But you don't work for a news organization, correct?
It's a community service. I don't work, but it's kind of a community organization of First Amendment auditors and government accountability and First Amendment activists.
Let me rephrase the question. You're not employed by a news organization, correct?
No, I'm not monetized on my YouTube channel either.
In fact, you were there videotaping the post office that morning on behalf of just you yourself. Isn't that right?
No, I was there with my buddy. I was kind of, I didn't even really know where we were going. I knew we were going to a post office, and I was just kind of tagging along with him to further my education.
And when you had a confrontation with Theresa Piccola inside the post office, correct?
Yes.
And during that confrontation with Ms. Piccola, where you asked the following question and you give the following answer. Question, what company are you from? Answer, just me, myself.
I don't remember word for word. It sounds somewhat familiar.
You took a video of that morning, correct, on your camera?
Yes.
Mr. Hunt, I'm going to show you a portion of the video right now.
What company are you from?
There's no keys.
Oh, just me, myself.
That was you on the video, correct, Mr. Hyder?
Yes. I don't answer too many questions.
You are.
And so Ms. Piccola asked you, what company are you from? And you stated, just me, myself, correct?
Yes.
Now, you knew when you were entering the post office that morning that you would provoke a reaction from the customers, didn't you?
I suppose it's like a butterfly effect. Anything I do, I can cause a reaction.
But you knew that by filming inside the interior of a federal post office, you would cause a reaction amongst the customers, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you went there to cause a reaction, didn't you?
Not directly, no.
Indirectly?
No. Well, my first objective was to get in and out without speaking to anybody and having any confrontations.
But you knew when you walked in the door that you were provoking a reaction as you were filming the interior of the post office, correct?
I know that it happens, yes, that some people do cause reactions from that.
Okay. In fact, as soon as you walked in the door, a lady in line was mad-dogging you, correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by mad-dogging?
Well, everybody else was turned around, facing forward, facing the employees, and then there was this one that was directly eyeballing us, and all of her attention was on either me or Vidal or both of us.
Was that Ms. Piccola?
At the time, I believed it was, but I think after I reviewed the video, I don't think it was her.
Oh, so there was another woman mad-dogging you?
Possibly.
Okay. And you knew that this woman might have a reaction, correct?
Yes.
And she did have a reaction, correct?
I don't know if it was the same one.
But Ms. Piccola certainly had a reaction when you approached her with your camera, correct?
I didn't approach her, no.
You walked by Ms. Piccola, didn't you?
Yes.
And did she have a reaction when you walked by her with your camera?
Yes.
Did she appear seriously annoyed?
She seemed aggravated, yes.
And Ms. Piccola asked you why you were taking photos, correct?
Yes.
And you said, just because we can, correct?
I don't remember word for word, but you could be right.
Why are you taking photos?
Just because we can.
Right, so that was, again, your videotape, correct?
Yes.
And you were walking toward Ms. Piccola, correct?
In her direction, yes.
And you caught her on your video, correct?
Not directly at that time. She wasn't the focus of my video.
Correct, but did Ms. Piccola appear on the video I just showed you?
Yes.
And you asked her, and she asked you why you were taking a video, correct?
Yes.
And your answer was just because we can, correct?
Yes.
And that was when then she asked you what company you were from, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you said, just me, myself, correct?
I believe so, yes. I think she asked me where I was from, and then maybe she asked me what business I was from. I think she asked me two different questions, similar.
And she asked you where you're from, correct?
Yes.
You said South Dakota, correct?
Yes.
Then she asked you what company you were from, correct?
I think we just saw it, yeah, but I've already forgot the wording.
And then you said, just me, myself, right?
Yes, I remember that.
And then you told her you don't answer too many questions, isn't that right?
Yes.
And then she asked you, what are you people doing filming inside of a post office, correct?
You'd have to play it back for me to remember.
Shyster?
Yeah, you're shady.
What are you talking about?
You can't even tell people what you're doing.
It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
It does.
That comes at $16.70.
You don't watch the news?
I can do what I want.
All right, again, she asked you what you were doing there, correct?
Yes,
And you said, I can do what I want, correct?
I think so.
And you captured Ms. Piccola on your camera, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Piccola didn't give you permission to film her, did she?
No.
Now, this was the same woman that you thought you were going to get a reaction out of, right?
I believe it was, yes.
This was the same woman that was mad dogging you when you walked through the door, correct?
At the time, I believe it was, yes.
Now, as you went back toward the passport area, which we've heard a lot about today, Ms. Piccola was sitting on a bench, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you stood right next to Ms. Piccola for a minute and a half, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you're 6'3" tall, aren't you?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the passport area. When you walked into the passport area, the postmaster, Larry and I, asked you whether you were getting a passport, correct?
Yes.
And you told him, no, I'm not there to get a passport, right?
Right.
And you weren't there to get a passport, correct?
No, I was not.
At that point in time, Mr. M.I. told you you needed to stay on the other side of the door that led into the passport area, correct?
Yes.
And you refused that request, correct?
Yes.
Instead, you walked right past him, correct?
Yes.
You walked right past the passport window and down the hallway, correct?
Yes.
Now, past where the passport window is, where you testified there was a cash register, past that window, down that hallway, there weren't any customers down there, were there?
Yes, there was.
Oh, past the...
There was 2 customers inside of the passport behind the counter.
Okay. But there weren't any down the hallway beyond that, were there?
No.
And after you walked past Mr. M.I. told Mr. Chavez that you were trespassing. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And after Mr. M.I. told Vidal that you were trespassing, you then saw a sign, a door with a sign that said, do not enter, correct?
Yes.
And you videotaped the area behind that door, correct?
Yes.
And after you did that, Mr. M.I. asked you to leave again, correct?
Yes.
And he again told you you were trespassing, correct?
Yes.
And you again refused to leave, correct?
Yes.
Instead, you ignored his request and walked further down the hall, isn't that right?
Yes.
And as you walked down the hallway that way toward a conference room in Mr. M.I.'s office, you didn't see any customers down there, isn't that right?
No.
Now, Mr. Hyder, you videotaped 2 areas of the post office that were not accessible to the public, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you videotaped 2 areas of the post office that were expressly marked, do not enter. Isn't that right?
Yes.
For example, in the hallway passport area, as we saw in some of the testimony this morning, there's a door that says, do not enter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you videotaped behind that door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And outside the post office, there was a closed door, correct?
It was open.
Right, now let me get to that, we'll do that in a second. Outside the post office, there was a door, I would say, as you're facing the front entrance to the right, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And there was signage on that door, correct?
Unreadable, yes.
Okay. There was one sign that was unreadable, right?
Yes.
There was also a sign that was shaped like a stop sign, isn't that right?
I don't remember.
Okay, let's take a look.
What's it? This is odd.
Do you see the door, Mr. Hyder?
Yes.
Do you see the shape of the sign right above the door handle?
Yes.
Is that shaped like a stop sign?
It's hard to tell if it's a circle or if it's an octagon. I guess an octagon is the shape of stop sign.
Oops, how about now? Can you see what shape it is?
Yes.
Octagon?
Yes.
Shape of the stop sign?
Yes.
And notwithstanding that stop sign, you opened that door and videotaped beyond that door, correct?
Yes. But I did not enter.
I didn't ask if you entered, I'm just asking, did you videotape behind there?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't see any customers behind that door, correct?
No.
No customer or postal service employee gave you consent to film them that morning, did they?
No.
Now, you saw a confrontation between Vidal and a woman outside the post office, correct?
Yes.
You saw this confrontation from your vantage point outside of the post office, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you got that on film, didn't you?
Yes.
You could hear this woman. This is Connie Afton, who testified earlier today, correct?
Yes.
And you could hear Connie tell Vidal that he did not have permission to take her picture and tell him to turn his camera off, didn't you?
Something similar to that. I don't remember word for word. Very close.
And you also heard Connie tell Vidal a second time that she didn't want him to take her picture, correct?
Yes.
And after Connie said that, she looked in your direction, right?
Yes.
And after she saw you filming her from the side, she started to walk to her car, right?
Yes.
And then you heard Connie tell Vidal to fuck off twice, right?
Yes.
And Connie seemed pretty upset, right?
Yeah.
You could tell she was upset, right?
Yes.
Despite knowing that Connie was upset, you didn't leave her alone, did you?
I made no contact with her.
Despite knowing she was upset, you followed her to her car, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Despite knowing she was upset, you went to her car, circled it, all the while filming her car, didn't you?
Yes.
You filmed her as she was getting into her car, didn't you?
Yes.
And after she got into the car, you continued filming her, correct?
Yes.
You walked slowly around her car, all the while filming it, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked to the back of her car so that you could get her license plate number, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing so, you said, gotta get it, correct?
Yes.
And by gotta get it, you were referring to the license plate
Yes.
number, correct? You said that twice, gotta get it, right?
I don't remember. I remember it once for sure.
At the same time, you're walking around filming Connie's car. Vidal is standing at the front of her car filming the woman through her front windshield. Isn't that right?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll go backwards a little bit. Just to clarify, did Connie ever tell you to stop filming her?
No.
When she looked in your direction, did she say anything to you?
No.
When you saw this octagon-shaped sign, if you will, did it have any markings on it saying prohibited entry?
No, it was unreadable, so I didn't pay much attention to the shape of it.
Okay. When you initially saw it, did you see octagon, oh, that's a stop sign, or did you have any reaction?
No, my first reaction was just, it's unreadable, it's not valid because you can't read anything that it says.
Okay. And at any point, did you enter that door?
No.
At any point, did you enter any door where it was marked prohibited entry or no entry?
No.
The prosecutor pointed out that you had filmed into areas where the doors were left open that were marked prohibited entry. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you in fact did that?
Yes.
Did you enter those rooms at all?
No.
And you mentioned earlier there was also people in the customers in the passport area.
Yes.
Would it have been easily for them to see in those same rooms?
Yes.
And in fact, the doors were open the whole time you were there until Larry shut them?
Yes.
When you walked by Theresa Piccola, did you say anything to her to get a reaction?
No.
In fact, she, again, initiated the interaction with you and continued by calling you a shyster.
Yes.
And you did not respond negatively to her, just refused to answer her questions.
Yes.
The prosecutor made a point that you stood by where Ms. Piccola was seated for a minute and a half. Were you having any conversation with Ms. Piccola at that time?
No.
Why were you standing there?
I was on the phone.
Okay. And you played your video earlier, you could actually hear your conversation, is that correct?
Yes, and I heard the phone ring.
Okay. And basically the whole time you stood there was when you were on your phone?
Yes.
And then once you ended the call, you walked into the passport area?
Yes.
The same area that Theresa Piccola had just walked out of a minute earlier, 2 minutes earlier. You indicated you did refuse Larry's request to leave the area initially. Was he wearing the same clothing as other postal employees?
No.
He testified today that he was wearing a badge. Did you see any badge identifying him as a postal employee?
No, I can guarantee he was not wearing a badge.
Okay. Other than him just telling you to leave, did you have any reason to believe that he was in fact a postal employee and not just another customer?
No, he gave me no indication that he was an employee.
And in fact, when you asked him to identify himself, he in fact did not tell you he was the postmaster.
I didn't ask him. I believe Vidal asked him and he ignored him.
Okay. So at no point did he say he was an employee of the post office and tell you to leave?
No, he did not.
And at no point did you have a confrontation other than responding to individuals at the post office?
I'm sorry, I spaced out. Say it again.
At no point did you confront or address anyone except those that were addressing you?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Ron.
I think I have one quick question. You can bear with me for 1 second. Take that back around. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Go ahead and step back down and call your next witness.
I rest.
State have any rebuttal witnesses?
We don't, Your Honor.
Closing.
few slides for you, Your Honor. I like handouts.
Court's well aware of the three charges and what the statutory requirements are.
I know that, Your Honor, is probably more for my own outline for my closing statement than it is for...
Very well.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thank you for listening to the evidence so carefully today. I can do what I want. That's what the defendant told Theresa Piccola, who he filmed without her consent while inside the Avondale Goodyear post office. Mr. Hyder, you can't. Generally speaking, our society allows its citizens freedom to do what they want, up until the point when they interfere with the property rights or personal safety of others. And the three laws that Mr. Hyder broke on the morning of April 8, 2019 embody this principle in slightly different respects. So let's go through each of those laws in light of the evidence we've heard today and see exactly how the defendant broke them. First, the defendant's been charged with disorderly conduct. A person commits disorderly conduct if, with intent to disturb the peace or quiet of a neighborhood, family, or person, or with knowledge of doing so, such person engages in fighting, violent, or seriously disruptive behavior. The evidence is clear that Mr. Hyder was disorderly and had knowledge of doing so. His own videotape, as he was entering the post office, he noted there was someone mad-dogging him. He noted that this woman might have a reaction. And as I think he testified during cross-examination, he went there for the purpose of causing a reaction. So the real issue is whether he was seriously disruptive at the post office that day. Now, the behavior that Mr. Hyder and Mr. Chavez Galvez were engaging in was inherently disruptive. They were inside a federal post office in this post-Oklahoma City bombing, post-911 world. What they were doing was inherently disruptive. They went to a post office full of customers, 9:30 in the morning, on a Monday morning, the week before the tax deadline. Both of them with cameras in their hands. This kind of behavior is inherently disruptive. But again, they went beyond just merely filming the signs and the posters. They went and they filmed customers without their consent. We heard from two of them today. In addition to Ms. Piccola and Ms. Afton, we also heard Mr. Byrnes testify that he heard at least two customers complain, including an elderly woman who lived in a nearby retirement community. The defendant and Vidal were filming customers without their consent. They went into areas that were not open to the public. Lies! And I'll get to that in a second when we talk about trespass. They refused to leave. When people asked them what they were doing there, they were sheepish and wouldn't answer their question. Lies! And we had two customers and four post office employees testify that what the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez were doing was disruptive. Secondly, trespass. A person commits criminal trespass by knowingly entering or remaining unlawfully on any real property after a reasonable request to leave by any person having lawful control over such property. So several of these elements are completely uncontested. They were certainly on real property. They were certainly requests to leave by Mr. Imai. Mr. Hyder testified to such in his in cross-examination that Mr. Imai asked him to leave at least twice. Mr. Imai testified that he asked Mr. Hyder to leave the passport area 3 to 4 times. That testimony was corroborated by Mr. Grabowski, who heard him say that. I'm sorry, by Mr. Castro, who heard him say that. So there's certainly requests to leave by Mr. Imai. Mr. Imai testified he's the senior person at the post office who has authority to trespass someone, so there's no issue as to whether or not Mr. Imai has lawful control over such property. The real issue is whether Mr. Hyder was remaining on the property unlawfully. It's clear that he was. So he was in the passport area. Now, as Mr. M.I. testified, customers are welcome to the passport area if they want to get a passport, but not every person of the general public is welcome in the passport area. Now, there's a lot of, and I think Mr. Hyder will probably talk about this in his closing argument, a lot of confusion as to whether or not there was a sign on the door leading to the passport area. There doesn't need to be a sign. There's a peephole there, first of all. So what happened was that door was generally closed to the public. Lies! Someone left it open, and Mr. Hyder made himself at home in an area of the post office where not every single member of the public is allowed. Members, people who are going to get passports are allowed back there. Lies! But not every member of the public, and for good reason. Passports are very sensitive documents. You have people giving their personal information. They're documents that are, documents governed by the Department of Homeland Security. So you can't have people, just ordinary members of the public, back there, much less filming back there. Furthermore, Mr. Hyder went beyond just where the customers were in the passport window, but went well beyond that, back to a conference area, lies! Back to Mr. M.I.'s office, lies! Which had a safe with money in it. So Mr. M.I. was certainly within his right to tell the defendant to leave that area. He made multiple requests to do so, and despite those requests, Mr. Hyder refused and continued to walk right past Mr. M.I. as if he didn't exist. We think the elements of trespass are clearly met. Finally, there's harassment. A person commits harassment if with the intent to harass, or again, with knowledge that the person is harassing another person. That person contacts, communicates, or causes a communication with another person by verbal means in a manner that harasses, or continues to follow another person in or about a public place for no legitimate purpose after being asked to desist. Again, we think the elements of this crime are clearly met. First, there are two victims in this case. We heard from both of them today, Theresa Piccola and Connie Afton. Theresa was the one that Mr. Hyder testified was mad-dogging him when he walked through the door, and he knew that she might have a reaction to being filmed. And she did have a reaction. She was very upset, as Mr. Hyder himself testified, and as Theresa testified. I think she testified that she felt violated. He clearly had communication with Theresa Piccola. And she testified she was clearly harassed. Mr. Hyder filmed her without her consent, and she was had a negative reaction to that. She felt that her safety was threatened. She's aware of what's going on in the world, that there's people videotaping inside the federal post office, and she was being personally filmed without her consent. So she felt threatened. But even worse than Ms. Piccola, if there's any issue, there can't be an issue as Ms. Afton. Ms. Afton was just there to get some packages that day. She came out, and Mr. Vidal was filming her as she came out. She told him twice, "I do not want to be filmed." The defendant himself heard her from the side and then trained his camera on her. She then told Vidal where to go and went to her car. But what did the defendant do? Did he stop? No. He then went to her car, walked around it, filming it and filming her license plate. He now contends he was there to film the license plate because he's such a good Samaritan, he didn't want her leaving the scene. The testimony is just not credible, Your Honor. We believe that the state has met all the elements of these offenses and asked the court to find the defendant guilty of all three of them. The defendant is going to claim that he was exercising his constitutional rights that day. But what constitutional rights was he exercising? He wasn't engaged in any speech. He does have a right to assemble, but the First Amendment talks about peaceable assembly. And what the defendant was doing was not peaceable at all. Once the defendant was disturbing the peace at the post office, Mr. Imai, who had control over the post office, made a reasonable request for him to leave, which the defendant refused. And certainly the right to assembly doesn't give the defendant the right to harass innocent victims like Theresa Piccola and Connie Afton, who just wanted to pay their taxes and pick up packages on an April morning. The defendant's non-expressive conduct, his disruption of the post office, his refusal to leave when Mr. Imai trespassed him, and his harassment of Theresa and Connie are not speech. Thank you.
Mr. Hyder.
I would start with my defense on harassment. I never followed anybody around, and I was never told that I was following them and that I needed to stop. I never had any contact or communication with Connie. My contact with Theresa was initiated by Theresa. I answered her questions truthfully and honestly, but she decided to call me names. I was not filming Theresa until she started calling me names and speaking rudely. I was polite and courteous and attempted to disengage as she seemed unreasonably upset. My short answers were not into any attempt to get a rise out of her. It was my attempt to disengage, and I didn't feel like being interrogated. And I answered her questions, and she obviously didn't get it, and some people just never get it. So I attempted to just disengage, and that was the reason for the short answers. After that, I had no more contact with her. She continued to interject herself in the situation and made no attempt to disengage. In Section D of the charge, this section does not apply to otherwise lawful demonstration, assembly, or picketing. I feel that I was engaged in a lawful demonstration of my freedom of press. I have an unmonetized YouTube channel with over 1,000 subscribers. I am not a commercial press agent. I don't work for anybody. I feel it's a community service to educate the public on their freedoms of press. The freedom of press falls into this lawful demonstration clause. I have the freedom to press, and I was gathering content for my channel. I have the First Amendment right and the Arizona constitutional right to record in public spaces, protected by freedom of press. After I was told the police had been called, I waited for the police to come and educate the complainants on the right to film in public. That was a very newsworthy and educational reason to film their complaint and their reaction. Section E, purpose of this section, harassment means conduct that is directed at a specific person and would not cause a reasonable person to be seriously alarmed, annoyed, or harassed. And the conduct, in fact, seriously annoys, alarms, and harasses the person. In Section E, this definition of harassment, I think I just went over that. But it specifically says a specific person must be targeted. I never went there to target any specific person. I did not even know anybody there other than the co-defendant. The post office was my target. And it was only 2 customers of the 18 that felt the need to disrupt my recording. If there was any other customers that had a complaint, they're not here to testify. And it's all hearsay of anybody else trying to claim that they left because they felt disrupted. I did not get the opportunity to cross-examine any of these other witnesses, and it's not fair that they would be considered. It was I counted the line and the people at the counter in the front lobby, and there was 18 people in there, and only 2 people called the police. Not even Larry called the police. One lady on the outside even told the officers that she did not notice a disturbance. And that was Exhibit G, and I played that earlier. If my documentation of them calling in a complaint on me is considered harassment, then it makes no sense that they can call the police who are going to show up with cameras and document their complaint. That means there's a bias that I can't document, but they can call the police to document. They claim to have a complaint. I can't claim to have a complaint. As soon as they said they're calling the police, that changes everything. If they are not reporting what they see, if they are reporting what they see to the operator, then I have the right to document what I see for my defense, or possibly evidence of a false report. And a false report is what Connie reported, that when we were cussing. She also lied to the police by saying that I looked into her car window and she had to wave me off because she was on the phone with dispatch. And I did not play that exhibit, and I would like to play that for the court now, if I may. This is Connie's statement to the police.
Your Honor, state objection. The evidence has been closed, and also ask that the reference to that from Mr. Hyde be stricken.
So that's not going to be a part of your closing?
Okay. Are any videos going to be a part of my closing?
Only that what's been entered, sir.
Okay.
That's part of your case. That's what the court takes into consideration. You can make reference to. Your closing is to highlight information for the trier of fact to look at. Same thing the state does. They highlight what their best advantage is. You highlight what your best advantage is. That's what we're here for.
Okay. I feel it is logical to record plate numbers, descriptions, clothing, race, etc. if they are doing the same to me. The better description, the better. The camera is the easiest and most reliable way to document involving police matters. The worst thing anybody can do in these situations is turn the camera off. It blinds the eyes of the police, judges, jurors, and the public. They can make up any lie they want to exaggerate the complaint in order to justify their overreaction. The camera removes much doubt and proves many lies. Why would I document from a safe distance somebody calling cops on me? Recording someone's license plate does not seem logical to cause alarm or be annoyed. If I had been recording the whole time secretly, I don't think I would have been an issue. I think the issue is that I was recording overtly. It seems ridiculous to consider that the fact that I was overtly recording is the key ingredient to cause harassment. Cameras are everywhere, including the 7 inside the post office, which Larry testified earlier today, and the hundreds of dash cams that record license plate numbers all day long. I have the right to write down somebody's license plate number just for in case I need it later. Just the same as I have the right to video record somebody's plate number just in case I need it later. I have the right to record all day long just in case I need it later. Dash cameras and security cameras do it all the time. I did not target anyone until they targeted me first. If they do not want to be the focus of the camera, then they shouldn't interrupt the cameraman.
Hey.
When I recorded the license plate, it was because she was calling the police on me and it appeared that she was getting ready to leave the scene. I wanted to document the place in case she left so that the police could make contact with her, because in my mind she was making a false police report. I felt I had done nothing wrong, yet she was calling the police. It took me less than 1 minute to walk around her vehicle and get the plate number. If you watch the video, I did not linger, I did not speak to her. I got the plate number and I disengaged. I did not come within 5 feet of her car window and attempt to overhear her conversation.
as she reported to the police. Also, she had just been very rude to my friend by raising her voice and swearing. I wasn't certain at the time about disorderly laws, but in some states it is disorderly to cuss and yell at people in public. I wanted her plate number in case we needed it for the authorities to track her down. We weren't even filming the two victims until they initiated contact and gave us a reason to film them. Connie cussed at the co-defendant and called the cops, saying that we were cussing her and harassing her. I never even spoke to Connie. She reported to 911 that we wouldn't leave her alone before I even approached her vehicle. She gave us no reason to record her until she overreacted and disrupted our public photography. It makes no sense to disrupt a cameraman who is recording me. Had the two victims just ignored us like everybody else, they would not have been the focus of the situation. They misused emergency services, and Connie lied to the operator by saying that we were cussing her and causing a disturbance, when it was her that caused the disturbance and cussed at us. Theresa lied to the operator too. She said that she asked me where I was from, and I said it was none of her business. Not a big deal, but it's an inaccurate ploy to control the narrative. Had I not been recording, then I would not have been able to protect myself from these lies. That concludes my defense on harassment, and I'd like to move to disorderly conduct. I testify that I do get a reaction when I record in public. I get many positive reactions. It doesn't mean that I record in public to get the negative reactions. Some people will approach me and say things like, "Hi, Mom," and they're excited to be recorded, and that makes them feel famous and special. I did not engage in any fighting violence or serious disruptive behavior. The evidence offered from the witnesses was that there was no fighting or violence. The issue is seriously disruptive behavior, and that language is defined by the Supreme Court to be in line with the two prior words being fighting or violence. Seriously disruptive behavior in that lens would require the actions that would provoke either fighting or violence. I do not provoke any violence. Filming employees and customers at the post office is very passive behavior that does not inherently disrupt anything and cannot be considered seriously disruptive behavior. None of the witnesses or victims have given any logical indication that they felt the need to defend themselves with the use of violence. And I move to my trespassing defense. I do agree that I testified that I was not in the passport area to get a passport, but I was there to document any passport education, not personal information, but posters on the wall, maybe a flyer that says what documents you need for a passport, what makes you uneligible for a passport, any of this sort of overlooked information that I could highlight on my YouTube channel. In no way was I there to get people's social security numbers, and it does not show that at all in any of the recording. Their excuse that they have a safe with stamps in it is just an excuse. If they were worried about the public gaining access to the safe, they would not have had left all their doors open. There wasn't a security risk before we arrived, and we didn't do anything to cause a security risk. It is unreasonable to think I was there to steal anything or harm anyone. Any mention of a security risk is just an excuse to justify their response to a camera. They are using security risk as an excuse to say I wasn't permitted to be in the passport area. Yet they were the ones that left all the secure doors open, and members of the public was able to access the same areas I did, and they access those areas every day.
because they are not in compliance with numerous open doors, is violations of their own policy and security. It is no excuse to obstruct my documentation. Part of my purpose of recording at the post office is to highlight violations to their own policy and violations to security risk, and so that they can possibly correct these violations. I didn't go there to steal anything. It's more of an education to prevent that. And because they're target of that sort of investigation, I feel that people will take offense to it. Nobody wants to be investigated, and nobody wants to be reported on. So I think that the safe is just a ploy as an excuse to affect the narrative of what really happened. Had the doors been closed so the signs were viewable and the security doors were locked, then they would have more legal grounds to stand on. The public should not be to blame for the employees' non-compliance with their own security policies. They leave the doors open to the public accessible areas, and they tell us to leave the accessible area, and they're the ones that leave the doors open. And I'm not talking about the non-public areas, I'm talking about the public area that I was told to leave. That makes no sense to tell me to leave an area that is open to the public. There must be some other reason to justify their reason to ask me to leave. Larry's justification to ask me to leave was no entry sign on the door. We never entered. We never passed any doors with any signage that indicated we were to stay out. The facts around the wording reasonable request is what I think we might be not in agreement with. I did not feel it was a reasonable request to ask somebody to leave the public space for a lawful, passive behavior such as recording in public. It is also not reasonable to ask someone to leave a public space if they're not in violation of any crimes. Especially since I came all the way from South Dakota for this educational experience. If Larry was being reasonable in asking us to leave, then we must consider the facts that he never identified himself and when asked, he was not wearing anything. He was not wearing anything to identify himself, and he was not wearing his badge, he was not wearing a uniform. He simply could have just identified himself, or he could have been wearing his ID badge. Also, Larry lied about being in the trespass. Larry lied about the trespass to justify his unlawful order for us to leave a public space that we were permitted to be by law. He lied to the police and said that we entered an area that we did not enter. After we were told that the police were called, I felt obligated to stay because leaving the scene of a suspected crime might be a criminal offense. So I waited outside. When I was outside, I was notified by both of the Officer Millers, there was 2 Officer Millers there, that the property manager was asking us to leave. I agreed to leave, but Officer Mike Miller interjected that he needed to give us some paperwork first, but he changed his mind when the co-defendant refused to leave. I did not refuse to leave. I agreed to leave. Officer Miller then solicited a trespass to justify the arrest. To my understanding, a trespass needs to be documented. They need my ID, they need my name, they need to be able to identify me in order to enforce it. When Officer Miller said he needed to give us some paperwork, I assumed that's what he was talking about. And he testified that I wasn't detained, but I felt that I was detained because he still needed some information from me and to give to me. So I didn't see the emergency in needing to leave right away because he was still saying that we had unattended business. The facts of the case, that Larry asked me to leave a public space open to the public. He did not identify himself to me, and he was not wearing anything that would identify himself as having any authority at the post office. Larry lied numerous times, and his testimony should not be considered reliable. If he was willing to lie to police to secure an arrest, I see no reason why he would not lie in court to secure a conviction. Larry proved that today in his testimony. He also lied on the day of my arrest. He started off telling the truth, but after we had already been arrested, the lie started in order to justify the arrest. He lied to police saying that I had entered a door that had no access sign on it. This was not a misunderstanding or mistake. He lied 5 times and reenacted and stood in the spot where we claimed to be standing. Can I get 1 minute? I need to look at the list of exhibits that was in here. Thank you. Okay. In Exhibit G, I would like to play a 10-second clip, if that's permitted by the court. It is of Larry lying to the police saying that we entered a room that was marked no access.
Court will take judicial notice of the fact that it was played earlier in testimony.
And then eventually both of them came in here? Both of them came in, or just the one? I'm sorry.
Well, actually, both of them came in.
Into there? Okay.
Okay. He even lied when Bryan Byrnes was giving testimony. This was not spoke on earlier, so I'll skip that. He lied to police twice, saying that Mark had also told us to leave. He lied again when he told police that he told us to leave the building. Not just the area, but he told the police he told us to leave the building. Larry never clarified to me that he was asking us to leave the building, and the last words he said to me was, "Please, sir," on the other side of the door.
I want us to get through that door. There's no
Go ahead.
sign in there. There's no
Sir,
sign in there.
please, on the other side of the door. I've already got what I needed. I'm heading outside. If the cops are coming, I'll be out there.
If he felt we were causing a disturbance with the customers, then he would have requested us to leave the building, not just the passport area. Or Larry could have cleared up this whole mess by just explaining to the customers that photography is permitted inside the public areas of the post office. He had no problem explaining this to police. He obviously knew that filming inside the post office is permitted. And also he lied to me by telling me I was in an area that was not a public space. I also question the credibility of Larry's employees, because it's not likely that they would voluntarily testify that he had lied. Steve Castro proves this when he testified at the co-defendant's trial by saying that the passport entry had a sign on the door that says "No entry." Steve Castro also lied by having a conversation with the co-defendant
by telling him he cannot be in this area because of a bunch of sensitive material. He also made up that the co-defendant asked him what his name was. He continued his fabrication by including that he told the co-defendant that he could not come back there unless he works there or is getting a passport. The entire conversation never happened, and I'm the one being charged. Many lies under oath, and I'm the one being charged. The victim's credibility also in question because of their lies. Connie claimed to be in fear, yet she engaged me and did not make any attempt to leave or disengage. In Connie's 911 call, she completely blows the situation out of proportion. She says we were surrounding her by getting within 5 feet of her so that we could hear her phone conversation. She also said we were cussing her and being very disruptive to the public. She called in such a panic frenzy that made no sense. That only added to the police's confusion when they showed up. We did nothing to warrant such an excessive response. She was never the focus of our recording until she brought the attention on herself by calling out and getting attention by my co-defendant. If someone's going to give me a reason to record them, then I have the right to document the disturbance for my protection in court because she accused us of a crime and threatening to call police. Theresa testified today that she was not there for a passport and that she understood that the passport area to be open to the public. I also feel Theresa was unreasonable and overexcited and exaggerated the facts to police. She told the police we went into a restricted area. Her understanding of what areas are restricted may be confused, but either way the police used her statements to justify our arrest. She lied to police by saying we put the camera 4 to 5 inches from her face. She must have known she was in the wrong or she would not have embellished what happened. What happened was she interrupted me, belittled me with name calling after I answered all of her questions politely and honestly. It is a good thing I recorded so that I could show the court here today what happened. If I had gone there cussing and calling people names, then I can understand how that could be considered a disturbance. But instead, I was targeted by their harassment and blamed me for exactly what they were doing. The disturbance was based on the fact that a couple customers got upset about us recording. Cohen vs. California explains that protection of sensitive persons is not justification to overcome my First Amendment rights. They could have effectively avoided further bombardment of their sensibilities by simply ignoring us. I understand that the post office is not a traditional public forum, but I was not there protesting or expressing myself. I was there gathering content. My First Amendment right to freedom of press is not negotiable on the terms that others are unreasonably sensitive about a camera, especially since there were 7 cameras recording us at the time. They used the camera as an excuse to discriminate against us for being overtly public photographers. Camera is simply a receiver. It is like eyes and ears. You can't blame me for what my ears can hear. You can't trespass me for the eyes can see. How can a receiver be disruptive? You can't fault me for what I see or hear in public. How can I be faulted for documenting for what I see and hear in public?
I feel it's odd that they blame me for my poor demeanor when I didn't even have any engagement with them. And they were the ones that had the poor demeanor that set off the whole disruption. I was just simply recording, and I don't understand how that passive behavior could be considered a poor demeanor. If they rubbed me wrong, it was because they initiated the contact. And it's just opinion if I had a poor demeanor or not. Larry also testified today that he did not witness any disturbances by me to any customers. It is not fair that I am held responsible for their anxiety for a First Amendment protected activity. That's it.
Being a rather unique case with advisory counsel, I'm going to ask if advisory counsel has a comment to add to the closing statement for the defendant.
Your Honor, I would just stress some of the points made by Mr. Hyder as to the different elements of the crime or crimes. As to the disorderly conduct, he's not charged with disrupting the business itself. That's a different subsection. He's charged with either fighting violent or seriously disruptive behavior. As you can see by the videotapes that were played in court, and of course they're entered into evidence, so if there's any question you can rewatch them. There simply was no fighting, there was no violence, there was no seriously disruptive behavior. The only person who raised their voice was Theresa Piccola inside the post office, and she called Mr. Hyder a name. He did not respond negatively, he disengaged and walked away. As for the trespass citation, a person must be asked by someone with lawful control to leave that place, and that place, or that request must be reasonable. As Mr. Hyder testified and as seen on the video, Larry is not wearing a traditional post office uniform. There's no markings on his shirt. He's not wearing a post office hat. He's not wearing any badges that are clearly visible. He did not identify himself. That's shown on the video. So as far as Mr. Hyder was concerned, this could have been anyone telling him to move himself from a situation. However, it's not clear by the testimony or what's shown on the video that Larry ever proved that he had lawful control, such as to make Mr. Hyder leave that situation. Also, it's kind of telling about this area that everyone says is restricted, that Theresa Piccola testified herself that she believed that area was open to the public. The door was open. She believed people could go in there and transact business. She also was in that passport area herself, and you can see that on the video of her walking out of that area. As far as the harassment charge, it requires continuously films or harass follows after being asked to desist. Mr. Hyder testified, and it's shown on the video, he was never asked by anyone to desist filming, either inside or outside. The co-defendant was asked, and he was rightly convicted of that charge because he was asked and he continued to film. Mr. Hyder was not asked by anyone to ever desist filming. The statute also requires that a reasonable person would be seriously harmed by the conduct of Mr. Hyder. In this case, as you can see through his video, nothing was seriously disruptive, nothing to cause the reaction he got. He was there, he was filming. Did he get some alarms? Yes. But nothing that a reasonable person would be, quote unquote, seriously alarmed by. So I don't feel the same as Mediterranean as to any offenses.
Final.
Yeah, just a few points, Your Honor. Let's start with harassment, since that's what the defendant did. Counsel makes the point that Mr. Hyder contends he was never asked by Connie to desist. But the videotape evidence clearly shows that from Mr. Hyder's vantage point, he could hear Connie tell the doll, "I don't give you permission to film me," at least twice. So he is on notice himself that Connie doesn't want to be filmed, but also because these two had a common purpose there that morning, Mr. Hyder would be charged as an accomplice to Mr. Chavez Galvez's being told not to film her. As far as Mr. Hyder's closing argument on harassment, it's quite frankly offensive. I mean, he's basically, victim blaming here. He's saying I wasn't the aggressor. It was these women. The videotape evidence clearly shows that was not the case, particularly with respect to Connie Afton, who the defendant saw getting into a confrontation with his accomplice, and then she goes to the car, and what does he do? He then follows her and circles the car, and Your Honor saw that about 5 times on the video. He, I think, makes an argument that these women are overly sensitive, that it was only 2 out of 18 customers. These women were harassed. They told the court that they were harassed, and Mr. Hyder takes the victims as he finds them. But not only these 2 victims, you have an elderly woman complaining to Mr. Byrnes, another person complaining to Mr. Byrnes, and at least one or more witnesses testifying that there were customers leaving the post office due to the defendant and Mr. Chavez Galvez's conduct. Now, Mr. Hyder then points to this elderly woman on one of the body cams that says, I didn't see anything. Well, that's because she got there so far afterwards that they were already out of the post office at the time. He lies! It wasn't that they didn't see any harassment. They just didn't see any conduct whatsoever because she got there so late. Lies! Now, in terms of trespass, the counsel makes the point that Mr. M.I. didn't have a badge on. Well, Mr. M.I. testified he had his badge. It was a black badge that was turned around against black pants, so he had his badge on, but the defendant couldn't see it. But that's really beside the point. Who else does he think is coming out to trespass him on the property? And did Mr. Hyder once ask who you are? And then he contends Mr. M.I. never identified. But if you honorable recall, there's been a lot of videotape evidence. Mr. Vidal Chavez asked Mr. M.I., who are you? And he said, I'm Mr. M.I., I'm Larry M.I., I'm the postmaster at the post office. So he did identify himself. In terms of his ability, his reasonable requests, whether his requests to leave the passport area were reasonable, the state believes that they were reasonable for 3 reasons. Number 1, Mr. M.I. testified that the area after where the passports are processed was not open to the public. Number 2, even if it is open to the public, Mr. M.I., as the senior official at the post office, has the ability to trespass people if they are disrupting the operations of the post office. And they were. If Mr. Hyder was disrupting the operations right out in the lobby, Mr. M.I. would have the authority to trespass him, even if it's in a public space. And number 3, what they were doing was in violation of the Postal Service rules. Lies! Mr. Hyder is not a member of a news organization, and as such needs to get the permission from Mr. M.I. to photograph or videotape at the post office. Lies! And as Mr. M.I. testified, and as Mr. Hyder admitted on cross-examination, he didn't do anything. He didn't call Mr. M.I. beforehand. He didn't the day before, that morning. He now claims he was there to educate the post office. Quite frankly, that's just an excuse for litigation. If his true reason was to help the post office, he would have given a little bit of a heads up before he went there and disrupted their operations and harassed 2 of their customers. And that's all the state has, Your Honor.
Very well. For JC 2019-115630, State versus Bryan Dale Hyder, we have 3 charges that were presented here today that the court listened to, saw much video, listened to quite a bit of testimony. The charge A, criminal trespass under 13-1502A1, a class 3 misdemeanor. Sir, what the court saw and heard, you were at an area, you were told, and I do believe that it was like the postmaster identified himself, maybe not the first time, but eventually you intended to stay there, go back further into the area that you were told not to be in. The word trespass came out, and you still stayed on the property. The issue that other people or the public thinks that there may be a public area there, that's not the issue for the court. But when somebody of authority tells you not to be there, it means you're not supposed to be there. I am finding you guilty of the criminal trespass 3rd degree, class 3 misdemeanor, for the harassment 132921A2, a class 1 misdemeanor. That does have specific requirements on it, and the statute is very clear. You were there, you continue to stay around people, the person that went out to the car, although she had an interaction with your co-defendant, you pursued that, sir. You followed, you heard, you were on warning she didn't want anybody near her, that she told loudly, sufficiently, that didn't want to be videoed. You went out there and persisted, circled the car, stood around her. This does meet the requirements to the statutory requirements of a criminal case, sir. I am finding you guilty for that class 1 misdemeanor. For the disorderly conduct, I think, sir, you had an intent when you went there to cause a disruption. Your own video, you could hear you were searching for people that would react, and not react politely or nicely, but to react adversely. That's what you were looking for. You had an intent to disrupt. We have to be aware of everybody's sensitivities, and to go there and find agitated people and go after them right after it is not the proper thing that we should be doing. You solicited reactions. You looked for it. You had the intent to draw out a reaction in an intimidating way. But statute's also pretty clear. It talks about serious disruptive behavior. Was your behavior disruptive? Yes, it was. Seriously disruptive, I think if there was more to it, more interaction, people starting to bump everybody or hitting or something else, that would have caused the court to find a different finding on it. But I do find you not guilty for the disorderly conduct charge. Do we have any suggestions for sentencing from the state?
Just a couple thoughts from the state, Your Honor. So, number one, 5 officers from the Goodyear Police Department had to respond to the 2 separate 911 calls from the victims in this case. So there was a tremendous amount of law enforcement resources devoted to try to quell the situation. In addition, a tremendous amount of, and certainly it's Mr. Hyder's right to have his case tried, but there's also been a tremendous amount of resources spent by the prosecution to prepare for the case. The prosecution would recommend the maximum fine of $2,500 because it's a class 1 misdemeanor. It would also request that Mr. Hyder have no further contact or enter on to the Goodyear Avondale post office, have no contact with either of the individual victims, Theresa Piccola and Connie Afton. And in terms of a sentence beyond that, we would leave that with the discretion of the court. Quite frankly, the state, almost thinks jail time is appropriate here. Mr. Hyder is represented by standby counsel, but we would leave jail time or community service, and certainly everything up to the court's discretion. But certainly on that, we would defer to Your Honor.
Sir or Mr. Glover?
To my understanding, there was no jail time to be involved, and that's why I didn't get a jury. And also, the co-defendant got $200 fine for each charge, and that's $400 total. And I believe the state was asking for $2,500. I think it sounds unreasonable. That's all I have.
Anything from advisory counsel?
Your Honor, I would say anything in excess of what the co-defendant got
would be unreasonable under these circumstances. Obviously, you saw the videos. The co-defendant was more confrontational with Ms. Connie, and actually was more confrontational, more verbal inside the post office as well. It's true, Mr. Hyder refused to leave, but he felt he had a reason to be there and a legal reason to be there, and that's why he did not leave immediately. He also didn't feel that Larry had identified himself properly as someone with authority to ask him to leave. He didn't feel he was being harassing anyone. As you heard, his testimony was and even on the video, you can hear him say, "Got it," when he walks around the license plate. So there's nothing to indicate he wasn't filming for purposes of getting the license plate. So I would say anything in excess of what the co-defendant got sentenced would be unreasonable.
Thank you. Well, sir, I'm hoping we all learned a whole lot from this. And I appreciate your efforts with your YouTube program and having a large following and things that you're trying to work on. But, you know, you've been found guilty of 2 charges. I am going to impose a sentence of a fine of $200 on count A, $100 on count B. I'm going to order you to 20 hours of community service because I think it's going to be beneficial to you at a nonprofit organization. No contact with any of the victims or that specific post office. There are many post offices you can go to. And I'm going to put you on summary probation for 2 years. That doesn't mean you have to appear before anybody or report to anybody, sir. It's just summary probation. I do have some paperwork for you to go through. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Advisory Council?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your appearance, Counsel. I think it was a benefit to the defendant for you to appear here. Thank you for your time. And we will also be providing you with your proper notice of right to appeal documentation when you get done here, sir. If you can run forward, put your mask on, I'll put mine on. So this is by a finding of bench trial. And as I indicated, although we waived your right to counsel, we provided advisory counsel to you. I think we've gone over the maximum penalties sufficiently, sir, unless you'd like to hear them again.
I think it was $300 fine to your...
Well, no, what we've done here, but I mean the maximum penalty on the Class 1 and the Class 3, the $500 fine, both surcharge, 30 days in jail when you're probation, the Class 1, $2,500 fine plus surcharges, 6 months in jail, 3 years probation. And you do have post-conviction appeal rights that we're going to be providing to you.
If I appeal, is there counsel that can assist me with that?
We would take that into consideration at that time. Here's mine. As I indicated, I dismissed the disorderly conduct charge. $200 fine on count A, $100 fine on count B, or C, rather. I do need a judgment addendum for this. I don't have one. Pardon?
Oh, I thought I did.
can make a payment arrangement with my staff. This is Friday already, so if you want to call in on Monday, make payment arrangement. If you pay it in full on Monday, I'll waive any time payment fee. If you need to enter into a payment plan, it'll be a one-time $20 statutory time payment fee.
This is the second step, you're on out paper.
Okay. And we're going to give you a copy of this notice of right to appeal. What you sign on the bottom, sir, just acknowledges you're receiving a copy of it. It doesn't file an appeal or anything. That you would have to perfect with the documents that are in there. Ah, there we go. And a community service will give you 60 days to get that done in a nonprofit organization of your choice.
Community service?
Pardon?
Community service?
Yes.
How many hours?
20 hours.
20 hours. When do you want it to?
60 days. We call that the Avondale Goodyear post office.
Yeah, that confused me too.
Do you have a capability to keep that in your file?
Yes.
Quick step over to my clerk. She's going to get some signatures from you.
Okay.
Is the air conditioning shut off in here? I've gotten warm all of a sudden.
I'm feeling okay, but
Date, time, address, and phone number. And like if you do right index finger, when you do it, just straight down and up, don't go away.
There's some cleanser there.
copies for community service. You can do it at any nonprofit organization. You just have to have them fill out this letterhead. This log, and then in addition to the log, we need anything on their letterhead. Just a letter stating that you completed the 20 hours of community service through them. We can't take the log without that complaint letter. Okay?
Is that mentioned in here? In case I forget.
Great. Something you want to highlight? Okay, and then if you want to call in on Monday and we can set up a payment plan, we have to share the current address so we can be able to send one out to you. Okay? Have a good day.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
You too, Mr. Hyder. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
That was your microphone.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, right. That's ours.
As we've seen again and again on this show, once a bad arrest is made, there are no repercussions for the officer or the department that allowed it. There are no charges or investigations into bad police behavior. Instead, even bad arrests end up a win for police, with victims forced to pay court costs, lawyer fees, and fines.